we're back. Let us know, Twitch chat, if you can see and hear us. Apologies for the technical difficulties there. We should be back momentarily. Type 1 in the chat if you can see us. 1 in the chat, please, Twitch chat. Let's double check. I see a few 1s, but that was from before. Everyone's saying refresh, so we should be back up right now. Why? There's a lot of 1s. Right, give me some smiley faces. Right, thank you everyone so much for sticking with us and waiting. We're just waiting for the... Wait, what are you laughing at? Are you laughing at my face or something?
I just have you smiling at me right now.
Oh gosh. Fantastic. I had to take a quick picture because my webcam broke momentarily. So unfortunately, guys, you've got to look at my menacing smile. A pic that I just took on the fly a moment ago. I'm just excited to be here, man. There's $1,500 on the line today. It's so exciting. And of course, a lot of players already through to the World Championship in 2 weeks' time. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being patient with us once again. Apologies for a little bit of technical difficulties there. We've got a lot of stuff going on, a big team full of broadcasters helping us out as well. But yeah, thank you so much again for being patient with us. We're going to jump back into the second fight momentarily. If you've just joined us, this is indeed the NA West circuit of the Method Mayhem tournament. So we have $1,500 on the line today, with, of course, a World Championship going on in 2 weeks' time. Top 8 players have a chance to win $3,000 in that World Championship. Welcome back, everyone. Sick Nerd viewers, thank you again for sticking around too. Oh, just have to wait now for 1013 to be ready to start up his next battle. All right, chat, you're making me blush. Stop it, all of you. I guess, yeah, I get it. I'm smiley. What can I say? Stop it, West Ham. Play me out in the chat. I'm uncomfortable. I bet I smile to you like that every day. What you're talking about. You're used to it. My face is freezing. No, it's a picture. It's not my webcam. Why did I smile for the picture? Great. You guys got to look at that for the next like 5 hours. Good luck on your dreams or nightmares honestly. Tonight. Oh, I just looked at the camera like really angrily. Well, it looks like we're about to jump in. So thank you again for the 5th time for, staying patient with us. We've got 1013 to God versus Gosu, never win in this round 4 battle. Currently $150 up for grabs in this fight. 1013 being Zaza Zips and being 1-0 up right now in this best of 3. West Ham, take it away, brother.
So far, 1013 looking strong with the DD momentum right now. Sticking with the barrages though, failing that DD right there. Gosu still kind of struggling to keep up, barraging in his K-top right there, rightfully so, and he splashes. Trying to go for that claw there, but 1013 predicting it, running away as far as he can. Getting that 20 barrage, followed up by a refreeze there for a 1. Gosu still trying to get that claw off as best as he can, but 1013 gets a 44 whip on the robes. Gosu right now sitting in his tank without his K-top is letting 1013 do all the damage that he possibly can right now.
Oh my god, such beautiful plays by 1013, mate. See him switch out from like range, melee, mage, 1-ticks constantly. Look at that there. Went to the mage, into the range, and whacked him with the whip for a 29. Never win Gosu does manage to catch the freeze, though, which is so important for him to try and get back into this fight. But he's down so much food already. And just there, trying to get the claw spec off, actually, 1013 freezes him a 23. Beautifully done. Tries to fakey the mage, catches a bolt off prayer as well. Goes for another bolt, hitting a 19, keeping the pressure up consistently right now. A nice 18 whip on the prayer before Never Win Gosu can anti with the claw spec, unfortunately for him. And now 1013 stepping away quite a bit, zooming in and out, allowing his opponent to potentially misclick a little bit there. Claw spec coming in though on the
finally getting that claw off right there. After attempting for about a minute now, he finally got it off. And unfortunately for him, not exactly dealing that much damage. 1013 still having a massive lead on Gosu right now. It is looking like it's going to be a swift 2-0 for 1013 yet again. Gosu struggling so hard right now to keep up with 1013, getting bolted on the ropes. Might have actually been on tank. You're switching on the last tick there, but 1013 staying strong, and Gosu actually claws him off prey on ropes there. Unfortunately, not for a very big hit. 1013 coming straight back at him, though, with a 60 claw. Still, Gosu having a DD advantage right now. 1013 sitting fairly low HP. Seems like 1013 might lose his lead.
I think 1013's up so much HP right now, it's going to be hard for him to really stop.
I have faith.
He catches a beautiful barrage there as well. The second that Never Win Gosu starts to get that momentum, goes for a claw spec, only hitting a 20 claw spec through the pro. Of course, Never Win did see that coming very nicely, but beautiful sidestep there from 1013, catching the freeze as well. Never Win retaliating with a 30 barrage too, looking quite neck and neck towards the end here actually. 28 whip as well, and a 10-2, both hits off prayer. Never Win really keeping the pressure up and doing fantastic, to be honest. even though he gets hit down by quite a bit, he stays in the fight. Gosu not giving up, though. He realizes he needs to win this fight to even out.
Finally making some mistakes, and Gosu actually managing to get a couple free hits there, not really dealing a lot of damage, though. 10-13 still having a significant lead on Gosu right now, having the DD advantage as well, really keeping Gosu on this on the edge right now. And it seems like 10-13's actually taking more damage than what he's dealing right now. Gosu still failing to get that hit off, though. Gets bolted a 39. Is he already out of food?
That was
surely not. Come on, Gosu. There's no way you're out already. Okay, Gosu actually is out of food, getting his first redemption off there. And it seems like he is about to go down just any second, getting that redemption. But still, 10-13 sticking with the barrages, though, making sure that he can't get a redemption on the splash. I do think 10-13 can still whip him.
No way, he gets a redemption again. Looks like Gosu's really staying this fight as best he can, even though it looks almost over for him. I think 10-13's got quite a bit of HP left. Gets the third redemption.
Still has a couple restores left to live off of, though. Gosu might get a fourth claw spec any second now, and might be able to use that to KO 10-13. He's really trying his hardest to flick his prayers correctly. He is doing a good job at that. He gets the fourth claw spec off, not hitting that much damage, though. Gets a 27 barrage to follow it. Might be... No, 10-13 still eating his food with that lead he had. 10-13 is still not out. Gosu probably being on his last sip of restore. I can't imagine him having much prayer left.
I mean, the fact that he's staying this fight for this long and isn't giving up is really respectful and commendable, to be honest. 10-13 only needs one more hit now to finish him, as the previous 3 redemptions have been as well. And somehow Gosu's staying in the fight and chipping away at 10-13's HP consistently, man.
It looks like Gosu has ran out of prayer. Yeah, he does run out of prayer right there. 10-13 saving his claw spec for the very last second and does actually take Gosu out. And Gosu goes down to the losers bracket, most likely to fight the winner between Time and Minza, probably.
Yeah, once again, 10-13 being undefeated in this series this weekend. He is up 8 fights with 0 losses. That means that 10-13 has guaranteed himself $150 with 3rd place guaranteed, with the potential to, increase that to $350 for 2nd and $1,000 for 3rd. Gosu, as you just said before, is pushed down into the losers bracket, which we'll be going through momentarily, actually. We're nearing the end of this tournament right now. It is getting so close to the finals. Sanctified versus 10-13 in the semis of the winners bracket is going to be quite the matchup. 10-13 most likely being the fan favorite, but Sanctified, definitely of his experience over the years and years of PKing he's had, has the opportunity really to potentially take a win at the very least and make for a really fun fight. We'll be going into the losers bracket momentarily, my friends. Do we have, by any chance, a PvP tracker to look through, my man West Ham?
Yeah, looking at the tracker right there, we have 10-13 with 59% prayers correct, Gosu's 50%, 10-13 having 70 hits to Gosu's 68. That is actually the best opponent we have seen so far for 10-13, actually keeping up with him for once, and I have a massive screen of Ian smiling at me.
Wait, is my camera back? Yes, we're back! No more
really
awkward smile.
10-13 actually got a lot of RNG. Gosu did really well to keep up with 10-13. He might have actually won on the tracker if he got some RNG there. 10-13 dealing well above his deserved damage, and Gosu definitely underperforming on the deserved damage there. 10-13 getting the RNG that he actually, well, I wouldn't say need, but it does look like Gosu would have won that if the RNG was a bit more on his side.
Yeah, and I think the next series we're going to have is going to be series number 44, which, if I just check the bracket briefly, I can see who that would be. Wait, we've seen that fight already. I get really confused with the brackets, man. If we're going to go into the losers bracket next, which will be Oh, no, never mind. I am wrong. We're going to be seeing Might Be Sure Friend versus Time 7.62. Let's go through the losers bracket real quick, which we're going to get into next. We also have Grizz versus Adam Zor. Those two guys are massive titans as well in the losers bracket. You said before that Adam Zor is one of the leaders of Solid Tag, right? And Grizz is quite a bit of a beast as well. Who's Grizz belong to?
He belongs to Solid Tag as well.
Oh, so these guys are friends then, going up against
Grizz fighting off ping, though, with probably 180-ish ping right now in this bracket. But still, I do believe whichever person wins between the two there, I don't think they'll care too much. I do think Grizz is probably the better player between the two. Moving on to that, we have Goofy Llama and Yazoo going against each other. Both of them performing fairly well in the tournament so far.
Goofy represents Frontline, right? I think someone mentioned it yesterday, potentially.
I don't know.
He might do.
Yeah, no, I think he does.
Okay, there we go. So we've got a frontline member still in the tournament as well today. And then after that, we have Degenerate, known as Skate or Die 77 on Twitch. I think he used to stream many years ago. Lots of Deep Wilderness stuff. He was on an account with a big disadvantage yesterday, only having 75 attack rather than 99, and ended up making him lose some of his fights. I think made the difference of those claw specs, which pushed him down to the losers bracket. He's against Kemp Q Soz, who is an absolute beast as well, being known for his DMM, his limited account builds on YouTube, etc. So that should be quite an exciting one too. But before that, my friends, we're going to go on a short break just to go to the bathroom, all that kind of stuff. We're currently about 2 hours into the broadcast today. We have plenty more content for you coming up, so please do be patient with us. We'll see you momentarily for some more NH high-octane action. But yeah, thanks for bearing with us, and we'll see you again soon.
Take care, guys.
I'm holding on, if almost gone. Someday I know I'll finally make it through the gates. Just have to wait. You whisper to me, there's no maybe. There's only time for dreams even greater. I hear the call, and I close my eyes to see.
there it is, a beautiful double kill. 2-0 for West Ham, progressing through to the next round.
Auto block, camping that tank very well, not taking too much damage. Lemon Lime just took a bolt off prayer.
Look at this, he's completely taking control of it. The third. There's another redemption from I'm So Happy. He still has 3 doses of restore as well. He can still keep this in. Goes for the claw, 25 damage coming in. Both players use a redemption, and I'm So Happy's gonna take it at the end.
Very good here for Morrow. This is a... Wow, look at this! In 3 hits! 40, 30, 30!
Welcome back, gamers, to Method Mayhem OSRS US West PvP circuit. Today, $1,500 is being given away in the next couple of hours, so stay tuned for that. We've gone through the majority of the winners bracket already, so the top 8 players, or top 4 from the winners bracket rather, have guaranteed themselves a spot in the final, or the World Championship rather, 2 weeks from now for $3,000 as well. We just saw the likes of 1013 and Sanctified to God both win their respective fights, so they'll be fighting a little bit later in the semi-finals. Both players have guaranteed themselves at least 3rd place, $150. In the losers round, which is what we're going to go into momentarily, we will be jumping into a couple of fights with Might Be, Sure Friend versus 7.62 Zementime, Grizz Action versus Adams or Violate, which we've talked about before the break, both of which are players from Solid Tag, so absolute beasts on the sticks. Goofy Llama from Frontline versus Ayasu, not too sure who he's from, but he's also a bit of a beast. At this point in the game, obviously, all these players are really strong. Next up, we also have Degenerate and Kemp Q, actually, one of the content creators still in the tournament. And Degenerate being Skate or Die 77, used to stream on Twitch, Deep Wilderness and such. He's been around the playing scene for a very long time, currently representing Solid Tag, but used to actually lead Frontline. Before we do jump into those, though, we have a couple of little extra announcements to make. So if you guys would like to type !community into the Twitch chat, feel free to do so. You can check out the Method community team. Signing up and becoming a member of this team actually gives all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. We also provide help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives, such as claiming yourself a host or raid from another Method streamer or someone from the actual Method channel itself, as well as guides, tips, help on getting your stream started, and all the likes of that as well. We also have some new merchandise available in the store, so if you want to check out Method's merchandise, support the organization if you've been enjoying the tournaments, and get yourself some nice clothing as well. Very warm, very comfy, high-quality clothing. I've got some myself. ! Merch in the chat for that. And last but not least, don't forget to type ! Socials too. Keep up to date on all the exciting content we'll be doing. We have a Q&A coming up in the following weeks with all the OSRS Method streamers, which should be quite fun to have a little chin wag and see how everyone's doing, talk about the updates in the game, general direction, all that kind of stuff. As well as every single weekend right now, we have these PvP circuits. We've done EU, we've done US East as well. This is the US West. Next week, we've got Oceania, which is Australia and New Zealand, etc. And then a week after that, in 2 weeks from now, we have the World Championship. The top 8 players of every single region all battling out together for a chance to win $3,000 worth of prizes. So much money being given away. So make sure you follow the stream, follow Method on Twitter as well to keep up to date with everything. We will be jumping in momentarily, though.
We're going to be seeing the fight between Zementime and Shorefriend competing on mobile, actually.
Excuse me? Wait. I've been talking.
He don't stand a chance. He's going to be playing on mobile because he's apparently like moving. So this is going to be an interesting fight.
I've just seen a picture in the oh my god. Okay, so he's pulled over safely in his automobile. He's currently moving house, and he's got his mobile phone connected to his 4G signal, and he is going to be going up against his opponent in the losers bracket. Wow, I mean, obviously real life comes before RuneScape, but this matchup that we're going to be starting with is only 2 fights away from guaranteeing a place in the World Championship 2 weeks from now. I mean, at the same time, I respect it. You know, he's not pulling out altogether. He's got a chance. Maybe it's a very, very small chance to win on mobile.
I respect him actually turning up at least. Yeah. That's definitely the respectable decision to do. I very much rate this player for doing that. I will say, do British people say automobile?
Automobile? Well, car. I don't know. Automobile is just another way to say it, isn't it? Automobile? Do you not know that word? You're British anyway, West Ham. Don't lie to us. I can hear your accent. Everyone thinks you're British too. Start using it. I don't think anyone does actually say that in England. I think it's more of an American saying, automobile or automobile or whatever. He's now connecting to the game via his mobile. There are actually some absolute beasts out there that play mobile. There's a high risker I know that makes YouTube videos as well. And he's PK'd actual bills from running around on mobile and like anti-rushing people for Debo and stuff. So, I mean, maybe.
Is that Daily Dan?
No, someone else. I think his actual name is like literally PvP.
Oh, yeah, isn't it like mobile PK, the guy that runs around in like a Robin Hood hat and full voice?
Yes, that's him. Yeah, you've seen him.
Yep, that geezer. Every time I go in any form of risk, he follows me around. But I do rate that player.
There's an example of someone that, like, you know, does actually make it work, and he, like I said, he's made absolute bills from PKing in the high risk world, just running around on mobile. So, I mean, it might be a very slim chance, but there is a chance that potentially Shawfriend could potentially win this first fight.
I mean, there has been players that are actually have proven themselves to be decent PKing on mobile. I will say, if he hasn't practiced before, this is probably not going to end too well for him. So I do think this is a free win for Time, who after that only needs to fight Minza, and then he's guaranteed himself a spot in the World Championship, lads. Going into the first fight, though.
Oh, sorry. I was going to quickly add as well. Time with the max cape is actually, I think, the final girl left in the, or woman I should say, left in the competition. She knocked out Grey last night, another girl contender. So let's see if she can do it for the ladies out there. She's starting off strong with a nice little DD as well. And she has the advantage, like we said before. She doesn't have to worry about her opponent really doing much apart from bolting back constantly.
Oh, he does do a one-tick two-way into the whip there, though. Actually manages to whip Time off prey. Does try go for the... Is he actually playing on mobile like this?
He's actually playing on mobile. Wow. I mean, to be fair, he's not switching his overhead prayers very much because it's very difficult to do so. He's just camping prey melee a lot there. This should be an easy free win for Time. Hey, I respect it, man. Like, for those just wondering, Coxie's joined the stream, for example. Our friend Shawfriend right now is currently playing on mobile as he's moving house. So he's pulled over in his automobile and he's decided to, oh, AGS spec. I actually could have killed him there with 70, couldn't it?
Yeah, I do believe so right now. It still looks like Shawfriend is putting up a fight, at least, trying his very hardest right now to PK on a mobile, but...
Wait, did she bring claws and AGS?
Alright, this is... Nah. That's not fair. Flexing on an opponent playing on mobile, that's not cool. Bringing both the spec weapons here to flex on Shawfriend, making sure that she puts on the best entertainment possible, but still not really... kind of rude towards Shawfriend here, who's doing his best. He's bolting away, not really being able to toss many barrages. He has done a one-tick freeway by the looks of things, though. Getting that barrage off, actually freezing Time. Does go for the DD as well. I can't imagine that being easy on mobile.
Oh my God, I don't know. Honestly, I'm really impressed by this guy right now and his clicks on the mobile, to be honest. And we do know he actually is on mobile. We've had a screenshot verification being sent in and such. Again, just major props to this guy for really sticking in the fight, giving us some content to watch too. I think Time right now is up so much HP though, of course.
Actually, a really nice fakie there with the whip though. Getting some decent hits in a 26 into a 25, trying to go for that claw spec, but it's not very easy to get all of those things combined there. He has to go to his claw spec, then open up his combat styles, make sure he gets the special attack on, and then click the opponent still on the mobile. Not exactly the easiest, but it looks like he's going for it right now, hitting all zeros. Time still winning as she should in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's putting up a good fight, and mate, seeing him run around with his claws trying to get a KO, that's like his only opportunity right now, is really to get that KO using that spec at the wisest time. I feel like he understands that he's probably not going to win this battle or proceed much further. Time currently getting a little bit of free practicing, I guess, before her next fight. He comes, Shawfriend with the
trying
claws,
to go for that anti, but unfortunately not being able to pull it off. Still gets an opal bolt spec for 17, going for the claw spec shortly after. No standing still, gets bolted a 41 though.
Yeah, not too bad. And another bulk spec coming in for Shawfriend. He's like staying in the fight for as long as he can, to be fair. I imagine he's down quite a lot of HP right now, as Zeman Time gets a lot of free hits, considering that he makes it really difficult for him to really click on the mobile and attack his player that he's currently trying to do so.
I can't imagine Shawfriend wins this. No matter how good RNG he truly gets, it's extremely hard to win a fight where you are limited to these type of switches, and the fact that he probably can't even get his prayers right. Gets clawed a 50 right there into the AGS back for a 51. Does take Shawfriend out, leaving Zeman Time at a 1-0, but not to be not to be surprised. He is on mobile, probably not even able to get that pro melee on in time, unfortunately.
First time we've seen someone use AGS and claws as well. What do you think about that decision?
I mean, she's fighting a guy on mobile.
Yeah, but like in general, like in a competitive scene, would you recommend people do this, or would you just stick to one or the other? Because you just used one, didn't you? You just brought the AGS in general.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Yeah, I'm going to do a claw into an AGS. What?
I don't know, man. I've seen Spark Mac do it in videos. Maybe it'll pay off at some point.
On a green dragon bot screaming Ninja Turtle in his little Willis voice.
Oh, God. Anyway.
Looking at the PvP tracker, though, we do have Shawfriend with 208 damage to Zeman Time's 599. And Shawfriend having 266 deserved damage, actually underperforming RNG-wise to Zeman Time's 533 deserved damage, actually over dealing damage there.
Yeah, not really surprised at the outcome of that one. 52 out of 65 hits off prayer. When you're playing on mobile, you can't really switch between your prayers very easily. You've got to click on it and then switch back to your inventory as well, and it's much easier on computer being able to just use the F keys to switch between the tabs. But regardless, that's a 1-0 victory for Zeman Time. She is currently one fight away from going through to the losers round 4. If she does win this fight, she'll be up against Minza, who got knocked out by Frankie full send 2-0, and he was a bit of a beast, but he got knocked out by Sanctified.
Yeah,
so
I'm pretty sure Minza was a good competitor as well, if I remember correctly.
I think he also had a max cape too, so if Zeman Time can get through and then fights Minza, that will mean that she will guarantee herself a place in the World Championship 2 weeks from now as well. So starting off with Shawfriend trying to catch that lucky freeze in his mobile setup, but Zeman Time makes short work of him, catches the freeze straight off the bat, manages to get a DD or two, and is running circles right now around the mobile player, as expectedly, you know, to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, Shawfriend's still getting a decent bit of damage, but he actually triple E tried there as well. Get very nice triple E on the mobile, but still, this should be an easy win for Zeman Time. Does actually get clawed off prey though. I can't imagine how embarrassing it is getting fakied by a person on mobile, but still, only dealt 2 damage right there. Zeman Time trying her very best to make sure that she guarantees herself this win, and honestly, I can't imagine Shawfriend winning this, but still, he is trying his hardest. Zeman Time, you're staying on distance right now, out of the range distance.
Really smart decision, because he's on mobile, of course, having to zoom in and out, and just in general, having to click on a player when on such a small screen, when they're also moving around. I've tried to click even on banks when I've been on mobile, and it can be pretty tricky at times as your character is moving themselves, trying to line it up at the perfect game tick. But currently, Zeman Time going for the DD once again, being pretty barrage heavy, since Shawfriend can't really change his prayers too often on the mobile. It does make it quite difficult. He's unfrozen right now, though, I believe. Will he catch the freeze to stop the momentum that Zeman Time's got?
42 there as well. Shawfriend looks like he's going to be going out. I think Shawfriend will get KO'd if he does actually switch his prayer off prayer melee. It's kind of hard to do all the switches and keep up with your food at the same time. Zeman Time going in for that AGS spec right there, though, trying to catch Shawfriend off guard, but he's sticking with that one prayer. Switching there, getting chanced by that AGS as well.
I was just saw Method message in the Twitch chat, our boss saying, imagine if somebody calls him. He's just playing in this grand finale, whatever, getting really close to getting some prize money, and then bam, incoming call from Mom. Hey, darling, did you make it to your new place yet? Mom, no, not right now. I'm playing for $1,500 in this tournament this weekend.
I mean, Shawfriend did actually say he's just competing for fun even yesterday. Definitely not being one of the strongest opponents that we've seen so far, but I do respect the fact that he's actually entered anyway, and he's just competing for fun regardless.
Yeah, he's having a good time. That's what this is all about as well. It's a video game after all, despite there being so much competition involved. And like I said before, $1,500 on the line for everybody. He might be playing on his Tesla touchscreen, in which case he doesn't care about the $1,500. Man is minted. Either way, the DD Bridding coming in once again for Zeman Time, just, getting her clicks up to speed for this tournament today. This is the first fight she's had since yesterday, as she is in the loser's bracket. Went through the winner's bracket first.
Oh, he does go for a dragon crossbow spec there, blasting his opponent with that, making sure that he gets that insane fire damage.
Yeah, I've not seen the Dragonfire spec coming in yet. We've seen a few Star for Lights, though, to be fair. We actually saw a Star for the Light spec yesterday coming in from 1013. He fat finger misclicked, but it didn't make a difference. He hasn't lost a single fight in this tournament so far. Looks like Zeman Time still chipping away at Shawfriend's HP. Shawfriend on mobile, actually catching the freeze and then going for a little fakie in the whip hit as well. I mean, honestly, if he comes back and somehow wins this, I will be so surprised. I'll eat my hat.
It would be funny to see, but I don't think it's gonna happen. It seems like he's sticking with one player right now, and he's just switching between his crossbow and his whip. Trying to go for that barrage there, but I doubt he'll catch it. Zeman Time catching the freeze yet again, trying to go for the AJS swag. I'm not sure why she's faking him as much as she
well, he
is.
just can't change his prayers very easily. There's not really any need to fakey constantly. You just, whatever he's praying, just use the other thing constantly until he changes and then use something else, because it's going to be so difficult to keep switching between all the tabs when you're on mobile. I think Shawfriend's pretty much given up at the moment. He's not even hitting back right now. He's down just too much hit points. Zeman Time making short work. It does look like his mother has called him, checking up on how he's doing.
Yeah,
I think he has DC'd.
Completely standing still right now. He actually might have DC'd here or closed the application, and it looks like it's going to be a free win for Zeman Time, advancing through the round to fight Minza.
Yeah, usually if players do DC, if the other player does agree to it, as we saw yesterday with Grey actually agreeing to a rematch at one point, respectfully done by her, we kind of knew the outcome of this fight, so I very much don't expect to see this one being done once again. But hey, once again, props to Shawfriend for really turning up and playing for fun, even if it's just on mobile, having a good time. Zeman Time does get a very nice, easy win there, going into the losers round 4 bracket. If she wins that fight, she guarantees herself a place in the World Championship 2 weeks from now. I believe that Ayasu potentially might not have turned up for his fight either. If we look at the bottom of the bracket, it looks like Goofy Llama gets a 2-0 victory.
Was a no-show, meaning that Ayasu... Sorry, not... No. Ayasu was a no-show, so Goofy gets a free bye to fight King Zam. And I do believe our next fight will most likely be Grizz versus Violate.
Yes, it does look like we'll be watching Grizz versus Violate. Both these guys belonging to the clan Solid Tag, who are notoriously known for their singles clan PKing Deep Wilderness. All these guys gearing up in Maximum Magician. If you've ever gone solo PKing Deep Wild, I'm sure you've probably been fooled in by this team at some point or another. Adam Zor being the leader of Solid Tag, although just because you're a leader doesn't mean you're an insane hybrid. Usually the leaders of clans are more so in that position because of their well-respected nature and being someone that has the ability to lead and to be a good organizer and to keep all of their members in check, etc. Grizz also belonging to Solid Tag. Would you say he is potentially the better hybrid here? We saw some great stuff from him in previous fights.
I would say Grizz, from what I know between the two, I would say Grizz is the better hybrid. Adams will definitely be good enough to beat him, though it should still be somewhat of an even matchup. I do think Grizz has the upper hand skill-wise. Not entirely sure if Violet is going to be able to beat him, though.
Interesting to see, to be honest. And regardless of what happens, I guess they're both representing the same clan. So they'll be pretty happy, of course, with the win.
Yeah, I don't think whoever wins, I don't think it's going to be exactly very rough on them. I don't think they care too much. They are both good friends, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Regardless, I would be happy to see Grizz continue in this competition. I do know him as a very all-around humble guy, and he's a very good hybrid. Not seen him too much in Tribrid, so not entirely sure on what the situation is there. But from what I saw yesterday, he is able to keep up with that as well. Actually taken out a fair few amount of opponents, but I do believe he lost to another clanmate of his, which was Monkeys, who also lost to 1013.
Yes, they might actually end up fighting again in a rematch later on in the losers round brackets. Another fight that I'm extremely excited to see, which we'll see after these ones, is going to be Degenerate Damage versus Kemp Q Soz. Of course, Martin, Kemp Q, being a content creator that everyone knows and loves. He's been around for many years now, making content on the old YouTube, belonging to many DMM events. participating in the finals numerous times, being a bit of a beast at LMS as well, getting multiple accounts equipped with all the untradables that you can get to. And of course, Degenerate used to lead Frontline as well, which is pretty sick. He used to be quite a big streamer as well, streaming daily up in Deep Wilderness. He's been around for many, many years, a very experienced hybrid. It'd be interesting to see if he actually has that build that's maxed today, as opposed to a 75 attack build, as last time he didn't.
He was playing on a med level with 99 defense and 75 attack, so he is at a disadvantage in terms of his melee. It didn't really seem like he was using it that much anyway, though, so either way, he should be able to put up a decent fight versus ChemQ. Yesterday, I will say, I actually do believe he lost because he went on that account. Today, we are watching Grizz versus Adamsor. Sorry, I don't know why we were about to jump in with Skate just because we were on the topic of it. But so far, Grizz starting off strong, getting 3 bolts right there. Semi-decent as well, taking about 80 HP away from Adamsor, followed by that 21 barrage. Getting a couple bolts on the robes as well. Grizz making sure that his opponent isn't going to hit him on robes, doing some very nice one-take 4-ways right there as well. Really catching Adamsor off guard.
Oh my god, just quickly before we jump into this fight, I actually got a message from Shaw Friends to our production team. He said parking on the side of a highway is a traffic violation. So I ended up getting a ticket, and that's why I had to stop playing.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Oh, no, bless him.
Grizz just said he's lagging right now. Adamsor is still attacking him though, not really caring. Seems like they are both offing each other. Grizz did take a 60 damage claw right there though. Grizz is eating up right now. Seems like they are doing a respectable thing and waiting here.
They might even go in for a rematch based on the bad luck here. But now they're going to continue respectfully for us. It looks like Violate is up by quite a bit of HP. 32 into the 35 barrage. Action does catch that freeze, though manages to get the DD underneath. Grizz staying in the fight as best he can, despite the lag that he's currently having to experience. Wow, that was a claw chance right
getting claw chance right there. Grizz only specking about 40 damage, only needing to hit a 60 to take Violate out for the first fight. So far, though, I still think Grizz is in the lead. Violate did get some damage while Grizz said he was lagging. I'm not entirely sure what the situation was there. It could be that it was just a lag that caused him to miss the prayer, but we can't really know that. Regardless, Grizz seems to be hitting Adamsor a decent amount on the roads, really getting the DPS in. Violate does get 1 extra hit in there, though, but followed by 29 barrage from Grizz, pulling his momentum back. But Violate triple leading back up to full HP right there.
Getting hit a 25 whip through the prayer on the robes. Looks like Action's really trying to swing this fight back into his favor. Keep out the pressure. Nice little step back into the claw there. But only hitting a 0, unfortunately, on the prey melee, on the tank as well. Guys are just slightly off the screen, so we can't see quite what they're up to. But we can see Action right now is bashing his opponent some bolts, trying to catch this next freeze as best he can, faking left and right. Both players hitting 0s non-stop right now, though. Catching that freeze, beautiful Violate. He stepped so far away that his opponent had to actually zoom out and had to take a second to actually catch the freeze back again. Luckily for Action, though, Grizz, he did catch that freeze to stop Violate in his tracks before he got DD'd upon, and momentum could have shifted in his way. I believe both players have a claw spec coming up very shortly as well, and that's a huge 40 bolt for Violate. My gosh, Adamsor really keeping the pressure up right now. He needs to catch his next freeze before Action does, or
getting some hits in, while Grizz is just getting no damage at all. Taking a 44 whip right there into the bolt chance by Violate. Seems like Grizz is really taking a lot of damage here. He's lost whatever lead he had for sure. Sitting on about 20 HP right now, taking the moment here. No, he is stepping back into the fight, not even taking a moment to eat up. Seems like he's just running all over the place right now. Not entirely sure if he's already out of food. He's only sitting about 35 HP, not really eating up right now.
I believe he does have a claw spec coming up soon as well, so maybe he's just desperately waiting for that. I think he has just eaten a bit as he's stopped doing some DPS momentarily. No, he's actually got no food left. Violate can't be too far behind, though. Adamsor at the start had a bit of a rough beginning, but Action does catch the freeze there, goes to the DD double barrage. He gets 35'd in his tracks. He's not dead yet, though.
Trying to get that claw off, but getting bolted a 41 right there. He just needs to do any damage right now to take Grizz out. It wouldn't surprise me if Grizz is on 1 HP and he does get taken out by that 9 barrage right there. That is a 1-0 to Adamsor, and Grizz are needing to do a reverse sweep right now on Adamsor in order to stay in the tournament. This is the losers bracket, so this is the final chance they have at competing.
Yeah, in this tournament, absolutely. Violate, I think, throughout that whole fight, actually had kind of the upper hand and really kept the pressure going. He had a claw spec at the end there as well to finish action off if he needed it, but it wasn't necessary for him. Grizz action now, like you said before, having to come back and win 2 in a row to take this win right now. Best of 3. We are in the losers bracket. There is $1,500 on the line today, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you once again for tuning into that. Whoever wins this fight will be going up against Con the Don, and Con the Don was actually knocked out by...
I do believe it was Sanctified that Condor
yeah,
got knocked out by getting 2-0'd by Sanctified there. Looking at the tracker for that fight though, we have Violate with 50 hits to Grizz's 46. Grizz having 57%, praise correct to Violate 60%. Violate massively overdealing from his deserved damage though, while Grizz only slightly overdealing from his deserved damage.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be jumping into the next fight momentarily. I think these guys are actually hopping worlds. I can imagine that one of them is probably a EU contestant that couldn't maybe get into the EU brackets, so decided to go into this one because there was just so many sign-ups for the EU. And I guess as it was the first tournament as well of the Method Mayhem event, it was oversubscribed, and then everyone had to like jump into different brackets if they weren't able to tune in. So once they've hopped worlds, that will mean that whoever was on the bad ping will have a bit of an advantage. And I do imagine that I was Grizz that had the disadvantage there being EU, so they're going to an EU world then. So didn't Grizz actually just win that fight? No, he lost it to Violate. Okay, that makes sense why then he was in a bit of a deficit with the bad lag. So I mean, if he'll have a chance now for sure, a much better chance to try and come back. Playing on ping, of course, being like 100 to 200 ping, like US West for me personally is almost unbearable. It ends up being like tick delay, 2 tick delay sometimes.
Is definitely a pain. You're looking at sitting at about 180, sometimes even more ping. I myself get about 170 in these worlds, and it is unbearable to play sometimes, in my opinion.
Yeah, you end up like, obviously in hybrid fights when, it's got to be tick perfect, and we always talk about like, especially 10-13 with his switches all being perfectly executed. If you miss a switch or you're a game tick too late, it can be really difficult to really get those prayers in the right time, and you give such a big advantage to your opponent. Right, so now action, Grizz being 1-0 down is in the superior ping, so that's really respectful of Violet as well, of course, for actually allowing that to happen. These guys are both clanmates, so that's why they're doing it, just for the show and to have more of a fairer fight. This is the NA West tournament circuit, so usually these guys are all going to be on the NA West unless the players decide together that they're okay to switch worlds. Looks like action starting off nicely with that barrage and being frozen by Violate straight afterwards though. Lots of zeros being chipped away at each other. Both players having their full spec. Action trying to go for it, but Violate too quick on the sticks there. Surprisingly as well, since Violate is playing off ping right now, he's doing really good at evading the claw specs constantly.
Yeah,
Violate
finally Grizz manages to get that claw spec off, but it was on prayer. Right now, Violate catching that in his tank, actually, with his Mystic top on. Seems like, though, that strategy is working out for some people. In the EU bracket, we barely saw it working out for anyone out of the 25 casters. I do believe, like, 2 of them hit or something crazy like that. But so far, for NA West, it's been working out.
Yeah, my apologies. I was saying they were moving to an EU world to be respectful, but actually the case was just that they were on before was just a bit too laggy, and that's why they hopped, not to try and change the ping to allow Grizz more of an advantage. Looks like Violate coming with the claw spec, hitting a 0. Action just about getting his prey melee up in time there. Only getting hit a 20 as a result, and a 23 bulk to follow. Action.
Yeah, Adamzor having a significant lead right now on Grizz by the looks of things. Hitting a 39 bolt right there. Adamzor really staying in the lead here, not really allowing Grizz to do any damage to him. Still being up about 150 damage, I'd say, right now. Grizz definitely being on the receiving end, constantly been in defensive mode. Haven't really got much of a chance to go offensive on his opponent, and it's really unfortunate to see because Grizz truly does have the potential to put up a good fight, but he is just not being allowed to right now.
He has to pray melee constantly as well currently because his opponent does still have spec left, which is why he's like trying to camp it quite a lot. And as a result, Violate's getting so many free hits on him. Adamzor doing absolute work right now, but does get hit a bolt spec back. Action's gonna go for the freeze here, I imagine, and trying to stop his opponent in his tracks. Does splash though, and Violate comes back in with another freeze as well to match, but also splashing their hits, running back and forth. Beautiful whip by Action on the run, hitting a 40 right there, going straight into the mage again straight afterwards. Catching the freeze here is imperative for him.
Gets a 32 barrage again, as well. Some really nice DPS right there. Might get a bolt, yeah, does get a 22 bolt right there. Really adding up the damage right now that he so desperately needs to even out the lead that Adamzor has on him.
Yeah, currently the 35 barrage coming in
as
from
we say that, though, it seems
crazy.
like Adamsaw is regaining that lead just as we speak.
37
and
whip too.
37 right there, followed by a bolt on the ropes for a 19. Grizz, yet again, coming back to being in defensive mode. He's not really getting a chance to fight back right now, unfortunately. He's taking damage non-stop.
Just, yeah, Adamsaw is doing such a good job right now of keeping this pressure up and just turned that one freeze into so much damage potential. That whip it started with. And now getting hit a 39 back, though, by Action. Grizz has come back to the fight. A bolt proc going for a 32. He's bringing it back slightly, but it feels like it's a little bit too late at the moment. Both players have a claw spec coming up very shortly, too, which I assume is coming in right now. 0 coming in and 20 or so damage by Action to a 10 bolt. I mean, it's something. He needed some bigger hits there really to come back into this fight fully, but I guess he'll take any advantage he can get currently. I imagine Adamsaw's got a claw spec coming up very shortly too as well now, so that's why Grizz is keeping some distance. 60
HP right now, though, not really eating up. It seems like Grizz might be out of food here. It wouldn't really surprise me by how much damage he's taken so far. Violate also sitting fairly low, getting whip chance right there, actually. Grizz straight into the bolt. Violate triple eating up, getting that HP up right before Grizz seems to be out of food here and might lose any second now.
I think both players are almost out of supplies, if not out of supplies. I think Adamsaw probably has a little bit left, which is why he's just eating up again. That might be his last brute he's just eaten, though. Claw spec coming in, 33 from Violate right there. His last claw spec as well. Kevin, the DD advantage, hitting a 31 barrage too. Action now starting to use Redemption, being on to 20 HP, 5 hit points. Did not get the Redemption proc out, might get it here, but if Violate keeps maging, he should be able to finish this one out with a clear first win victory. Action not giving up, though, putting the bolt pressure on. 13 bolt. Violate down to 30 HP too. 29 into the 2, and he gets finished.
And Grizz actually does go down to that
Wow.
17 that... I can't believe I managed to miss that. I had to reply to my dad, unfortunately. I actually managed to miss the last part of that fight. Grizz actually putting up a really good fight towards the end there, though. But still, that means Adamsaw has advanced through the bracket, and Grizz is now out of the tournament, unfortunately for him. I was honestly expecting Grizz to win that, but it seems like Grizz fighting off ping truly has been his demise. He didn't really get much of a chance to go on the offensive in that fight up until towards the end.
Yeah, massive disadvantage there being off ping, of course. It was so close towards the end. We had such an amazing comeback, Grizz. But unfortunately for him, that second bolt after that barrage, he did no damage, and he was cleared up really quickly. Couldn't get any of his redemption procs off at the right time. He missed one of them, of course, playing off ping. It's very hard to time those redemption procs to be tick perfect. That does mean that Adamsaw does go through to the next round to fight Conda Don in the losers round 4 bracket, coming very shortly. Now, unfortunately, Ayasu, who was a bit of a demon yesterday as well, he isn't around today. He had to no-show.
Like
I guess some real life stuff came up. Unfortunately, he can't be on his mobile, as we saw from a previous contestant. But we are going to watch instead Degenerate versus Kemp Q. This is a very anticipated fight that we've talked about quite a bit. Oh, wait a second. Oh, never mind. Looks like Degenerate
Looks like Skate has not showed up today, so he is a no-show as well, which means KemQ is fighting monkeys instead, and we have another person.
Well, that means that we only saw 2 fights from the losers round 3 as 2 contestants didn't turn up, and one of the contestants of those 4 as well was on mobile, so we only really watched one like proper intense fight there. That means that this next losers round 4 though is all to play for. It is so intense because the top 4 players from the losers round 4 guarantee themselves a spot in the World Championship 2 weeks from now with $3,000 on the line. So we're watching Minza versus Zementime, Con the Don versus Adamsaw, and we also have King Sam versus Goofy Llama. King Sam went down to 10-13 actually, but he didn't. Sorry, he went down to Gosu, who lost to 10-13. He was a bit of a beast as well, from what I remember. Goofy Llama representing Frontline, we think, not 100% sure. OG Monkfish we saw lose to who do you know? Oh, to 10-13 as well, and then going up against Kemp Q. So we've got quite the interesting bracket ahead of us. We should be starting with Minza shortly, but still, we have to wait for Minza to come. I think he's not here right now. What are your predictions for this bracket, Kemp Q? I'm sorry, Kemp Q. What are your predictions for this bracket? My man West Ham. I was reading the bracket there when I said that.
Well, apologies. It seems like Minza is a no-show as well. But look at the other bracket though. I think Violet is probably going to win against Condodon. Condodon having put up a very good performance so far. Might give Adamsaw a run for his money though. If I had to bet between King Sam and Goofy Llama really putting in some good work yesterday. Might be able to win, but still, Not entirely sure. The fight between Monkeys and KempQ as well should be fairly even between the two. Both of them having done an extremely good job so far. Kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, I don't know who to put my money on really when it comes to this. Last few fights we've got in the losers round bracket. I think the favourites for me right now, based on the experience that I've seen, King Sam, absolute beast, but he's got such a tough opponent, Goofy Llama. KempQ, of course, is a good friend of mine, so I guess I'm quite biased in here, but I really do hope he goes through as well and manages to claim a spot in the World Championship with some great extra footage for his YouTube videos too. Zeman Time right now, I believe, is the final lady left in at this competition too. So she's gone really, really far, and she's only one fight away too from getting a spot in that World Championship. Unfortunately, it looks like Minza is not going to show up. Unfortunately, yesterday she did not show up either. I don't think she was late to the tournament or something, and as a result had to be given a bye. We are working on a schedule right now, of course, to get through all these fights. We have a long broadcast ahead of us. It's like a 7-hour show each of these 2 days, so we can't really have much wiggle room. We do wait for people as best we can, but you know, all the contestants do know ahead of time what time they need to be on, when they need to check in by, all that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, Minza was not here yesterday. As a result, she got pushed down to the losers bracket, and I think as a result of that, because she wasn't here, she hasn't showed up today either. Which is a little bit disappointing, to be honest. But thank you to everyone else. It's been really prompt for the most part. These competitions and these tournaments we've been running have been really, really clean, and people have been very respectful of everyone's time as well. So, as a result, since Minza did not show up, Zeman Time does go through, which means Zeman Time has guaranteed herself a place in the World Championship 2 weeks from now. She got such a lucky draw there from the losers round brackets. She managed to get a free win from Shorefriend, because Shorefriend was on mobile, and then her opponent didn't turn up in the next round either, so she's gone through and has a place, and she's only a few fights away now as well from potentially getting some of that prize money as well. In which case, I believe the next fight is going to be Con the Don versus Adamzor. So, Con the Don and Adamzor. Adamzor, we know, we just saw him fight a minute ago versus Grizz. He was one of the leaders of Solid Tag, as we mentioned briefly. Who is Con the Don? Do we know this guy very, very well?
He's a bit of a small streamer that's been PKing deep bulb from what I've seen before.
Nice.
I'm not entirely sure if he's been active on Twitch lately, though. I did know that he was active about a year ago, so I'm not entirely sure how much he streams right now or anymore, sorry. But it should still be an even fight between the two. But it looks like we are going to be watching Sam versus Goofy Llama, actually.
Sam versus Goofy Llama now? Oh!
Yeah, I mean, looking at the stream, it does say that we are going to be watching Sam and Goofy Llama. Regardless, I'm not.
Oh, did I get the? Oh, I got the wrong. I'm really bad at reading the brackets sometimes, man. My apologies. Okay, King Sam versus Goofy Llama. So King Sam, we saw being knocked out by Gosu, who then got knocked out by 10-13. But King Sam, so far, again, we haven't seen him fight too much, actually. Do you know this guy very well, King Sam?
No, yeah, again, I actually have no idea. Yesterday, someone said he was frontline, but it seems like no one's claiming responsibility. No one has any idea what team he's in.
Okay.
Apparently, it's just an alt account that goes around in PvP, but I've seen him in PvP, and he's put up some really good fights in PvP, being a really good hybrid, so I'm not entirely sure who it could be.
Interesting. Well, my apologies again for getting that wrong. We were going to go in for Con the Don and Adamzor, but it looks like Con the Don isn't quite ready yet. We don't think, so we give it a couple more minutes as we have given to everybody to turn up. We'll be jumping in with King Sam versus Goofy Llama, representing Frontline momentarily. I expect great things from both these players. I think this will be quite an evenly matched playing field. And of course, both these guys being opponents in Deep Wilderness and in the clanning scene as well. Starting off with King Sam chucking a whip and a bolt in. Goofy Llama going to go for that freeze now. No, faking to the bolt and hitting a 0 on the robes, but catching his opponent side by side. These players being able to try.
Trading a 30 for a 43 there. Some really big whips coming out straight away. Still, Goofy Llama going for that spec, not hitting too much, only about 10 damage coming out of that claw spec right there. I do believe that is the first claw that we've seen so far as well. Trading in the second claw there for 15 damage versus that 41 bolt, so definitely not the best trade. King Sam getting bought with another 29. Ooh. Both of them chancing each other actually with that claw spec right there. Could have been a double KO.
Imagine.
Fortunately for both of them, neither of them died. Right now, yeah, King Sam is bolting his opponent, and it looks like Goofy does have the DD advantage here.
Yeah, one free prayer, one not, but still both claw specs actually being able to chance their opponents. Goofy Llama right now, DD and getting a couple free hits off on King Sam, chucking a few whips in here too. We love to see it. Loads of whips, actually. There's some players that are just way more dominant with the whip combos, but unfortunately for him, he's not really hitting much damage right now, despite getting all those hits off prayer. King Sam also
it does seem
too.
It does seem like the hybrids, the people that regularly hybrid prefer the whip over going for the range or the mage, for example. Definitely being more keen on melee, but it doesn't seem to be working out all that great for King Sam right now. He's taking a decent bit of damage and not really dealing much back.
Yeah, currently King Sam catching that free is really important for him, as he's unfrozen his opponent as well. A 25 bolt through the prayer for Goofy Llama, the 32 whip to follow. His RNG is really starting to power up at the moment, but he gets frozen in his tracks. Actually, no, he doesn't.
Gets
35
another
well.
good whip, not even with the defender on right there, whipping in his square shield and still getting some good RNG. Seems like King Sam is trying his very hardest right now to even out the lead that Goofy Llama has on him.
Yeah, Goofy Llama up quite a bit of HP currently. Both players will get their third spec back before the end of this fight, of course, having used it up quite early on. Nice freeze from Goofy as King Sam sidesteps 30 bolt through the prayer right there. It might have been on Robestone. It was a bolt proc too. If that wasn't a bolt proc, if that was a bolt proc on the right prayer, it would be like a 40 to 50 plus damage hit. King Sam now sitting full HP, hitting a 29 back. So, keep the pressure up against Goofy Llama. And a 26 to follow as well. He's staying in this fight reasonably well right now. Some really nice bolts. Trying to catch the freeze too, while Goofy Llama has to be eating up hit points. A 19 whip through the prayer as well. King Sam is really turning up to 11 right now. He's sticking in the fight and doing his best, not giving up, despite the bad RNG he was dealt early on. Goofy Llama does catch that freeze, though, to hopefully elongate the lead that he has.
Yeah, I mean, King Sam definitely trying to even out the lead, but still looks like he's not doing that well on the damage right now. Barraging in his tank there with the Mystic top one, splashing, getting a whip on the robes, hitting a 0 yet again, not really getting any damage in, while Goofy is just slowly but surely getting some damage. And King Sam just hitting zeros. But as I say, that does get a 41 bolt right there. Goes in for the claw, gets bolted a 48. Didn't even see a bolt proc go off there. King Sam sitting extremely low HP, might even be out of food. Seems like Goofy is trying to get that third claw spec off right now.
Yeah, I think Goofy's RNG here has been absolutely insane. King Sam now having quite a bit of a deficit, I believe, despite having that bit of a comeback a minute ago. Goofy Llama kind of closed it off by, absorbing a lot of that claw spec. A 34 whip, though, from King Sam. He's doing great.
Into the oval bolt proc, but only for a 17, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It seems like Goofy has the superior RNG between the two, and King Sam is just not hitting enough. It gets hit a 25 whip through the prey and tank right there, and followed by a 21. I mean, it seems like Goofy Llama has a fairly secure win right here.
Yeah, claw spec coming for both players now, having been regenerated. King Sam, be interested to see how he utilizes it, if he can actually turn the tables here.
King Sam has already dumped his third claw spec.
Oh, he just dumped it a second ago. My apologies.
Yes, well, Goofy Llama is the only one with 50% right now.
Well, still catching that freeze was integral then, since he doesn't have a claw spec, his opponent still does. Keeping the distance here is going to be really important, being on only 20 HP of no food left. I imagine Goofy Llama still has a bit of food left in his inventory, but only with one hit left to go for Goofy Llama. It looks like he's going to clutch this one and have it in the bag for himself. One more hit remaining, probably going to go for that barrage.
No, going for the claw spec there, and does get the right RNG, dealing
there
2 zeros followed by the 14-15 so that he can't get the redemption off. So that is a 1-0 for Goofy.
Yeah, perfectly executed, and really smart strategy there to keep the Dragon Claw spec right up until the end to ensure that his opponent doesn't get those redemptions proc off when they're only on 30 hit points to elongate the fight and potentially turn it around. But I think Goofy Llama there, as we're going to see from the PB tracker momentarily, I think he did deserve to win that one. King Sam just couldn't really get his foot in the door. The RNG that his opponent had on him, those constant 40s, the 48 we saw at one point as well. Every time King Sam kind of did a bit of damage, he just wasn't able to come back. Actually, saying that, looking at the PvP tracker, it looks like King Sam actually came up on top in terms of his play there. He had 74 hits to Goofy Llama's 66.
And he actually did have the more deserved damage, having 80 extra deserved damage on Goofy right there. But Goofy having the superior RNG, like we suspected, it seemed like King Sam just being constantly on the defensive. I mean, it's really interesting to see that King Sam, despite being on the defensive so many times in that fight, still manages to come out on top.
Yeah, more hits off prayer as well. Just the RNG difference there was quite huge. Goofy Llama expecting to do 444 damage and doing almost 600. That is a massive swing around. And to be fair to King Sam, he almost came back at the end there. He just couldn't seem to really catch those imperative freezes to really come back into the fight. Currently, that's a lead to Goofy Llama then, 1-0 in this best of 3 losers bracket. We're jumping to the second fight. Goofy Llama needs one more to go through and to knock Sam out altogether. This is Sam's last chance right now, of course, both players' last chance to really continue to go through. And whoever wins this fight as well does guarantee themselves a spot in the World Championship 2 weeks from now with a $3,000 prize pool. Looks like Goofy does start the fight off with the freeze and trying to get a few free hits in here, but not managed to do much. Getting a few bolts and such, a 24 just hit right there to chip away at King Sam's RNG. King Sam really hoping that his RNG was only just a bit of a mishap last fight and can really bring this one back, because he's shown that he has the potential, and as a hybrid, he's outplayed his opponent last fight. It's just the case that if he can't get the numbers that he needs to hit at the right times, that's just the game for you, isn't it? It can go either way.
Yeah, I mean, it does come down to RNG a lot of the time. King Sam getting claw spec about a 20 there. Not the highest of claws, but then again, Goofy did do it on tank and on prayer, so I'm not really that surprised.
King Sam shouting no in the chat as he avoids Goofy Llama's King claw specs really beautifully, actually. And then Goofy's like, nope, your claw spec's not going to work either on me. These guys having a bit of fun right now as they're battling it out together. King Sam being hit a 20 bolt proc right there. Goofy Llama going for the freeze. Claw spec, Fakey into the freeze again. Manages to catch the freeze as well. No, he splashes. King Sam returns with a bolt. Doesn't hit anything on the robes, unfortunately for him. Another one, 32 that time. Deserved damage, of course, since his opponent was in low defense gear on the wrong prayer as well. As a result, Goofy Llama tries to eat up a little bit to regain some consciousness and kind of put the pressure back on again, having that DD advantage, but King Sam wanting to close that off as best as possible. 19 barrage to stop him in his tracks. Any second now will be unfrozen and will start to hopefully try to switch it around. There's the last claw spec for him coming out, hitting a 0. Goofy Llama returning with a claw spec as well on Prey Melee, not the biggest hit. We saw an open bolt spec as well. Goofy Llama right now, I think, is potentially down in food a little bit.
Yeah, so far it looks like King Sam is doing a lot better this fight than what he has been in the previous one. Regardless, it seems like Goofy's RNG still staying strong. As I say that though, he does get bolted a 40. So King Sam actually getting the RNG that he so desperately needed the last fight. Might be able to tie this up to a 1-1 and make the last fight really come down to the wire.
Yeah, King Sam's looking great right now, and Goofy can't really get the same RNG that he had in the last fight. He does get the DD advantage once again, though. He's going to have that a few times now, but isn't really doing much with it. Can't seem to get any hits off prayer, and King Sam at the moment is doing a great job of retaliating hits 1-for-1. Goes for the freeze beautifully as his opponent sidestep, doesn't catch it, though. And once again, just 0's being traded off. 30 barrage on King Sam by Goofy, though. Nicely done. Hitting a 33.
Really getting the momentum right now, snowballing that RNG. Seems like King Sam, yet again, being on the defensive, does get that DD, but Goofy trading a whip right there on the robes off prey, but hitting a 0. King Sam here taking the time to heal up and repot. Still, seems like Goofy is being on the offensive. King Sam not really getting much damage in right now, as Goofy is just continuing to snowball that RNG. Getting bolted on robes there. King Sam only hitting a 3. Does get whip chance by Goofy Llama. Not out of food just yet, though. King Sam triple leading up to full HP right there.
King Sam does decide to eat up as best he can right there. That exchange really wasn't doing much damage back again, and Goofy Llama's RNG is starting to heat up a little bit more, but the 21 whips from King Sam, he's not giving up. Hits on robes are free as well. Goofy Llama's mage RNG has been pretty disgusting, although saying that, King Sam's hit a 35 whip there. I think it's pretty neck and neck at the moment. Claw spec coming in for King Sam, only hitting a 21 on the tank, on the prey melee. Goofy Llama predicting that one really beautifully, and then DDing once again. He's a player that likes to reflect and like take it chill. Nice claw spec off prayer there as he sidestepped out, but unfortunately for him,
Sam getting bored on the robes there. Fortunately for him, only for a 0. Still staying strong with that whip and not really dealing a lot of damage. Does get bolted another 43 as well. King Sam definitely being on the receiving end. He's not really getting any RNG. Whipping a 0 on robes. I think King Sam's RNG is just in the bin. He's not able to do any damage, and Goofy is just continuously keeping him on the defensive. Sorry, ran out of words there.
A nice split done there from King Sam, running all the way to the side of the map to try and get some free hits off on Goofy Llama, but Goofy Llama did stop in his tracks as he ran back in once again. 27 barrage from King Sam. I think it's pretty even right now, although saying that, I do believe that King Sam is potentially on the back burner still, despite we've seen some great plays from him. Just lots of 0s. Goofy Llama gets the freeze, and King Sam's unfrozen at the same time, though. Catching the next freeze, super important for him. He does manage to catch it, but gets frozen straight next to his opponent. Both players right now having the tribord advantage, be able to switch between 3 attack styles.
Staff bashing as well. Bolting his opponent on robes again for a 0. Does go for another staff bash. And it looks like King Sam is shortly going to be going down here. Goofy being up a significant amount. Really doesn't have to worry that much. Both of them should have a claw spec fairly soon. Yet again, Goofy's RNG really pulling through. Gets an opal bolt spec. 41 followed by a 13 right now. Does bolt King Sam on the half tank right there. King Sam really trying to stay in this fight, but it is not looking very good for him. Gets whipped for a 28 again. Really needing some insane RNG right now, but I will say I do think King Sam is about to go down just any second here.
I think it's too little too late right now for him to really come back. 32 barrage there isn't enough. The 20 whip does finish it off them. And yeah, Goofy Llama takes the win once again. That's a 2-0 victory for him. Moving on to the next round. That means he's confirmed himself a place as well in the World Championship 2 weeks from now with a $3,000 prize pool. Mark it in your calendar, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss out on that one. Some of the best hybrids in the game going at it for a big prize pool and all to play for, including, you know, the bragging rights of saying your clan is the best and we have the best hybrids in the game. Well, looks like Goofy Llama goes through, and his next fight is going to be up against either Monkeys, Monkfish, or Soz, Kemp Q, the content creator that we've been waiting very patiently to see. I'm excited to check out this next fight, actually, with these two individuals. Before we do, though, I think we do have a PvP tracker, if you'd like to check it out. Yeah,
looking at that PvP tracker, we have King Sam yet again, being up on the deserved damage,
RNG?
being up on the prayers, but getting RNG'd for the second time. Very unfortunate as well, because this is the losers bracket, so King Sam losing this, getting RNG twice here in a row, actually puts him out of the tournament completely. Goofy definitely not deserving to win that fight. Still, it coming down to the RNG, and King Sam is out of the tournament now, which is very unfortunate. It's so sad to see people really just go down to RNG, even though they are performing better than their opponent. But that is the game we play, lads, and that's just how we're going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can go either way, swings and roundabouts and all that. It'll even out eventually, and maybe in this next fight that he has, Goofy Llama's RNG might let up a little bit, giving Monkfish or Kemp Q a little bit of an advantage in that respect too. Next fight we're jumping into, finally, is the beast himself, Kemp Q, on my main that doesn't have Legends Quest done. So apologies for that once again.
Yeah, so wait, no, never mind.
Con the Dawn is back.
He's so back. It looks like Con the Dawn has returned, and he will be going against Adam Zor now.
Yeah,
Con the Dawn being a no-show just a bit earlier, that he did give him a few extra minutes to turn up, and he has turned up, ready to fight Adam Zor now. Going to be an interesting fight between the two. Con the Dawn having performed extremely well throughout this tournament. I will say my money is probably on Adam Zor for him to win, though, I must say.
Yeah, my apologies there again. I wasn't too sure if Con the Dawn had turned up. Just got confirmation that he has got in last minute. So we're going to be watching his fight. Violate being a leader of Solid Tag, and Con the Dawn being a bit of a machine too. You said he live streams a little bit as well, D Wilderness, didn't you?
Yeah, he does. He has streamed before. Usually used to stream around the Rev Caves and like the Chins area, streaming Debug PK from what I know. But I haven't really seen him much lately. It could just be that he hasn't came up in my recommended or anything like that. But regardless, I do think he's going to put up a decent fight versus Adam Zor here.
Well, he probably wants to, not allow his opponents to really read his strategies and the way that he PKs and all that kind of stuff. This game is a mind game, really, of rock, paper, scissors, range, mage, and melee, trying to catch your opponent on the right prayers and predict what they're going to do and be one step ahead of each other. In terms of expectations, who do you think has the slight advantage here, having seen Con the Dawn do some live streams yourself and seen him PKing, and then as well as Violate, obviously Adam Zor being around for a long time?
I think Adam Zor does have the upper hand here, for sure.
Okay, sweet. Well, he's representing Solid Tag as one of the last Solid Tag members that's actually in the tournament, and doing a great job as a clan leader, really, of showing he deserves to be here as well. I'm excited to see this one. I don't have any channel points left to predict with, but Twitch chat, if you'd like to chuck in your channel point predictions for Con the Dawn or Adam Zor, feel free to do so now. We are nearing the end of this competition today. A few hours left of the broadcast. We're about halfway through today's show. The winner of this fight, again, like I said before, will be going up against Zementime, the last lady left in the tournament, who managed to get a free buy last fight from Minza. And if Con the Dawn or Adam Zor win this fight, they also guarantee themselves a place in the finals 2 weeks from now, as a reminder of that. Just wait for these guys to get ready. We've also got a few things to mention to you guys, a few little bits and bobs if you'd like to get involved. So if you guys type !community in the Twitch channel, you can check out the community perks of joining the organization. Check out the Method community team by signing up, becoming a member. It offers all kinds of perks such as exclusive content and opportunities and giveaways. Method also provide help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. So you can get raids from other streamers in the Method team, old school and WoW related ones as well, of course, or maybe even the Method channel shout out itself, or maybe a shout out on Twitter. Make sure you check that out. Exclamation mark merch as well in the Twitch chat. If you're looking for some nice new clothes, some soft garms to check out, some silky robes, as West Ham keeps referring to in the tournament, then feel free to type exclamation mark merch in the chat. Cop yourself some merch, support the organization so they can keep doing tournaments like this one. $1,500 every single weekend being given away, guys. So if you want to check that out, exclamation mark merch in the chat once again. And last but not least, exclamation mark socials in the chat. If you want to, keep up to date and follow the stream so you can watch these tournaments every single weekend they're going on. We're jumping to the next fight, and I believe West had to go AFK for 2 seconds, so I'm solo casting this one from the beginning. We have Adamzor versus Con the Don, with Con the Don actually getting the freeze off the bat and managed to, put the pressure up. But unfortunately for him, not really doing too much with it. Lots of zeros. Violate Adamzor hitting that 33 barrage into 26 whip, really getting that lead there, like almost 100 HP up there with that 20 barrage. He's 100 HP up. I don't think YM's done any damage yet, and that claw spec 24 was beautiful, and a 34 bolt as well, but Violate does close it out with a nice 30 whip to return, and now allowing himself a little bit of breathing room from DDing. Although it's not going to last too long, YM does get unfrozen there, goes in for a combo, and Violate can't anti with the claw spec. He tried to, but YM didn't step underneath him just yet, and he stepped to the side of him, which is a beautiful play by him. Currently, I still think Violate is up quite a bit of hit points, hitting the robes there, not dealing too much damage. There's a claw spec off prayer on robes, 39 for YM. I mean, at 40 is not bad, but you can expect to hit 60s and 70s as well. YM will be unfrozen any moment now. Adam does get the freeze first, though. Manages to DD underneath and hitting a couple bolts here and there off prayer. That's a nice spec on the robes, but unfortunately for Adamzor, doesn't do too much damage. Both his specs being used up currently. YM now having the DD advantage for the first time in this fight. He's been on the back burner the whole time. Adamzor Violate has really kept up the pressure throughout. Made it really difficult, actually, for YM to really get into the fight. And once again here, Violate catching that freeze into a 27 bolt as well. Violate is all over his opponent right now. A 12 whip too. His RNG is really showing. YM can't even hit back, unfortunately, as he's having to just eat up constantly. Welcome back, West Ham.
Thank you. I had to return a call to my baba.
Oh, no problem, mate. For what you've missed so far, basically, Violate Adamzor has been cleaning up nicely. He's had some insane RNG, but equal to that, he's really controlled the fight. He's had most of the freezes, being able to get some DDs in. His claw specs weren't too bad either. A 51
Ooh, 51 bolt. That's 2 away from the max it right there. Oh my god. Probably one of the highest bolts we've seen so far. Adamzor seems to be doing it better right now. You did say Adamzor has a significant lead on his opponent. Seems like YM is still getting a decent bit of damage here and there, though. Maybe getting that damage back that he has lost to that bolt. Adamzor taking a few decent hits on robes as well. Not entirely sure what he's doing there, but yeah, taking another bolt on the robes, not really getting punished all that hard for it, though.
Yeah, it's happened a few times. He's not only that, but he's also, Violate's also been caught on robes with claw specs too. Having the right prayer up, but still getting hit 40s and such. YM getting caught this time on robes, though, for a 32 whip as he catches the freeze. Luckily for him, he can step underneath, he can eat back up again and really compose himself to see which direction this fight goes in. Catching that freeze, Violate really beautifully done there, catching it twice in a row, and YM's actually out of food already now.
Almost bolt KOing Violate, though. He could have actually KO'd him with that Opal bolt spec right there, really turning the fight around, but it seems like he's not even flicking his protection praise. He's staying on that redemption, and it looks like he has gone down to that 15 barrage right there, leaving Adamzor at a 1-0 between the two.
Yeah, Adamzor, like I said from the start, he was getting some really lucky trades. He was getting caught in robes a lot, but equally, he was catching his opponent off prayer, and he was getting some fantastic RNG, as I'm sure we're going to see momentarily from the PvP tracker going on. Fantastic win for Adamzor, of course, one step closer to guaranteeing a spot in the World Championship 2 weeks from now. And this is the losers bracket, of course, too, in a double knockout tournament, so it's all to play for right now. If these guys lose again, they're out altogether. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, this is the final opportunity that they do have to compete in this tournament, and if they do lose now, they have no chance of getting any prize money. I will say, though, I do believe the winner of this fight, the winner of the next 2 fights does qualify for the World Championship.
Nope, it's the winner of this fight. We have our four
it is the winner of this fight? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
we have our 4 contestants from the winner's bracket that have guaranteed a spot, and now we have...
Here's I was wrong.
We have the 4 contestants of the loser's bracket coming up shortly based on this fight going into the next one. I do believe I'm right there. I could be wrong, but regardless, we have the PvP tracker coming up now, if you'd like to go through that one as well, Casper.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that fight, I wasn't there for the start of it or the middle, actually. I kind of came towards the end.
Yeah.
But
I'm not
looking at that tracker, Adamsaw having 43 hits, so YM's 43 hits. 43 hits! If you get 43 hits and a fight is over at that point, that is an RNG win. 100% it is. Adamsaw having 579 damage dealt, only deserving 358. And YM being just short of his deserved damage, having 393 to his 388 actual damage dealt. Both of them having very good freeze RNG, though, I must say. But, I mean, looking at that RNG that Adamsaw had, I'm not surprised to see that he... Wait, no, he didn't even win on the tracker. YM actually had more deserved damage than what Violate did.
Yeah, Violate, like I said, Violate got caught in robes a lot at the start. He just got the most disgusting RNG I think we've seen all day today. He got about 70% more damage than he was deserved to do, which you don't really see that much very often. You occasionally see maybe like 30-40% extra damage, but 50% plus, let alone 60-70%, is a very rare occurrence. He'll be very happy with that, obviously going against someone like YM, who's a bit of a beast as well. Whoever wins this fight goes up against Zeman Time, so we have to pay attention to that soon. But it's not over just yet. This is a best-of-3 match, of course. Adamsaw Violate leads the fight 1-0 currently. Both players freezing themselves a few steps away from each other, and looks like Adamsaw once again is getting the RNG he needs.
Strong, getting about 45 damage right there from those barrages, but YM is bowling him off prey a decent amount here. Still not really hitting a lot though. Seems like Adamsaw has gotten a 30 bolt through the prayer and through the tank, and Condadon getting whip chanced almost like 5 seconds into the fight, bro.
Oh, he even knows it. He's letting his opponent know that's a chance, mate. Are these guys in opposing clans or something? Because usually they don't see that kind of, like, you know, talk unless... Oh, look at that! YM returns the bad mana comment, and it's a 45 bolt. You can't let your guard down, Violate. It's not over until it's over.
Condadon is probably teamless, but Violate getting a decent claw there off the prayer.
Ooh, both claws.
Condadon returning off prey as well, but Adamsaw coming out on top RNG-wise there with a 38 claw to Condadon's 2 claw. Seems like Adamsaw is trying to go for a second claw there. Would have caught his opponent off prey, but he got frozen by that 32 barrage. Some decent damage for Con finally.
Yeah, hitting a 35 there as well into a claw spec, 24 damage. I mean, every little helps right now after a bit of a shaky start. YM is not giving up. And as we saw from the last fight, even though Violate came out on top, it's because he had such disgusting RNG. Nice 54
Violate
from Violate,
getting another nice claw right there, though. Does get bolt chance by YM shortly after.
Yeah, beautiful play there from him, though, still getting unfrozen, perfectly switching to the claws to really bring this fight back into his favor. YM unfrozen, doing runs around the map, but Violate stopping him in his track with that really integral freeze. A few steps away from him, Violate will be unfrozen first, but currently is potentially losing this transition, getting hit a 31 barrage. YM loves me, really putting the pressure on. I think right now, YM might actually be up a little bit of hit points despite taking those big claw damages, but Adam, as I said before, unfrozen straight away before his opponent. But YM, not soon after, is able to, not long after, sorry, is able to get unfrozen, step away quite a bit, catch that refreeze, and maybe go for the DD mechanic as well.
Yeah, I mean, right now they are seeming to just deal about equal amounts of damage here. Violate taking another hit on Robes, not getting punished for it again. Winning that trade, bolting him a 22 shortly after, going for that freeze, takes that 11 on Robes. Not the biggest of hits, but he did have to protect from melee up there. YM, yet again, having the freeze advantage here, might be able to do something with that. We haven't really seen a lot of free hits being dealt this fight. Still, YM dealing a 30 barrage there, kind of winning that trade, only by 9 damage though, so definitely not the lead that he needs. Getting hit 31 barrage shortly after, followed by the bolt here, hitting a 0. Violate staying on top right now, does have the DD advantage, seems to be opting for the barrages, might be going for a second one here as well. Gets whipped to 28 on the ropes there, through the prayer as well by the looks of things.
Yeah,
Violate definitely making a fair few amount of mistakes here.
Yeah, Violet getting caught on the ropes quite a bit there, and YM really making sure that he's getting those bolts off when he can. He's got another claw spec, but stopped in his tracks by Violet right there. I believe Violet will have a claw spec as well as third one coming up any second now, so both players have to be very aware of those freeze timers when their opponents are frozen, being ready on the quick prey melee and the tank gear to minimize whatever damage they can. YM again being caught in ropes there for a 14 bolt only. Claw spec for claw spec coming in.
Trading claws right
Not
there.
too bad.
Again, Adams will taking that on robes. Rightfully so, taking some damage there. To Conodon taking no damage for having his tank on, luckily. But right now, both of them standing underneath each other, just eating up, making sure that they're full HP for whenever they do step out here. Violet getting hit on robes again for a 19, taking another trade. Doesn't seem to be winning the trades so far anyway.
It does get unfrozen, but is frozen straight away by YM, who gets the DD, gets a free hit whip in there as well. Looks like Violet is almost out of food, sitting on only around 35, 40 HP. I think YM has come up on top in this fight, and might be almost out of supplies too, though, but catches that DD once again, is doing a fantastic job just spinning around the map constantly to try and catch his opponent off guard.
Violet is winning the trades right now, though, really getting some DPS in right here at the end. Does bolt a 35 right there. Seems like Conodon still has some food left, so he's eating up his last bit of food right now. Violet trying to make sure that Con doesn't get any hits on him, but he does take a 21 right there. Really needing a redemption. Gets a redemption off. Might be able to do something off. Getting himself back to about 30 HP. Looks like it's about neck and neck between the two right now. Conodon having a freeze advantage. Does bolt Violet on the robes there. Does proc his redemption again. Does get bolted another 29 though. Takes a hit on the robes. And it doesn't proc the redemption there.
Dude, that was so close towards the end there. Violet got several redemptions, but I think he just misclicked a little bit in the robes a bit too much, and YM was able to finish
really
that one
looked like
off.
He choked there towards the end and didn't manage to get his tank on, and you stood in the robes taking a whip hit right there, which ultimately led to him dying. I do think if he had his tank on, he had a significant chance of surviving that whip right there.
Yeah, he should have got his tank on first of all. He was trying to click the spec in the chat, he says. The ending was bad. He must have misclicked slightly, but hey man, there's a lot on the line today, so the nerves definitely do play a big role in it. I've played in tournaments myself before, in the All-Stars tournament. I was shaking like a leaf. I couldn't get myself together, and that ended up being the loss that I deserved as a result. Looks like that is a 1-1 now. Conodon versus Adamzor in this all-to-play-for matchup. Winner of this game goes into the World Championship in 2 weeks' time, and of course is one step closer today of clawing themselves out of the losers bracket and getting themselves a place into the top 3 with $1,500 to play for today. Really exciting stuff. Based on those two fights, I would say personally that I think Conodon is looking stronger. Simply Adamzor just getting caught in his robes a bit too much. I imagine the reason for that is when you're deep wilderness, of course, if you're mostly focusing like clans do, you can, stay in your robes as much as you want because you're not really getting hit back very much. And sometimes staying in those robes, makes your opponent think you're going to start maging them. Whereas in fights like this, you need to really prioritize the tank as best as possible. And currently, I think Conodon's doing a little bit better job of that, isn't he, West Ham?
Yeah, it seems like Con is doing a way better job than Adamzor right now. Adamzor taking a decent amount of hits on robes, unfortunately for him. I think if he can get his tank on a bit more, then that will be the difference between winning and losing for him. But yeah, he did win the first fight, mostly by RNG though, so it really came down to the wire on that last fight, so we will see.
Well, it is a best of 3, of course, in this losers bracket. Almost semi-finals. So, yeah, it's 1-1 currently. Next win takes it all. After this fight, I believe we are watching Kemp Q and the OG Monkfish 2, which is a highly anticipated matchup as well. We've not seen Kemp Q play today yet, as he got a bye in his first round of today, as his opponent didn't show up. So, we're just waiting currently for these two beasts to get underway, to challenge each other at the duel arena and start the fight. So bear with us, my friends. Wait, what's this in the chat going on? Is Adamzor complaining? Oh, 100 ping.
Yeah,
that's pretty.
I'm not entirely sure where Adamzor is from, so I'm not sure what his ping is. I don't think he's American, but he might be.
Fair play. Well, like we said before, a lot of the brackets filled up really quickly. It's a really contended tournament, the Method Mayhem, the first PvP event the Method have put on, of course, and with only 128 slots, I believe it was, every single weekend. There is limited spaces too, so players have to play off ping occasionally if they can't get into the bracket they want to. Looks like the fight is underway with YM catching that first freeze, not doing much damage, but getting the advantage of having the DD mechanics. A 33 actually, he is up a little bit of HP. Violet, he just catches this freeze, but not going for it, instead opting for some bolts. Might catch it here when YM misclicks, but actually, unfortunately for him, he's misclicking a lot of his prayers too, and YM's doing absolute work. Up about 100 hit points right now. A nice 30 whip too. Violet has to eat here. He's forced to. He can't catch the freeze back again.
Yeah,
YM does catch it again.
Being superior in this fight so far, but saying that, he does get barraged to 35 right there. Adamsor sticking to the mage, but still taking a fair amount of damage from those trades right there. Going in for that claw spec as well. Not really hitting too much.
Yeah, claw spec coming in from YM, hitting a 2 there as well. Not the biggest damage. It wasn't prayer, and it wasn't the right gear. That's a nice 30.
Claw spec as well. Yeah, I mean, it's a decent claw spec for being through prey, that's for sure. You definitely take those.
I mean, YM's both his specs were both on the wrong prayer and on tank, and he hit both zeros, which is really frustrating for him. But yeah, both claw specs being used up right now. Have to wait till late in the fight when that KO opportunity really comes back into play again. Violate trying to catch this freeze as best he can, doing a better job of getting his tank gear on here, but still YM is chipping away through his hit points, occasionally catching him off prayer with those massive bolts and hitting like the 15s and the 20s. Violate getting a free hit of the whip there, stepping out sideways as well, but unable to really do much damage.
Yeah, I mean, both of the trades being extremely dull right now. Both of them kind of just hitting zeros all around. Seems like neither of them are hitting that much damage. YM actually taking a hit on ropes there with his tank shield on though, getting whipped a 0, but still getting some decent damage in there right before he goes for the DD and manages to get the momentum. Seems like Adamsor isn't really focusing that much on his eats. He's staying that HP, willing to risk it in order to get himself back into the fight. Will probably take the DD that he has right here though, and manage to eat himself back up to full HP before stepping out again. Really opting for those barrages yet again. Not entirely sure if that is the strat for Adamsor. Taking a decent bit of damage here and there. Still not really winning the trades. Getting hit a 40 right there, getting bolt chanced. Still hasn't eaten.
Yeah, the massive bolt chance there from YM, that could end the fight up nicely for him. This is the last fight in a best of 3, 1 versus 1 currently is the score. YM freezing his opponent a few steps away. I would have to say that I think YM's playing this a little bit better right now, but Violate just can't. When he does get the freezes, he's doing a great job of like staying on top of his opponent, getting a few hits in here and there. I think last fight we saw was pretty evenly done as well. It really came down to RNG in the end. Nice 33 from Violet, but again, getting caught in his robes by a whip hit there. Not punished for it though. YM's RNG, not the best currently. Managed to catch the freeze though, going for the DD afterwards, getting a nice bolt again on the ropes.
Yeah,
14.
yeah, again, winning the trades between the two. YM still staying really strong in that DD momentum. It wouldn't surprise me if he has a decent amount of free hits that we're going to see on the track of this fight. Violate getting a staff bash there, yet again making another mistake. Seems like Condor will be winning this fight so far anyway. Getting a 25 into the 39 there. Some really good damage. But Adamsor retaliating with those 2 barrages, managing to even it out a little bit. Still being down from that trade for sure, but at least getting some damage. And gets a 27 free hit there. Into the staff bash, unfortunately. He does get bolted on his robes, only for a 4. Gets a 24 opal bolt proc. Takes that claw spec, though, what looks to be a chance. And gets whip KO'd for a 41. Adamsor has made another crucial mistake and gets whipped on his robes and gets knocked out of the tournament. That was his last chance in order to stay in the tournament. And that is both the solid tag members that we had left, I believe, going out of the tournament.
Wow, that was a really big misplay there from Violate. He misclicked out, managed to really nicely interweave away from that claw spec, but then got hit by it still, and whip KO'd by a 41 by Condor. As you said, Adamsor, one of the leaders of Solid Tag, is unfortunately for him being kicked out of the tournament right now, making it almost near to the end actually, losing in the losers round 5. Round 4. That does mean, though, that Condor does go forward to fight Zeman in his next match. It also means that Condor has guaranteed himself a place in the World Championship 2 weeks from now with a $3,000 further prize pool being given away. So make sure you mark that in your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. Our next fight, highly anticipated, as I keep saying, is going to be OG Monkeys versus Kemp Q. Now, I'm a little bit torn here because, of course, Kemp Q, I'd love to see him win, being a good friend of mine, being a little bit biased there. But equally, OG Monkfish is the guy that I put all of my points on earlier and lost to 10-13. I believe that Monkeys would be the guy to finally beat 10-13's win streak, but he was 2-0'd by 10-13 and put into the losers bracket round. He was looking really good though at one point. I think he almost, like in one of the fights at 10-13, he had a really good lead. And unfortunately, it came down to the wire and he lost that fight. So it's going to be a tough battle.
Monkey's definitely having some. Yeah, he definitely had some good RNG versus 10-13. But yeah, again, 10-13 proved that even with having that terrible RNG that he had for the start of that fight versus Monkeys, he managed to pull through regardless and beat him. So I do think ChemQ is in for a treat here. I would have to bet my money on ChemQ, although Monkeys has done extremely well in the fight so far. When you're fighting against someone like 1013, I do think that Monkeys definitely underperformed. It's kind of hard, like, for us to look at him getting beat up by 1013. Probably lowers our expectations a little bit, but when he's going against someone that's more to his skill set, that might be a way more even fight. Sorry.
I see Mason Crusader, the the manager of ChemQ, and a bunch of other YouTubers in the old school RuneScape section, you know, managing people like Torvesta and Ditta Bitter and Solo Mission, a bunch of other really big names in the scene. Hopefully at some point we'll be able to do some kind of maybe Crusader talent versus Method fun tournament in the future. I look forward to that. That'd be a great thing to do. But I see him rooting on his boy ChemQ in the chat, which is fantastic to see as well. So good luck to Martin. Should be a fun one. I really don't know where to put my money here. I would say ChemQ, but Monkfish does look very strong. I was saying that ChemQ was doing great earlier when I was watching his practice war fights. He's getting
started off strong though. 47 bolts straight off the bat for Monkey. Still having that bolt RNG like we saw before. ChemQ being down fairly bad right now. Gets a 33 barrage onto him, followed by the 0 whip. Being down about 70 or 80 damage. Gets a 49 bolt. I mean, Monkey's RNG is just too good right now.
Barrage as well.
ChemQ is already down really bad. It seems like Crusader is probably not going to be too happy with this performance that we're seeing so far. Might even get kicked off the team, replace him with me. Anyway, starting into this fight. It seems like ChemQ is just getting RNG though. He's getting it unlucky with these hits for sure.
Yeah. He had a nice little play there, though, you know, hitting the 56 claw spec back when Monkeys was on the run there, which kind of brought him back into the fight a little bit, but unable to catch this freeze right now. ChemQ's really struggling, really, to turn this around. Monkeys are going for the freeze, sitting in his robes a little bit too long, but going for the claw spec now. ChemQ does get the prayer up in time, only hitting a 21 through the prayer and through the tank. ChemQ finally catching the freeze he's been waiting to, getting a whip hit, but getting frozen
on
maybe.
The robes right there for some.
No, he's unfrozen still. I'm surprised he's not going for the DDs right now. I think ChemQ's a bit of a DD player, but instead opting for a bit of distance, but getting frozen as a result. Maybe not the best move there. Maybe he's trying to capitalize, getting the DD advantage would have been better. But a 33 barrage as well on Monkeys. Monkeys double clicks his prayers there. Doesn't get hit by the barrage though. Martin getting hit at 20, and then Monkeys changes the pace up, gets the DD once again, and pushing this fight further into his favor.
Yeah, again, we're seeing Monkeys really camp that Mage's Book to make sure that he has the most Mage Death possible. Not entirely sure if I think that's a good idea. He is remaining unfrozen a bit more than ChemQ, but still, he's not really flicking the tank shield either. He's kind of just keeping that Mage's Book on and relying on it more than anything. Which Monkey's I don't know if that is the strat right there, but Monkey has dumped his last special attack. ChemQ really evening out the lead that Monkey's had in the beginning. Seems like ChemQ might be coming out on top as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say Martin, ChemQ, his prayer flicks have been on top like most of the time here, catching a lot of prayers right against his opponent, but getting hit that 24 whip through prayer couldn't have been nice for him. He's got out of the screen of Monkeys. Monkeys struggling to really keep up with him, and so is our cameraman right now. ChemQ's really a man of movement and loves to dance around the area as best he can. Catching that freeze on Monkeys there was huge, but he's slightly off screen for us, unfortunately. He does go for the Blood Blitz to get a bit of HP back, a 21 bolt.
Gets a 17
as well.
into the 25 right there. Some really nice damage for ChemQ. ChemQ might be coming out on top here. Monkey's doing a fair few mistakes, letting ChemQ get the free hits in, also bolting him on robes a fair bit.
Yeah, I'm being told that if
ChemQ going really strong here with those 22 barrage into the 24 bolt right there, really getting the RNG that he so desperately needed from what happened in the beginning, being down like 150 straight away. He does claw scratch his opponent there, probably misclicking the spec, letting Monkeys know that he does have his third spec now. Probably not the greatest, but he might still be able to fake him out.
34 barrage from Monkeys there. He's trying to come back into this fight after Soz. ChemQ definitely brought it back quite hard, but the claw spec, oh, he just misses it. He clicked through his opponent, I think, there, and actually ran through him. ChemQ's clicks just too fast for the game to comprehend. Hitting a 0 bolt on the robes, going for the claw spec again, and once again, Monkeys just about gets out of the gap there to be able to neutralize Soz's claw spec. 24 barrage coming in, the fakie of the claws into a free bolt for Soz. ChemQ doing great right now, keeping that claw pressure up. He's not actually using the claws at all. The spec, he's keeping it for as long as he can to force Monkeys to pray melee and get a lot of hits off prayer right now. Really smart strategy as Monkeys no longer has his claw spec either. Getting a 29 as well there. Monkeys does get the freeze, able to catch his breath heal up to full HP again. I would say that KemQ is slightly in the lead right now, and also having that potential for 70 damage. He goes for it, only hitting a 30. It was on the another 30 being returned as well.
Really nice RNG there, really putting Monkey on the straws. It seems like this is the final stretch between the two. I would say that KemQ is up a decent amount, probably has some food left. Monkey sitting about 40 HP right now. Does look like he ate up a little bit, but it won't matter because 1013 took it away straight away. Did I say 1013? I mean KemQ.
KemQ's looking like 1013 right now. His confidence levels through the roof.
Oh, he is actually out of food as well, though. Both of them sitting on around 25 HP, just needing one last hit here to even out the playing field. Seems like right now it is a win for KemQ, getting a 31 Blood Blitz right towards the end. That's probably the max blitz as well.
That must be the max blood blitz hit.
It has to be.
There. I mean, to be fair, the start of the fight, Monkeys had such insane RNG, so it only feels, fair that KemQ gets a little bit back in return at the end. But that really could have swung either way right there. We do have the PvP tracker, and before we go into it, I will say that I did expect to see this. This outcome.
It was KemQ that barraged the Monkeys blood blitz. So
got you.
Looking at that tracker though,
brew left or something.
Looking at the tracker there, we have KemQ definitely outperforming his opponent by a lot, getting 71% of the players right versus Monkey's 52. Seems like the lead wasn't that significant though. Monkey's definitely having a better freeze RNG, but KemQ still having 102 more deserved damage than Monkeys, with 739 to 581 damage dealt, while Monkeys had 637 with 538 damage dealt.
Yeah, man, it looks like the Rune Kite Shield definitely wouldn't have made, almost made the difference there, but the 72 hits versus 71, very even, but getting an extra 14 hits, almost 50% extra hits off prayer is huge for KemQ there. His RNG, man, 740 to 581, that's so unlucky, but equally, Monkey's got a little bit of bad RNG towards the end. His start was ridiculous, though, which I think is why it came so close at the end, down to the wire. I guess in this next fight, it's kind of going to be a similar kind of matchup, I imagine. We're probably going to get down to both players being almost out of food right now. But KemQ leading
KemQ's
this
definitely
best of 3-1-0.
doing better, though, that's for sure. He has outplayed Monkeys a fair bit. It really seems to be the better opponent between the two. I will say, I did say earlier that the last Solid Tag members did get taken out, but I do believe Monkeys is also Solid Tag, so he might be able to clutch it out here and still represent the team and move on forward. But right now, it's not looking too hot to him. Monkeys needing to do a reverse sweep on KemQ right now, needing to win 2 fights in a row. KemQ only needing to win 1. And looking at that tracker we saw from the last fight, really doesn't seem like KemQ is going to be able to lose unless he gets RNG'd.
Yeah, I reckon this is a pretty safe win for Martin right now. Jumping into the fight off the bat, Monkey's assigned to follow his opponent, try and get a whip hit off, but actually Soz turns around and
straight away.
Yeah,
some really nice RNG for KemQ there. Looks like he's been frozen, though, to that 19 barrage. Monkey staying true to that Mage's Book yet again. Seems like they are both just trading hits right now. Monkey's getting another 21 bolt right there, getting a free hit on KemQ. Second free hit as well for that 9 barrage. Getting a third free hit. Seems like KemQ isn't doing too hot right now, but does get a really nice claw there. Could have been a lot bigger, but Monkey's taking it straight back with that 49 bolt. KemQ following it up with a 50 claw into the 39 bolt, getting the damage that he just took back and dealing it onto Monkeys right now. Monkey's sitting about 50 health, not really eating up until he gets this freeze. Goes for the claw spec, nearly KOing KemQ there. Only a 50 claw at about 60 HP right there. Monkey's opting for the freeze, trying to get the DD momentum right now.
Yeah, what a fast-paced fight off the bat, to be honest. Both players getting some pretty crazy RNG. I think Soz is definitely in the lead right now, though. KemQ doing work with that DD as well, getting a free hit in here, left and right. Almost to get KO'd, though, as you said, by that claw spec. That would have been brutal for him to take after he had such a big victory last fight.
Ooh, a 20 claw spec off
prayer by Monkeys. Yeah, pretty decently played by Monkeys there as well. It was on the tank, only hit for 20 damage, which might be a little bit frustrated about, and KemQ getting pretty lucky there. Stepping away, going for those barrages once again, but Monkeys comes out on top of that transition and managed to get the DD and get a 17 for a 0. Actually getting a free hit of the whip as well, a 16, doing pretty well right now to stay on top of this fight and really coming out on top of this transition. But he is using the Dragon. For some reason, the Dragon Square quite a lot when he's barraging, which is a bit of a disadvantage compared to Martin, who's, flicking on that Mage's Book for the extra 15 mage accuracy every single time and doing a great job of doing it too. Catching that freeze imperative, 27, and then hits a 0 on the whip, though, on Robes
there. Yeah, very unfortunate for KemQ, who's losing the trades right now by the looks of things, but does get a 23 bolt right there. definitely getting some good DPS in, but does get whipped to 39 straight after. That Runkai definitely not doing too much for KemQ right now. I do believe that is Ian's fault as well, so if he does lose, you should feel guilty.
Blame me. I think right now, actually, his manager, Mason Crusader of the chat, is gearing up his main account, so Martin can use that instead. KemQ can use that rather than using my my shoddy excuse of a main without the Legends quest done. Right, looks like Monkey's going for that freeze, going for the DD again. He does catch the freeze, gets a 17 bolt proc on the robes. KemQ cannot catch a freeze back again, does retaliate though, but getting a 39 bolt by Monkeys, really turning up the pressure right now. And despite, you know, KemQ coming out on top at the start of this fight, I think Monkeys probably evened it out quite a bit, and it's looking pretty even at the moment.
I would say that Monkeys might even be up food right now, really winning the trades, taking another bolt there on the robes, but not really getting punished that hard. I mean, he's taking a fair amount of hits on the robes, but he doesn't really seem to be taking all that much damage from it, getting hit another 10 there on the robes. Straight away, taking that damage back with that 22 bolt on KemQ. Seems like KemQ really needs some RNG right now in order to pull it back.
Yeah, he's not really getting any good RNG at the moment, unfortunately for him, but he is going for a few freezes right now. He's got the DD advantage. For some reason, he steps away rather than staying underneath his opponent. Claw spec in, faking the claws into the barrage. Doesn't get any damage for it, though. Again, catching his opponent off prayer. His luck right now with his hits is just terrible. A massive 32 freeze by Monkeys. Once again, his RNG is on point, getting some free hits in too. Nice claw spec from
does go
Stalls.
for that claw, yeah, but not exactly what he would want right now. Still a decent claw through the prayer right there. Did catch it on robes as well, so he did rightfully so get some damage. But right now, both of them sitting fairly low HP. KemQ taking that claw spec right there.
42 whip, beautifully played there as well, countering the claw spec and actually coming out on top of that transition. But that's a big open ball. Is he out of food? He's going through redemption flicks
out
as well.
Of food right now. And he does go down to that 30 barrage right there, leaving them at a 1-1. So KemQ desperately needing to win this next fight, otherwise he is completely out of the tournament.
Yeah, that was actually very close there towards the end. KemQ definitely pulled it back, but I think overall Monkeys just got some better RNG. Once again, KemQ just deserving to do, I think, a lot more than he actually dealt there. Probably coming out on top of the prayers as well. We're going to see in the PB tracker momentarily, but he just couldn't hold on for too long at the end there. And yeah, Monkeys cleared him out nice and quickly with much better RNG. Do we have the PvP tracker to check out?
Yeah, looking at our tracker, we have KemQ with 61% praise right to Monkeys, 45%. Really, yet again, being better on the tracker, having 56 hits to Monkeys, 58 hits, but having 76 extra deserved damage, and KemQ being down a fair bit in actual damage down. Monkeys, yet again, over-dealing the damage that he actually deserved. So definitely an RNG loss for KemQ right there.
Yeah, doing 25% less damage than you're deserved to do is quite a big hit. And look at the mage RNG as well. Catching half the freezes he should have done. He just couldn't really get those DDs and make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, having better freeze RNG there for sure.
Yeah, he couldn't translate those freeze DDs into much. He was constantly on the back burner. And regardless, though, he did come out on top with the hits off prayer, only being down 2 hits as well. I guess it's 1-1 right now in this best of 3. It's all to play for, with the winner going into the World Championship, guaranteeing a spot in 2 weeks' time for $3,000. And obviously today being one step closer to that $1,500 prize pool. 1-1, Monkeys versus KemQ. We're going to be jumping into the next fight momentarily. And Martin just said he used the Starfall Light spec outside of the stake, so give me a moment, please. So we've got about 1 minute or so until his Starfall Light spec runs out. Oh, never mind.
Oh, it looks like they are going in anyway.
Oh no, he's gonna quickly get his spec. Yeah, he accidentally.
Yeah, so they are resetting the spec right there.
Yeah, so I think spec actually regens after you do a stake, though. I'm pretty. No, they changed. Wait, they changed that actually.
I can't remember,
POH,
honestly.
And I've got a terrible POH, so have fun, Martin. Gearing up, getting a duel ring out. I don't have one of those teleports in the house. Apologies. But yeah, he's got to wait for his spec to come back, so we'll have to go into that momentarily. After this fight, whoever wins this fight is going to be going up against Goofy Llama from Frontline, who actually beat King Sam 2-0. Quite a strong contender. Potentially one of the favorites in the losers bracket. On the other side of the losers round 5, we have Zeman Time versus Con the Don coming up soon as well. We only have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or so, 7 or so fights that we have left in this tournament today. So in the next few hours, it's going to really heat up to the point where we're giving away $1,500. As a reminder, make sure you guys are all follow the stream, as these tournaments are happening every single weekend. With $1,500 being given away with a world championship, like I said before, in 2 weeks' time for $3,000. Props to Method once again for really, giving the PvP community, as PvP as ourselves, West Ham, giving us something to look forward to for 1 to 2 months worth of content when it's been a bit a bit boring lately with not much going on with DMM being away for a while.
Method for doing this. We rarely see anything like this happening in the PvP community these days. The tournaments have really been lacking from Jagex, so I'm happy to see that we are actually managing to put these on, give the PvP community what they deserve for once, and actually be able to give out some content. So going into the third fight between the two, actually, seems like ChemQ has caught the first freeze. No, I am wrong. Both of them still being unfrozen. Monkey's definitely being just about even with ChemQ right now, though. Both of them is trading hits. That Monkey double clicking his prayer, getting hit at 19 as well. Trading that for a 28 barrage, though, seems to have taken it back. Both of them being really even on food right now. Not really any significant lead between either of them. Monkey's going for the first claw spec there, not really hitting too much, but rightfully so. ChemQ did have his prayer and tank on.
Really nice freeze there as well from Monkey, stopping Soz ChemQ in his tracks before he's able to use the claw spec. And then ChemQ hitting that 34 bolt back again as well. There's a big bolt spec potentially. No, only 11. It was on tank. It was on the range prey as well. ChemQ currently potentially DC'd. He's just standing still right now for a second, getting hit at 34. I think he might have lagged out.
Yeah, sitting on 25 HP. It looks like ChemQ might have DC'd here. He doesn't seem to be doing too hot right now. Kind of he's running all over the place, sitting in his robes.
Respect to Monkeys, man, because he got off almost straight away. He's asking for a rematch. I guess it does depend on if Monkeys wants to... He should have probably waited to see what Monkey said about having a rematch.
Yeah, probably should have waited there regardless, but it looks like
he had no runes. He forgot the runes in the rune pouch. My account is dog, please. Hey! Oi, you leave my account out of this, alright? The rune kite shield G, it looks good, at the very least. How dare you disrespect the account that ChemQ's using. Yeah, pretty unfortunate there that happened. I don't know if he was actually up in supplies there. If Monkeys agrees, it would go like that if you forget your spec and your runes, but I don't know if Monkeys would agree, which would be ChemQ's fault. We're good, by the way. I just want to double check that we've got ChemQ agreeing. Also, don't blame me about the runes, all right? I've not been on that account in ages since I lost a bunch of money.
Yeah, I mean, that is down to ChemQ as well. I mean, he can't just move on forward regardless. It is his fault for not bringing the runes, so if Monkeys does agree to rematching, then I guess we are in for a rematch, but realistically, I don't think he will do that.
I don't think Monkeys would then turn around and be like, you know what, we're not having a rematch now because I want to take the free win. I think he'll be respectful about it, I imagine, so we can get some content as well. I've just got confirmation in my ear. They are going to rematch momentarily. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. It's currently 1-1 in this matchup. Monkeys versus ChemQ. The start of that fight, I think, was actually in ChemQ's favor anyway. I think he was actually up a little HP until he started to realize that he was out of runes as well. We're going back in again. Respect to both these players here for rematching. Soz currently isn't got prayers on. He's getting frozen off the bat, so it's like a bit of a better start for Monkeys there. No, never mind. He gets frozen straight back again. Here we go into this fight. Best of 3, all to play for right now. Winner of this fight gets a space in the World Championship in 2 weeks. Since Monkeys had agreed to the rematch, no qualms there. We'll just move on and continue with the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is the more respectful thing to do. ChemQ starting off strong with that claw, though. Really nice Vicky from him and managing to get that claw off prey. Going for a second one right there, but Monkey's running away from him, doing the smart thing. Right now, both of them is trying to get freeze by the looks of things. ChemQ has dumped his second claw spec, runs away from Monkey's last second before he manages to get that claw spec off. Gets a 21 until 26 right there. Some really nice damage coming in from ChemQ. Really setting himself a lead. Monkey still haven't not dumped any of his claw specs. Might be able to pull it back with those. But so far, ChemQ definitely being on the lead. Bolting Monkeys right there on the ropes for a 34. Still keeping that lead strong. Monkey's staff bashing his opponent before going for the DD. Might want to dump one of his claw specs fairly soon to just get it off and start regenning.
Claw spec coming from Monkeys on the prey melee on Soz, but was hitting a 40 through the prey regardless, so not a bad exchange. You can't be too mad about that. 23 barrage as well. Monkeys coming back into this fight. Tried to go for a step out of the claws there, but ChemQ stopped him in his tracks. And then after the freeze, went for the DD2. Nicely frozen by Monkeys though, staying calm and catching that freeze straight away.
Yeah, seems like he got bolt chanced going for that freeze though, so I'm not entirely sure if that was a smart decision by him. But regardless, it seems like they are both just trading hits right now. ChemQ coming out on top though, DPS wise, definitely getting some better hits in.
Yeah, Monkey's now catching that freeze, going for the DD, trying to get a free hit, but KempQ actually retaliating with a few bolts here, and they're now being unfrozen as well. Catching that 30 freeze on Monkeys, but misclicks as he walked towards him, and Monkeys catches the freeze straight back again to stop KempQ in his tracks from being able to DD and get a bit of an advantage and start steamrolling his opponent. Currently, Monkeys actually coming out on top of this transition as well. A 20 barrage and 18 barrage through the prayer. KempQ trying to brew and use his blitzes as best possible. Hits back at 27 right now. Both opponents being quite mage heavy. That's a claw spec coming in from Monkeys. 30 damage through the prey melee. His second claw spec of the fight. We will see a third before the end, of course. And a 31 there from KempQ. Beautifully played. Monkeys just about gets underneath.
Strong.
Yeah, KempQ, they're doing really good, but again, given a free hit there from Monkeys, who's staying in this fight as best he can, stepping away to avoid the melee hits as well, going for some mage hits too, but not doing too much damage. An 18 there, he'll take that. His opponent's now unfrozen. KempQ's going to go for this freeze now, committing to it. Monkeys gets the K-top on for it, though. Good mage defense, and does not get frozen in place. KempQ going for it again, and does catch it the second time, hitting a 30 that time, being hit a 40 back, and Monkeys might catch this freeze.
Yeah, KempQ having some heavy damage dealt on him right now, needing to get a little bit more damage in order to gain back that lead. It seems to have evened out the fight just a tiny bit here between the two. Monkeys taking another bolt hit on Robes off prey for nothing right there. Very lucky, but KempQ running away from his opponent right now, trying to keep the distance between the two. I do think KempQ is about to have his third claw spec, so we will see that go off fairly soon here, probably by the end of this freeze. Still though, KempQ sitting fairly low, actually eating up there, getting a decent Opal Bolt proc. Not the highest of hits, but you definitely take those. Following it up by a 23 barrage and a Blood Blitz right there. Splashing though. Seems like KempQ has gained back his lead, at least by a little amount.
Yeah, I was going to say, but saying that, though, Monkey just gets a 28 barrage there into a 5, catching KempQ once again. Both players being quite a few steps away from each other, and both almost being out of food. I think that Soz actually, KempQ might be completely out. He's sitting on about 30 hit points. Monkey's almost on full HP. So despite the rematch, looks like Monkeys is on top once again. KempQ might eat up here, though, actually. He might have a little bit left, I imagine.
No, he's completely out. Goes for the last 24, goes for the last claw, and maybe goes down. No, he's still alive and goes down to that last claw spec from Monkeys. And KempQ is now out of the tournament, unfortunately, and Monkeys does advance through the round here.
Yeah, Monkeys taking that win there nicely at the end, getting some pretty decent RNG. First 2 fights, KempQ did win on the tracker, won one of them. OG Monkfish got RNG in the second fight. It'll be interesting to see if it was the same situation this third fight, but hey, that's the game we play. That's what we all expect, right? Monkeys saving that claw spec right till the end there to finish off KempQ. Really wisely done. And oh, there's the PP tracker. Looks like KempQ again got some pretty
lost
bad
to
luck.
RNG yet again, and he had 56% praise to Monkeys 32% with 3 free hits and being up 138 deserved damage. So yet again, Monkeys really relying on that RNG, having lost all of the fights so far on the tracker, but managed to win 2 of them regardless. And that is the game we play. That's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, KempQ says in the Twitch chat, good fights, respect to Monkeys as well, of course, for rematching KempQ there. Maybe that was the karma coming through, you know, KempQ forgot his runes. Monkeys was actually potentially winning that first battle and decided to rematch and regardless won again. So, you know, props all around to both players being, you know, showing some really great sportsmanship that you love to see in these tournaments. Unfortunately for KempQ, he doesn't go through to the World Championship. He lost in that round, so he's kicked out of the tournament altogether there, but I'm sure he's had a good amount of fun. He was streaming today earlier as well, and he produced some really great content for us, so make sure to check out his YouTube channel. Maybe drop him a sub if you enjoyed watching him today as well, and I'm sure he'll have his clips up on his YouTube very soon. That does mean, though, that our man OG Monkfish goes through, and he'll be fighting Goofy Llama from Frontline coming very soon. We also have Zeman Time versus Con the Don, YM Loves Me, both players being absolute beasts. And after that, we have some of the losers round brackets. We are getting so close now to finishing up this NA West PvP circuit. We are, so close. We know our top 8 contenders now to go through the World Championship as well. I'll read them out quickly. We have Sanctified OSRS, Frankie, 1013, Gosu, Zeman Time, Con the God, Goofy Llama, and the OG Monkfish. These 8 players will be representing the NA US West PvP bracket to go through, and in 2 weeks' time there'll be a $3,000 prize pool up for grabs for, you know, the top 8 of EU, of NA West, of NA East, and of Oceania, making up a 32-man roster. So definitely make sure you mark that in your calendars and check that out. Right, With that being said, though, I believe it is dinner time for myself and West Ham. We're going to go.
We're going on break?
We're going on a quick break right now.
Let's go.
It's only a short one, so I hope you've got something. You've got your Pringles left over to quickly snack on. We're only going to be away for about 15 minutes.
Right here, bro.
Oh, perfect, dude. Well, enjoy. Once you start, you can't stop, or whatever the goddamn saying is. Right, I'll catch you guys in 15 minutes. Thank you for tuning in with us. Go make sure you stretch your legs, hydrate, gamers, and we'll be back very shortly with $1,500 worth of prize money being given away. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you again soon.
Take care, lads.
something strange between us. Oh, let me show you what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. I don't know why I let you go. There's something strange between us. Oh, let me show you what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice.
I'm holding on, if almost gone. Someday I know I'll finally make it through the gates. Just have to wait. You whisper to me, there's no maybe. There's only time for dreams even greater. I hear the call, and I close my eyes to see even clearer.
it is, a beautiful double kill. 2-0 for West Ham, progressing through to the next round.
Auto block, camping that tank very well, not taking too much damage. Lemon Lime just took a bolt off prayer.
Look at this, he's completely taking control of it. The third. There's another redemption from I'm So Happy. He still has 3 doses of restore as well. He can still keep this in. Goes for the claw, 25 damage coming in. Both players use a redemption, and I'm So Happy's gonna take it at the end.
Very good here for Morrow. This is a... Wow, look at this. In 3 hits. 40, 30, 30.
We are back.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the OSRS US West PvP circuit. $1,500 on the line today to be given away. 1,000 for first, 350 for second, and 150 for third. Some exciting fights up ahead. We only have a few hours left of the broadcast now, with about 7 or 8 fights left to finish up this competition this weekend. We've already guaranteed 8 players in the finals for the World Championship in 2 weeks' time, with a further $3,000 prize pool on the line. But before we do, we have to finish off this weekend. So we'll be jumping in momentarily with Zeman Time and YM Loves Me. Zeman Time being the last lady left in the competition, and Con the Don YM Loves Me actually beating Adamzor a moment ago, didn't he? Quite surprisingly as well. We thought that Adamzor would take that win.
Yeah, I mean, still, nonetheless, Con the Don coming out on top. We'll be fighting Zeman Time now. So it should be a fairly decent match between the two. I do think Con the Don probably is the better between the two, though. So I would have to bet my money on him. It'll be interesting to see how people bet on this fight as well. Haven't really seen that many, fights with Zeman Time so far. I do believe her last fight was a no-show as well.
Yeah, she got through the last fight for a free from a no-show, and then before that she fought a mobile player. So she's had a pretty easy time in this losers bracket, actually, and got very lucky with the participants that she's going up against. But regardless of who wins this fight here versus Zeman Time and Con the Don, will be in the losers round 6, which will be going up against Gosu Never Win, who was knocked out by 10-13 recently. And then on the other side, we have Goofy Llama versus the OG Monkfish. OG Monkfish beat KempQ moments ago, actually, before we went for the break. And Goofy Llama does belong to Frontline, who beat King Sam 2-0 as well, so quite a beast. Whoever wins that will be going against Full Send, and Full Send was knocked out by Sanctified, who in the winners bracket will be fighting 10-13 in the semi-finals. Like I said before, we're getting so close now to seeing $1,500 being given away to all the contestants that make it into the top 3. Pretty fun stuff ahead. The first fight we'll see today, though, is going to be Zeman versus Con the Don. And as you said before, West Ham, you're thinking Con the Don's going to come out on top here, right? But regardless of that, Zeman Time and Con the Don have both guaranteed themselves a spot in the World Championship 2 weeks from now. So I'm pretty sure they're quite happy with their performance so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've both performed really well. I do think Con has had a fair few amount of harder opponents than Zeman Time has. So he might be extra warmed up and have the extra experience that he needs to beat Zeman Time right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just waiting for these two individuals to obviously get sorted out. How was your dinner, mate? What did you have? You weren't expecting that question, were you? Oh, he's going to show me.
Here's my dinner. Very lovely stuff.
What is that? Is that cake?
Yeah, that's literally cake. I ain't got nothing.
What? Bro, I've got chocolate cake as well. It's a few days old, but I think it's fine. We should have a party after this to celebrate such a fantastic tournament. I had some toast with some cheese and ham. It was pretty satisfying.
I ain't got no bread. I ain't got no chicken. All I have is rice right now. So
what the hell? We're being paid for this to cast. What are you doing?
I know, but like, I've been on like an Aussie sleep schedule. I'll wake up when the store's closed.
Oh, true. We've been in a really weird one. Yeah, we finished at like 1 a.m. recently, and I've been playing Valheim for the past week as well. So I've been waking up for breakfast at like 4 p.m. and having lunch at like 1 in the morning. He gambled his wage away. What do you mean?
Yeah, that is true. Did influence me and managed to get me to stake all of my money away in crypto, unfortunately. But
Oh
still,
no, you bought into
a bag
Doge,
anyway.
didn't you? You bought into Doge. You fool! Don't listen to Elon, man. Anyway.
No. We made money from Doge, bro. We made like what, $400 from Doge?
Mate, that's pretty decent to be fair. That's more than
Yeah, I know.
I
But
lost money on
then
Doge.
we decided that I think Jake said like, oh, we want something because it took like 2 hours for us to make that money. And then they were like, oh, we want to do something that's like more risky so that like our heart gets pumping and gets the nerves going. Yeah, we ended up losing
I will
everything.
add, we are streaming an old school RuneScape tournament. So despite us kind of going off on a different tangent here, guys, please do gamble and stock exchange responsibly and invest responsibly, all that kind of stuff. We are not investment advisors. Anyway, finally,
please do gamble.
no, I said please don't gamble, or if you do it responsibly. We're jumping in to the next fight with YM Loves Me versus Zeman Time. So we're jumping into it, and currently Zeman Time catching that first freeze, looking pretty strong here. I'm not really getting too much damage out though, but getting the free hit there as well, and a second free hit. No, never mind. She walked away, and YM Loves Me does catch the freeze for a big 33 as well. Retaliating with a 26 bull. It's looking pretty even right now.
Yeah, both of them having about the same damage dealt so far. YM having the freeze advantage right now, though. Both of them sitting fairly risky HP, but Zeman Time pulling out that AGS, opting for the AGS instead of the claws this time. Really interesting decision here. Might be able to do something with that whenever she gets the freezes, because if you trade ones for ones with AGS, you do have a better deserved damage than your opponent for sure.
Little 26 claw spec coming in there, not the best damage, but at least he's got the claw spec out, so he will recharge that special attack as the fight goes on right now. Zeman Time doing her best to fakey the opponent, and she's getting a few hits off prayer, to be fair. That's a nice 41 ball
on the robes off prayer right there. Really nice timing. I think she even waited a little bit so that she could get off tick and actually catch him on his robes. Gets another ball on the robes there, only for a 14 though. Gets an AGS off the prayer for a 0. AGS really not pulling off there. But still, what's it called? Condodon getting a decent claw for about 20 damage through prayer and through tank. So it shouldn't be expecting too much, but that damage definitely does add up. Gets another 15 barrage and goes for the DD here by the looks of things. Goes for a whip, trading whips there.
Nice.
Zeman Time predicting it though, trading a whip with Con, coming out on top with that 22 damage.
Yeah, Zeman Time's looking great right now.
Gets
nice
a 50 AGS.
That's a second AGS spec now as well, so both players having 0 special attack. 35 whip coming in too.
Zeman Time's getting annihilated right now. Yeah, really not performing as good as he was previously. Zeman Time reading him like a book.
Yeah, Zeman Time's doing fantastic right now. Probably up quite a bit of HP actually as well. Nice 15 bolt there, going for the AGS whack. Beautifully played, as it's a 6-tick weapon. So obviously swinging that that weapon 1-for-1 is gonna overall, put you out on top usually. Unless your opponent catches you off prayer a bit more. Looks like Zeman Time's going to try and catch his freeze, being caught in ropes slightly, but not being a hit for it. Only a free, luckily for her. A little bolt as well. Faking the bolts, catching YM in robes, but not hitting any damage either, I guess.
Unfortunately, not really paying off there. Looks like she took a hit on robes there, though, on the whip, but not really getting it punished for it. Takes a bolt on the robes there for an 11, trades it straight back with a 9 barrage, gets a 12 whip to it at 26 barrage as well. Seems like Zeman Time is finally taking some damage. The chapter has closed here. The glasses have been put away, and she is no longer able to read Con, and Con coming out on top between those trades.
Yeah, catching that freeze though for her was really integral, hitting the 29 for the 30 as well. These trades being pretty even though at the same time. I think she's still up by quite a bit of food right there. Having the opportunity to really eat back up again to stop Con from really turning those couple hits into something much worse for her. Getting caught in the ropes again, only a 10 though, and retaliating with a 16 barrage. And she's not unfrozen right now either. She steps in and then fakies for a 27 ball. Really beautifully played.
Takes a bolt on the robes there for a bolt on the tank. It still manages to get out on
23 whip
there
as well. Yeah, her hits
another bolt on the robes right now. Yeah, she's not really getting punished for the robe hits that she is taking. Condodon definitely being a bit on the defensive, but seems to go on the offensive here, getting some RNG, but unfortunately misclicks a few times there and goes in for a staff bash. Zeman Time still taking damage though, not really dealing much back. Con going for that claw. Unfortunately for him, Zeman Time's bolt was bigger than that claw even.
Yeah, 35 bolt for like the 10 exchange of the claw. She has one more spec coming up here too from the AGS. Will she be able to capitalize on it and hit more than the 0 from earlier? 28 for the prayer, not bad.
Actually chancing Con really badly there. It goes for a staff bash as well, unfortunately. Misclicking, chances him with the AGS whack as well.
I'll be surprised if she's also food right now. I don't think she is. I think YM is probably on his last couple of resources he has left. He's going to take a lot of nice hits to come back. Another chance there from Zeman Time.
By that AGS whack. I mean, I'm not entirely sure if Connor's just out of food right now. It seems like he is. He's not eating up despite getting AGS whacked on 50 HP repeatedly, even lower even, might be 40.
Yeah, I think he is right now, and that freeze right there is going to allow Zeman time to keep the pressure. He actually does have food left. What's he doing sitting so low then? He could potentially throw the fight to an AGS swing, couldn't he?
Yeah, I mean, at any point, the Zeman time could have just whacked like a 45 and taken, taken Con out of the tournament. But it does look like he is finally out of food, flicking that redemption. Zeman time looking fairly low as well right now.
Yeah, it's coming down to the wire, neck and neck. The redemption
gets a 33 barrage for that redemption. Con still alive, getting another redemption on that 25 whack. Might be able to pull it off here, still doing some damage, but does go down to that 32 whack.
What? All of those AGS swings from Zeman time right now there were so lucky. All of them hitting consecutive 30 after 30 after 30 just to finish YM off. Con stuck in there right up until the end and actually almost turned that fight around despite the bad RNG that he had. That does mean Zeman time wins this battle, the first of the best of 3, of course. So she needs one more to close it out. But yeah, she hit 3 30s in a row there. It had to finish him off. And it definitely
it was really neck and neck between the two.
Mm.
Honestly, Con getting some decent redemptions off there. Still, unfortunately, not coming out on top. But regardless, Zeman time definitely putting a good amount of damage in and chancing Con a few times as well with those AGS whacks. So impressive work there. Also, very glad to see the AGS finally coming out. Con I've seen him try use the redemption a few times. He doesn't really seem to be flicking his protection praise with the redemption. He kind of just sticks that redemption on and hopes for the best.
Yeah, it really did come down to the wire that there, like we said, it could have gone either way. I feel like if we do see the PvP tracker, I have a feeling that Con got kind of BS'd there. And I think that his opponent, she got quite lucky with the RNG. She was just hitting non-stop at times. And that AGS whacks really making the big difference in those fights, to be honest, for her. But unfortunately, there's no tracker from either player.
Yeah, we aren't getting any tracker from that fight, unfortunately. So it appears that we are just going to have to head on to the next one, going in blind. But yeah, Con definitely didn't have the best RNG at times, but he did make a fair few mistakes, taking a lot of damage from those. And going into the second fight, Zeman time only needing to win once now versus Con needing to do a reverse sweep and win 2 fights in order to advance here. This is really coming down to the final. We don't have that many fights left before we move on to the finals of this tournament.
Yeah, $1,500 again being given away today, so we're getting very close to see which players it goes to. Looks like YM's coming out on top at the start of this fight, and his barrages are kind of on point, going for a claw spec, for an AGS spec.
Decent anti there, unfortunately, is one tick off, but gets another one for a 51 right there.
Off prayer right there.
AGS as well.
Yeah, taking about 30 damage back there, though, as well. And I always get that AGS whack at the right time either. Really interesting strategy to use the AGS more so than we've seen other players using it. 32 barrage with the tank legs on.
Ooh, does take a big claw right there for about 45 damage. Zeman time still being up in damage if I had to guess, though.
Yeah, I'd say she's up a little bit right now because of that 50 AGS, but it's not by much. That 18 whip's real nice, though. 43 to follow.
43 whip there. Going in for the barrage, hitting a 13. Seems to be opting for another bolt. But right now, Con trying to catch the freeze. But Zeman time keeping him at distance as good as she can. He's moving away, trying to predict the hits here. Trading hits. Both of them hitting about equal damage. Going for the AGS whack. I'm not entirely sure if it's worth going for the AGS whack there. She should really just be trading it whenever she has the freeze momentum.
Chucks in the disrespectful kick in the nads right there to say, I am superior, I'm 1-0 up, and I'm going to take this win nice and easily. She is being DD'd upon right now, and unfortunately for Con, he's just not able to really do much with the DD. He's hitting on robes, he's hitting off prayer a little bit, just hitting zeros. That's a nice AGS whack on the robes.
On the robes, off prayer as well for 31 damage. Could have potentially been a KO. Seems like Con was low enough to die there, but still, regardless, it looks like Zeman time has gone frozen. Freezes Con back, actually, taking a 10 for a 15 right there. Both of them he's trading hits right now. Con hitting a 33 barrage, kind of being up in terms of damage by the looks of things, or at least evening out the lead that Zeman time had.
Yeah, absolutely. They 16 bulk proc as well coming in there through the prayers. Zeman time needs to get that DD, and she does. But just as she does, actually her opponent has been unfrozen. Con trying to go for that freeze, understanding how imperative it is to catch them and have that DD advantage. But Zeman time does get it and takes no damage too. Not opting for the DD though, being frozen straight away, a step away. So now it's a tribrid battle with 3 attack styles to switch between. The rock, paper, scissors, mind games are beginning. It's a nice 29 whip from Zeman time. A nice AGS whack, potentially a chance there.
Yeah, I mean, those AGS... I think Con really needs to keep his HP a bit higher because those AGS whacks can hit up to a 56 in this gear, I'm pretty sure. So you really do need to set higher HP than what Con is doing. Having the AGS kind of keeps your opponent on edge. I mean, they do have to sit a bit higher than what they normally do to prevent getting one-tick AGS whacks for absolutely everything and getting taken out of the tournament. But right now, Zematime ice skating around the arena, doing some decent damage. Might be getting an AGS whack, but no, he gets frozen right before Con. Now having the DD advantage. Looks like both of them is taking the time here to eat up.
Yeah, she could potentially actually transform that into a little bit of a chance there with the Aegis Web, but she got frozen in her tracks at the perfect time. Hitting a 20 back on YM, though, doing her best to really just trade hits 1-for-1, and it's working. Clawspec coming in on the off prayer. 26 from YM, loves me. Not what he expected to hit off prayer, but Zematime definitely happy with that exchange. Hitting for an AGS spec as well. Not too sure it was. 10 maybe. Not quite the damage.
Not entirely sure if that was off prey or not. We couldn't really tell. My camera was in the way, unfortunately, but still... Zematime at least getting some damage from that AGS spec rather than a 0. Seems like Con is very close to out of food. It actually is out of food. Not entirely sure if Zematime is. No, she has eaten up to about 70 health right now. So she should be able to get this win. And she does, taking Con out with a 34 barrage right at the end there.
Wow.
Zematime proving herself to be superior.
Yeah, man. Both those fights, she mopped them up very nicely. The AGS whacks, I think, really pulling through for her. But equally, some of her fakies were just on point, and she really controlled the fight. YM just simply couldn't really get back into that fight very easily. He just couldn't catch the important freezes he needed. And every time Zematime was frozen in place and he was DDing upon her, then she just managed to, you know, quite easily trade hits 1-for-1. And actually, in some positions, actually got on top of it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, those AGS whacks really was paying off for her by the looks of things.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that does mean that Zematime wins that little fight in losers round 5 bracket. 2-0, moves on to the next round versus Gosu, which should be pretty interesting as well. Wow, we're so close now to the finals. We literally have a couple matches left. Before we jump into Zematime's next battle, though, we do have Goofy Llama versus the OG Monkfish. Goofy Llama representing one of the bigger clans in the game, which is going to be Frontline. And Monkfish, we've seen, was potentially almost taking down 10-13 for a fight, and he's actually remaining undefeated in this tournament. We'll be watching his fights very soon. But before we jump into the next battle, I have a few little things to plug. So if you guys would draw your attention to the !community command in the Twitch chat, you can check out what Method has to offer the community. If you'd like to join the community, you can support today, become a member of the community, and you get access to merch discounts and all the merches. You can make more friends and other streamers, collaborate with OSRS content creators too. You get custom emotes, retweets on Twitter, of course, for any special streams you've got or charity events you're doing, as well as guides, tips, and just exclusive content in general to add to the mix, so you guys can continue the live streaming and really benefit from it. As well as that, !merch in the chat for the Method store. If you are really enjoying the organization's approach to PvP tournaments and having some extra content for the community, of course, they're giving away $1,500 every single weekend with $3,000 in 2 weeks' time. So if you want to support, check out some of the beautiful merchandise. It's very soft. It's silky fabric, as West Ham keeps referring to. And yeah, I really recommend you guys all check it out if you want to support and want to represent. Last but not least, !socials in the chat if you would like to follow Method on Twitter to keep up to date with these weekly broadcasts and see what else we got in store. We got a lot of other stuff coming too, not just PvP tournaments. Method has a lot planned for the OSRS community, so do make sure you do follow the stream and follow the Twitter at the very least as well to keep up to date with things. Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Discord, all being mentioned there. !socials. Feel free to follow wherever you can. We'll be jumping in momentarily once again. Goofy Llama versus the OG Monkfish. What are your... Oh, actually, before we do, we can actually see the PvP tracker.
Yeah, we do actually have the tracker for that fight. So looking at the tracker for that fight right now, we have Zematime actually getting some really good RNG, and that is the most even fight. Both of them having the exact same deserved damage. Absolutely no difference in deserved damage right there. So it all came down to RNG between the two, and Zematime came out on top. Both of them having 412 deserved damage. That is the most even fight we are ever going to see in a tournament like this. The closest we ever saw actually come to this was a 1 difference in deserved damage, but this one being no difference in deserved damage right there. That was fully RNG between the two.
I think the major reasoning behind that discrepancy, I think, or what allows for that is the AGS swing span. It's got a max hit of 50 pluses. Obviously, it's not meant to deal 50 pluses every single time. But if you get those couple lucky hits, it can really push up your deserved damage to, you know, new heights beyond what you really expected. So I think the AGS is definitely a really smart strategy from Time there, being one of the only contenders we've seen really this weekend utilizing the AGS as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, if you are trading 1-for-1s, the AGS swing is better deserved damage than anything else that you can use. And as long as you have the freeze momentum, that is going to benefit you, but using it in a different scenario could end up giving your opponent a free hit.
Yeah, we're starting this fight off. Monkeys versus Goofy Llama in this best of 3 losers bracket. We're getting close. Looks like Goofy does catch the freeze off the bat and gets Monkeys on the back burner. Hits a nice barrage off prayer as well, but doesn't do any damage. Monkeys staying in this, trying to catch that freeze to stop Goofy in his tracks. Goofy being one of the strong competitors left in the tournament so far, indeed.
Yeah, and I mean, Monkey's doing a good job keeping up the damage right now. Goofy trying to anti him right there with the claw spec, but not getting it off right before Monkey's actually DDs underneath him. Tries to go for that claw spec yet again. Gets caught on ropes and gets hit at 14. Still, none of them haven't dumped their claw specs yet. Monkey's getting another Opal Bolt proc.
You can see that smite flick as well. What a beast. Chucked it up there at the last second.
Yeah, actually, Monkey's has had some really good Bolt RNG so far.
Unfortunately, though, he went for the claw spec there as well. Only hit a 2, which is a bit unlucky. Now, Goofy still has a claw spec up as well, so he chucks it out on the prey melee. Does 0 damage. Goes for the second one on the robes. Only a 9. Can't be too happy about that.
9 damage from those claws. Definitely some disappointing claws right there. But still, Monkey's sitting fairly low HP. I'm not sure if I would be taking these risks right now.
Yeah, I don't know why Monkey's decided to sit so low. Monkey's actually has 1 claw spec left as well, I do believe. Although at the moment, it doesn't have any opportunities really to utilize them. If I was Monkeys right now, I'd go for the freeze, importantly, step underneath and eat up. But instead, deciding to eat up as best as they can. Going for the ball on the robes on Goofy Llama, only hitting a 3, unluckily. Getting frozen a few steps away from each other. Monkeys will be unfrozen first. It'll be interesting to see if they can perfectly time the claw and if Goofy Llama can actually predict it coming in out of nowhere and get the tank gear and the prey up in time. Just a mage versus range setup right now for a couple more hits until Monkeys is unfrozen.
Yeah, Monkey's getting another nice claw spec right there, followed by the 40 whip, dealing about 85 damage total from those 2 hits right there. Really getting some decent, getting a decent lead to put himself right now. What seems to be, not entirely sure what Goofy is doing here. Seems like he's just taking a moment to eat up a little bit, make sure he's full HP before stepping back out. But Monkey's definitely having a significant lead on his opponent right now. But still, getting a few free hits on Monkey's Goofy is right now. And it looks like Monkey's stepping away as caught Goofy off guard and needing to zoom out a little bit, considering he stood out with his robe just standing still. But yet again, we have Goofy having the freeze DD advantage, getting some decent robe hits right there on Monkeys. But Monkeys catching him back with that barrage, getting another robe hit, only a 0 though off the prayer as well. Goofy getting a 16 Opal Bolt proc right there. Regardless, it seems like Monkeys has dealt it straight back to him and now has the DD advantage.
Yeah, it looks pretty even at the moment, although I would say OG Monkfish is most likely going to be up a tiny bit of food right now based on the hits that I've seen. Also, both players having special attacks come up soon too. Goofy Llama having the DD advantage now as well, switching the momentum in his stride. Looks like he's going for a couple bolts, getting hit a 22 back through the prayer from Monkeys though. Again, I think Monkeys RNG right now is just pretty top notch, to be honest, as we saw from that 10-13 fight as well earlier. Getting hit a 0 in the robes by the whip there once again with the right prayer on 34.
Yeah, not Goofy really getting punished for the mistakes, but saying that does take a 34 on the tank. But whenever he does get hit on robes, it doesn't exactly seem to be for a lot of damage. As we say that though, he does take a 53 bolt right there, which is the max bolt that you can get in this setup.
Yeah, I think right now Monkeys is really opting for the bolts more than anything, and it's really paying off for him. Goofy Llama getting caught off prayer a couple times, and that massive bolt really puts him in the lead. Claw spec coming in any second now as well for both players, so have to be aware of that and knowing when to start praying melee. 44 bolt proc again from Monkeys. Bolts are just going nuclear right now, hitting left and right, big numbers on the board. Looks like Goofy's gonna have to try and potentially stop Monkeys in a track, maybe go for the barrage to freeze and go for the DD as we see just here, and stepping underneath. Claw spec coming in for Monkeys, beautifully played. 58 claw spec off prayer on Goofy.
17 whip on the robes though off prayer. Definitely deserve to be a bit more than that, but still Goofy probably being down a bit of HP, gets taken another 44 bolt right there, putting him yet again at around 15 HP, needing to eat up to full. really losing out on the momentum that he could have had from this DD right now.
I believe Goofy Llama still has a special attack as well, though, which he's going to utilize now on the ropes. 50 damage, not bad, not as much as he probably would have expected. Monkeys, again, sitting dangerously low, but that's just how he likes to play it, I guess. Unfrozen, steps away, forces opponent to zoom out a little bit, takes a 35 ball. Chance with the whip as well on 15 hit points, and
looks
18
like Goofy
KO
is
almost.
out of food, sitting about 5 HP. Does get that redemption off, though.
Gosh, it's so close. I don't think that Monkfish is out of food, though, and getting a couple free hits here as well, as Goofy's desperately trying to flick the redemption up at the right game tick, but it's just so difficult to do. Down to 1 HP once again.
1 HP right now. Does get another redemption proc on that 0. Monkeys really should have opted for the barrage there to make sure that he takes his opponent out, but then again, he's sitting at a very comfortable HP right now, eating back up to full even. Takes a 37 whip right there at the end, though. Seems to be on the receiving end right now. Goofy getting some good RNG. Monkeys being out of food now as well.
No way. Monkeys does get the DD, though, and now both players are going to have to try to utilize the redemption flicks at the perfect time. Goofy having used 2 already, but does get taken down by a blood blitz by Monkeys. Wow, that went out the wire, didn't it?
So disappointed when you see someone really get that last bit of damage on the comeback, but not like just being about 20 away from KOing their opponent and then getting taken out at the end there. But Goofy did put up a good fight. Monkeys definitely having the lead for the most part, but still very unfortunate for Goofy right there.
Yeah, really lucky combo actually there from Monkfish as well, hitting the 28 blood blitz, near the max hit for sure. But you know that comeback at the end there, so close, almost switched it around. And I honestly thought for a second there that Goofy Llama would actually take that fight. But that's a 1-0 victory to Monkeys. And looks like we've got a PvP tracker as well.
Yeah, yet again, another tracker where Monkeys loses, but still comes out on top, actually. I don't think Monkeys has won on a tracker in about 5 fights, but still manages to come out on top, being down 84 damage on the tracker right there. Very unfortunate situation for Goofy.
Yeah, Goofy's RNG just not really doing too much for him. Kind of the opposite, doing 100 less damage than he deserved. As for the RNG or the freezes, Goofy's RNG wasn't too bad and really, but just couldn't capitalize when he had the DD and he was kind of trying to get some free hits and stuff. Monkeys did a great job of hitting back for hit for hit. I think the reason why Monkeys got that 620 actual damage as opposed to 550 is just those bolt procs, man. Monkeys was hitting 30s, 40s left and right, as we saw in the fight against 10-13 yesterday.
I mean, he's been getting so many good bolts as of late, and it really doesn't look like it's stopping for him. It's continuing throughout the fights, and he is still getting the RNG that he so desperately needs to keep going. Even though he's losing on the tracker, he's winning in game, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, well, we're jumping into the second fight of this best of 3. OG Monkfish leading 1-0 and also getting the first freeze as well to start this matchup. Stepping out, might get frozen by Goofy. No, Goofy splashes off the bat and gets a 22 whip as well. Monkey's being frozen now. Goofy Llama will be unfrozen in about 2 more hits right now. And when he does, I imagine he'll go on the offensive, trying to barrage as well. Nice 17 barrage from Monkeys without their staff, though, misclicking a little bit. Both players have the special attacks, which is why they're opting to pray melee a little bit more, not to get caught in the ropes. Oh, there's a 30 claw spec. First one coming in from Goofy onto Monkeys. Monkeys down a little bit of HP right now, but still has the opportunity to spec back and come back into the fight.
Yeah, right now it seems like Monkeys is on the defensive, not really dealing a whole lot of damage, while Goofy is just pummeling with the offensive damage right now. As I say that, though, isn't really hitting that much, only hitting a 1 barrage followed by 3 zeros as well. And another 0 right there. Not really a lot of damage being exchanged. Looks like neither of them having dealt a lot. Goes in for that first claw spec and gets 54 damage out of it, though. So definitely some nice damage to see. Does he actually KO? No, he hasn't KO'd him. Goofy actually gets 1 HP right there and then it eats up, but nearly KOing his opponent. That would have been over for Goofy, actually, if he got KO'd there.
That would have been the fastest, I think, KO we've seen in today's tournament and yesterday's matchups so far. I think Monkeys hit about 60 claw spec there, needed like a 62 or so to finish his opponent off. So kind of unfortunate for Monkeys at the same time, but still getting a 60 plus claw spec in a situation like this, you cannot be unhappy about at all. Monkeys predicting that whip hit beautifully there, getting the freeze, stepping underneath, sidestepping too, so he can't get whipped on, and getting a free hit out as well. Claw spec coming in retaliation, a 58 claw spec from Goofy Llama, evening the playing field right now. Both players on about similar HP, I imagine. Both players also utilizing both of their specs quite early on.
And it does seem like the lead that Monkeys had is kind of evening out right now. Goofy getting another freeze and getting a free hit right there. Needing some damage right now, though. Does whip a 32, but gets opal ball proc. So many that we've seen from Monkeys so far. But still, Goofy winning that exchange and being up damage. Gets another 20 barrage before being unfrozen right there. Monkey's currently running away, trying to keep Goofy on distance. Both of them being frozen right now. He's exchanging mage hits. Might be opting for a bolt here sometime soon. Monkeys does go for that bolt, hitting his 0. And it seems like Goofy has bolted a 0 off prey and on the robes. So Monkey's not really getting punished for his mistakes yet again.
Yeah, Monkey's RNG really showing here again. Like you said before, he's just not getting hit. There's a 21 though on the robes, to be fair, for Goofy. Finally getting some better RNG, going for a bolt hit off prayer as well. 32, that's some nice combos from him. Unfortunately though for him, Monkfish does catch the freeze, beautifully done. Goes for the sidestep, gets an 8. It's a free hit. We'll take the free hit, even though it's just an 8. A bit of a mistake there. Trading hits 1-for-1 right now, but Monkeys does have a big advantage, getting a free hit there as Goofy tries to melee, but Monkeys decides to step out by 2 squares, running really far away here. I think it's actually working for Monkeys really well. He recognizes that Goofy, every time he steps away. Sorry, I keep saying she. Every time Monkey's a girl character, every time he steps away, he gets some like really nice momentum. He gets a free hit or 2 in there. Big 40 Opal Bolt as well from Monkeys right now, doing fantastic with the movement. Just running around and getting some hits off prayer.
Those Opal Bolt procs as well. I mean, we've seen so many of those from Monkeys, and it still isn't stopping that RNG. It never ends with a crossbow for him.
Yeah, I mean, non-stop is just relentless, the RNG he's getting with it. Looks like Goofy Llama does have a moment here to eat up after DDing on Monkeys and gets a free hit off as well, as Monkeys was trying to prepare for the clicks. Doesn't manage to catch his opponent with the freeze there, and Goofy gets a further free hit, but unfortunately for him, a third one as well. Not really getting any damage out of it though. Monkeys does stop that retaliation by catching the freeze, but Goofy instantly freezes him back. Monkeys using the third special attack of the fight, hitting 0s, and they're retaliating with a 15 spec from Goofy, looking pretty neck and neck. I would say that Goofy's potentially up a little bit of HP right now. And
yeah,
some nice
seems to be getting some decent momentum right now, kind of snowballing on that RNG. But as I say, that begins hitting 0s again, whipping a 0 on the robes right there. Gets an Opal Bolt proc for a 33 though, dealing some damage back yet again. Seems like Monkey's not eating right now, sitting about 30 HP. Might be out of food. And no, he has eaten up yet again. So about 70 right there. Does get that taken away from him fairly fast though.
Yeah, the consistent hits right now from Goofy Llama definitely putting him in the lead, I believe. Monkey's down to about 30 HP, deciding not to eat, getting caught in robes as well. Might be out of food, whereas Goofy Llama's sitting on 115. There's a 27 whip. Might close it up here with Barrage. Starting to use protection redemption prayer, but it's not
does
worth
go
it,
down
man.
to that Barrage, leaving them at a 1-1 between the two. So the next fight does decide who goes on through. This is the losers bracket, so whoever does lose the next fight will be out of the tournament completely.
Whoever wins this fight as well will be going up against Frankie, full send. I believe that Monkeys looked really strong there for the first half of the fight, and then towards the end started to I don't know, just not be able to get the freezes and the damage that he was relying on in the first battle. So with that win for Mr. Goofy, then it has been evened up with a 1-1 in this best of 3. Next fight means everything. We do have the PB tracker, and it looks pretty even, to be fair. Yeah,
yet again though, Monkeys losing on another tracker for the 6th time in a row, with Goofy Llama having 72 extra deserved damage on Monkeys, with 59% praise to Monkeys 56, and 71 hits to Monkeys 70. So only 1 free hit there, so definitely not the free hits adding up that damage, but Goofy Llama getting the better RNG for once and dealing just below his deserved damage. Monkey dealing a significant amount below his deserved damage.
Yeah, and I reckon the reasoning behind this, like, if you look at the, even though the hits are 39 out of 70 and 42 out of 71, I guess the situation was that Goofy was just hitting Monkeys on the robes a little bit more with the hits, and that's probably why he ended up doing so much more deserved damage, as, you know, being in the low defense gear really does make a huge difference right now.
Yeah, so definitely.
That's a 1-1 for Goofy versus OG Monkfish. Jumping into the 3rd matchup in this best of 3 with the deal breaker, the winning round. We'll see who takes it. Based on what I've seen so far, I think, honestly, it could really go either way. Obviously, whoever gets the RNG is going to have a bit of a better chance of winning, but both fights now being literally a couple hits difference in terms of who gets the hits off prayer. So
yeah, I
we're
will
jumping
say Monkey's not having won a single tracker yet, though. It seems
true.
like the game isn't really favoring him. He should be losing, but he's just not. But I don't know. It could turn around. He could maybe win his first tracker yet again, starting off strong with the Opal Bolt proc. I don't know what's with Monkey's crossbow, but it seems to just be popping off today.
Yeah, it's just non-stop consistent with the 40-plus bolts. There's a nice 54 spec, though, for Goofy Llama onto Monkfish as Monkfish runs away, really equalizing out that big bolt proc that he got early on. Monkfish still has both of his special attacks, though, being frozen by a 30 barrage, and another ball proc coming in 20 this time. And like we said before, just the RNG is insane. Actually hitting Monkeys again, off robes, off prayer there, but Goofy Llama not getting the RNG he really wanted. 23 on the robes once again, and that's what's making the big difference, I believe, in these fights. If Goofy Llama keeps this up, then it's a big advantage he's going to get. A 25 bult as well, definitely coming out on top.
Still going strong with the damage,
spec.
getting in a decent claw spec right there. Definitely not the biggest, but you will take that damage on the tank off prey. So right now, Goofy having a significant lead over Monkeys for once, and no matter what, seems like he's just not stopping with the damage, manages to catch Monkeys right next to him. Goes for another barrage, but unfortunately splashes. Monkeys not really eating that high yet again, sitting fairly low HP, really risking it, but for once actually eats up the full. Still though, losing the exchanges here, seems like Goofy's RNG is just not stopping, and he's doing some constant damage on Monkeys. Monkeys being on the defensive for the past minute or so.
I think Monkeys was desperately waiting to see if he get an opening for that claw spec, but just didn't seem to find one, and as a result had to spec on prey and on tank for only a 22. Goofy does get the DD right now and does get a free hit off as well, looking a bit stronger this fight than the last two as well. I think his lead is definitely going up by quite a bit. A 31 whip as well there, beautifully done. A free hit too. I think Goofy's looking pretty strong in this third fight compared to the last two, and Monkeys needs to desperately catch this freeze, does, and then get off his last claw spec and hope to God that it hits some kind of 60 plus like it hasn't in previous fights.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I wasn't realizing you were yawning.
Goofy still being able to keep up with the damage here, just winning these exchanges non-stop. Actually bolt chancing Monkeys hard there off about 35 HP on the robes off prey as well. Still keeping it up with another 31 barrage. Monkeys trying to get his, a little bit of a lead there, going for that damage. He does drop the I'm not FL, so apparently he is not frontline. Anyway, he's still leading this fight, and Monkeys being significantly down to his opponent. He really needs a massive comeback right now to win.
Yeah, Monkeys does catch that freeze, but it's so important to him. And once again, you know, Goofy Llama saying that he's not in front line, weren't fed the right information there. I guess people were telling us that he was, but hey, that happens sometimes. Not too sure which clan he's representing, but I'm sure that will be revealed later in the tournament, or if he's a single player. Right now, Monkeys getting some nice RNG. The 27 there as well, into the barrage, into the DD, 29 barrage, into another bolt as well off prayer, only hitting a 0 though. Catching this freeze, really big to get the pressure. 22 barrage. Oh my gosh, Monkeys actually coming back into this fight. It might be a little bit too late. But he's getting some free hits and doing a fantastic job of staying in it right now. 28 blood blitz as well there. The claw spec coming in, hitting a 0 for Goofy. Really unlucky right there. And a 34 barrage too. Monkeys RNG is going absolutely insane right now.
He's still sitting really low HP though, so this might be just the final stretch for him where he's really needing that RNG in order to get himself back in the fight. He's still sitting low HP. Goofy, I believe, is about to have another claw spec. It does whip a 0 on the robes. Not getting any damage from Monkey's mistake there. Is Monkey's completely out of prayer? Monkeys might be completely out of prayer. He is out of prayer and does go down to that 23 right there. And it seems like Monkeys has had some poor restore management there and actually ran out of prayer completely from the fight he's carrying on too long.
I think Monkeys would have had a claw spec up right at the end of there as well, but potentially if he hung on a little bit longer, could have maybe utilized to bring that right down to the wire once again. But I think based on those 3 fights I've said before, you know, Goofy did come out on top in terms of the RNG tracker, so he did deserve to win those. Monkeys, regardless, does guarantee himself a space in the World Championship Tournament 2 weeks from now with a further $3,000 prize pool. So still the opportunity to make some money and to bring it back to his team if he's representing one as well. So, with that being said, we now have the losers round 6 bracket being filled up. We are now only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fights away from finishing up this weekend tournament. You keep yawning, you're making me yawn.
Bro,
I'm
getting tired right now, but I really don't want to be. It's like this. We're actually coming down to the finals of this tournament, so I'm gonna try to compose myself for the last part here. Looking at that tracker though, we have Monkeys. Yeah, again, losing another tracker. Like, I don't know what to say. That's like the 7th tracker in a row that he's lost. He does actually deserve to lose. So it's kind of good to see Jagex actually finally taking that RNG away and letting the deserved player win for once.
Absolutely, definitely deserved that one. And we got Method Mole in the chat saying, I've got to admin the Oceania off-stream qualifiers less than 12 hours from now. And here we are, moaning about being awake at 10:20. We woke up at 4 p.m., 5 p.m. today. We really have no room to complain whatsoever.
I mean, there's always people that have it worse than what you do. So
yeah,
unfortunate for you, Mr. Method Manager. Either way, silence. But Doji Monkfish has said he had 2 blighted restores instead, meaning that he was only surviving on that 1 Samfu that he had, which is very unfortunate, honestly. That's a massive mistake. I do believe if he had said that straight off the bat, he probably would have gotten a rematch, but unfortunate.
Oh, he had blighted restores. My God, that's so unfortunate, yeah. Damn. Well, these mistakes in situations like this when there's so much pressure and so much on the line, it happens sometimes, man. You put up a great fight there, Monkfish. You did very well throughout the tournament, and you came the closest to beating 10-13, so hold your head high with that feat. You didn't beat him, but you got close, and no one else has come close. So
yeah, I mean, he has still qualified for the World Championship as well.
We'll see in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, you do have another chance at getting some prize money. Regardless, though, we will be moving on to the next fight here between Gosu and Zeman. Gosu actually performing really well in this tournament so far, being one of the top tier NHs of this tournament. A Titan, you could say, versus Zeman. Having it a bit easy in the losers bracket, if I'm completely honest. Most of the fights either being no-shows, one of them showing up on a mobile even.
Yeah, Gosu is not a man to be played around with, though. This guy beat King Sam, who was a high contender in the tournament, and he also beat Grey, one of the content creators that was in here too. So we're starting off with Zeman jumping in with the freezes and being caught a few steps away. A magician battle starting underway. Zeman opts usually to utilize the AGS over the claws, which every other contestant has been using, which brings a little bit, of interest to these fights. A lot more KO potential being a one
with it for this fight as well. It would be very disappointing if she has switched to claws already. But Gosu seems to have attempted to go for a second claw there, but apparently just misclicked. It does have the AGS and actually gets a really nice AGS back off there, but unfortunately hitting a 0 for her. So Gosu still being on the upper hand here, having dealt a little bit more damage, but still takes a bolt on the ropes. Zeman trying to go for an anti with the AGS there, but not exactly paying off. Gosu stepping out with the claws, but not going for him. Does go for him to tick after, though. Maybe trying to play some mind games. Zeman going for that AGS, both of them hitting just about the same. Not really too much damage coming out of those specs. Regardless, seems like Zeman takes a bolt on the ropes, double clicking a prayer there, very punishing, taking a 38 bolt, but might be able to deal some damage back if she can catch this freeze.
Yeah, absolutely. I think right now Neverwin's getting kind of a little bit better luck with the Mage RNG as well, catching those freezes and having the DD advantage, getting a few free hits in here left and right. It looks like both players opting to catch the freeze, and once again, Neverwin, Gosu does manage to get it, gets to the DD, and bides his time until he waits for his opponent Zeman to change her prayers and get a free hit in here or there. Getting a lot of hits on the robes right now, actually, which has been pretty big, but some of these aren't really translating to the numbers that he's looking to see. Getting some free hits, though, regardless, will add up over time. Zeman now unfrozen, catching the freeze, unable to do so, getting hit on robes again by a whip there.
Get a whip on the robes, unfortunately, yet again. I'm not really seeing these robe hits being too punishing, yet again, getting bowered on robes, only for a 1 ride there. Seems like both of them he's taking robe hits, not caring, because it's not punishing them at all.
Excuse me, just a little bit of a cough there. Looks like Zeman catches the 34. Freeze goes the DD again for the first time, gaining control of this fight with the DD advantage. That's some crazy RNG. 34 into the 20, into the 30, into the 28 there. Has to bide her time. Another AGS whack. What is going on? The RNG is just going absolutely through the roof right now for Zeman. She's really came back into this fight quite a lot. Catching her opponent as well, once again on the ropes of the AGS swing. Being frozen and straight away catching her opponent back again. So that Gosu can't get the advantage that Zeman just had.
Yeah, seems like it's a bit of a slow-paced fight, this one. We're not really seeing a lot of damage being exchanged between the two. Just small increments of damage up and away at their opponent's food. So I think we are in for a long one, potentially even one of the longest fights that we've seen in this tournament so far. Both of them just hitting absolutely nothing on each other. But saying that, maybe we can see a change towards the later end of the fight. Finally getting some decent hits there with that 32 bolt. Neither of them being frozen. Zeman getting frozen. As I say that, though, with Gosu having the freeze DD advantage right now, getting 2 free hits on that. Might be able to get a hit on the robes right here if he plays it well, and he does. And yet again, it's only for a 0. Zematime hitting him back with an AGS. Still, both of them just exchanging small increments of damage. Not really a lot going on.
Yeah, currently lots of little hits. I mean, for a moment there, Zematime did get a bit of momentum and, you know, got like 100+ damage combo. But right now, can't seem to do too much. Just catching freezes left and right. Both players being frozen a few steps away from each other. Catching each other on robes quite a lot right now, but not really equalizing that much damage. There we go. Another one of the 31 barrage, 31 whip, as I say that, on the robes. Now both players on frozen. Looks like Zeman does catch the freeze, but potentially gets caught back. She does, which means we've got another hybrid fight. Lots of zeros being translated. We should see another special attack coming out any second now, though, so that will make for some interesting gameplay, maybe some momentum being swung towards one player's side. Zematime gets a 38 bolt there into a 20 barrage 2, maybe coming out on top here. 16 overbolt spec as well through the prayer, and an 18 through the prayer too, getting very lucky. 42 AGS spec through the prayer, that was beautifully done as she stepped in. Neverwin does still have the claw spec too, but Zematime doesn't get frozen and almost KOs her opponent. Looks like Gosu is out of food right now.
Seems like the RNG has finally switched up right now. Gets an AGS back on the robes, not hitting anything though. Gosu sitting really low HP. Zematime might be coming out on top again, even after my prediction being extremely favored towards Gosu.
Yeah, I think Zematime,
and she does take him down with that 31 whip, proving herself to be a really good and strong tribrid right here. I'm sorry, I just, it seems like every prediction I make, it just goes the opposite way.
Yeah, really nicely played there from Zeman. She got so many hits on her opponent off prayer, and just in general, like the AGS wax really coming in clutch for her. Quite some nice momentum about midway through the fight, getting like 100 HP lead. But yeah, right in the end there, the whip to finish off Neverwin. Since it's a 4-tick weapon, I guess everyone wasn't prepared for the double whip combo. Really interesting fight. I'm sure we'll get a PvP tracker soon. But with that being said, in the losers round 6 right now, 2 fights away from getting a chance to come back into the finals. Zematime does take the lead versus Gosu in a 1-0 victory in a best of 3.
Yeah, sorry, I'm eating pregnant.
No problem. We've got the PvP tracker, so I'll just quickly go through that. We've got Neverwin versus Zematime, like I said before. Neverwin coming out on top of the PvP tracker by quite a bit. Same amount of hits done. Not many free hits, really, but 38 versus 29 hits off prayer. And the actual damage and deserved damage, Neverwin got so unlucky. 530 deserved, but only 375 actual, whereas Zematime had 517 deserved, 15 less, but actually got better RNG with a 50 extra damage. Looks like we're jumping in to the next fight. West Ham, compose yourself, brother. Swallow. And
sorry, I was just laughing at what Method said there. You're eating a biggest brand of stackable crisps. Sorry, I shall not mention any brand names in the future. But starting off this fight, it looks like Gosu having the upper hand right now, getting some decent bits of damage in, but unfortunately only claws a 2 right there. Not really getting too much out of that claw spec. Yet again, seems like Gosu has the upper hand, getting that freeze yet again. It seems like Zematime gets an AGS off prayer, but only for a 0 right there. Not really dealing a lot of damage. Both of their specs essentially being rendered useless. But the claw, I mean, it did hit a 2, so far AGS.
Nice anti. Just as Neverwin there. Oh, claw spec off prayer, off on robes, a 0 again.
Disappointing specs that we have seen so far. Yeah, both of the specs from each of the opponent being off prey, still not hitting even above 20. I think they've both done about 20 damage combined.
Yeah, the RNG here is not great. I was going to say, Zematime had a great move there where opponent ran into her, got an Aegis spec on about 70 HP, but didn't do really any damage. It was a chance, potentially. Could have closed this one up really quickly with this 1-0 lead already being given to her. Stepping away right now, the next free is going to be very important. Getting a big ball on the robes. That's a 28 ball for Zematime into the whip hit. Neverwin trying to catch this freeze desperately as best he can to stop this, barrage of attacks and the onslaught that is just never ending from Zematime. Goes for the barrage, does catch it, and unfortunately for Neverwin, can't catch it despite really committing to it a few times. Ooh, Zematime does misclick there though, can't get any for opponent, and as a result, Neverwin does catch the really important freeze. We see a few AGS swings coming into play here as well, hoping for those 50 pluses to, come back into the fight. I have to argue that right now, I think Neverwin's probably up a little bit of hit points based on his RNG so far.
Yeah, I mean, Zematime trying her best to stay in this fight so far. Been misclicking the prey is a fair decent amount though. Gets frozen there by the looks of things, but does freeze her opponent back. Both of them trading very small hits at the moment. Gets bolted a 26 on robes and barrages a 25 straight back though. So both of them still being on just about even damage. Kind of hoping for one of them to at least get some RNG here and get in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, watching their prayers and how they're flicking them on the last game tick possible with these hybrids, you know, really deserving to be here today. Time going for the freeze, faking the freeze, going for a whip, but it was actually seen by Neverwin. Trying to catch the freeze once again to gain this advantage, but just zipping around the arena constantly. Neverwin can't catch that freeze, can't even get a click on Time right now. Does do it just before she gets the DD, though. Neverwin stopping Time in her tracks before she's able to really capitalize on the DD advantage. Looks like currently Neverwin is still up a little bit of food. We'll see that third spec coming into play very shortly now. It should be regenning any second.
They should have
Here it is.
There it is for a 42 right there. Not too much damage. 43, sorry. Time still holding on to that AGS and does actually get that damage straight back by bolting that 43, essentially rendering Gosu's Claw useless. But still, Time sticking in this, despite being down a little bit, should be able to get that AGS back off fairly soon and maybe win the fight, or at least take the lead with it. Seems like she has gotten refrozen again, and she's not dealing a lot of damage. Gosu definitely not hitting a lot, but still dealing more damage than what she is, putting his lead further and further ahead. But there is the third AGS spec that we've seen, only dealing a 21 though.
Yeah, just desperately trying to get it out right there to really maybe swing the fight back into her favor. Getting a few hits here, but sitting in her robes a bit too long and taking a 15 as a result. Needs to sit in that tank a little bit better. That's a nice bolt proc. 17 through the prayer and tank. Can't be too mad about that one. Goes for a whip hit. Fakies into the crossbow. Doesn't get it up just in time. I think Neverwin had his prey range up still. Now his next free is going to be very important for both players. Faking it out, 21 into the 30
nearly getting KO'd by that whip as well. Nearly getting KO'd by the bolt, followed shortly by. Seems like she's eaten up now, but Gosu definitely having a significant lead now, really putting himself ahead. Seems like Time is going to need a bit of a miracle in order to win this fight.
Yeah, Zeman's struggling to really catch that freeze at the moment, just splashing left and right and getting a few bolts off prayer, but not really doing too much damage. Currently, Gosu is in the lead by quite a lot of hit points, and Time might be almost out of food right now. That 24 bolt, definitely lovely for her. Needs to catch the freeze. Fakies the AGS, goes for another barrage, but Neverwin does see it coming, goes for a whip, catching that freeze, manages to get the advantage in his favor. Now, next hit is going to really matter here for both players. Lovely fakie there from Neverwin. Going to close us up nicely. Time just using the redemption as best she can.
Yeah, trying to get that redemption off. Not really flicking her protection prayers, though. Finally does it. Might be able to proc a couple of redemptions, but I do think Gozu's lead is so significant that she does really need a miracle. Gets the first redemption with a 37 bolt, though, so maybe it will happen. We haven't really seen anyone do a redemption comeback so far, so maybe we'll see it for the first time. But Gozu sitting full HP again, going to the full green bar. Time gets the second redemption of the fight. Gets taken out. No, is still 1 HP, but gets taken out by that 19 barrage.
I'll tell you what.
After.
She was so close to actually getting that third redemption flick off, but she just wasn't quite fast enough when it came to having to drink the prayer potion and then put the redemption on the right game tick. But she could have potentially got that third one out, which would have been absolute scenes right now. Neverwin, though, I believe, did deserve to win that fight. Gosu definitely played that a little bit better, caught Time in her robes quite a bit, and as a result, does close this second fight up. You know, evening the score out to 1-1 in this best of 3, actually. So it's all to play for in the next one. We're getting a lot of fights right now that are going back and forth until it gets to the finals. Predictions for the third fight while we're waiting for the PvP tracker, West Ham.
I mean, Gosu has been doing better. He did actually have more deserved damage on the last fight. I'm excited to see the tracker for this fight. I do believe he's going to have more deserved damage yet again. Coming out on top this time, though. So if he can keep it together, he should be able to win this next one.
No, absolutely. I do agree with you there when it comes to that. After this fight, we'll be watching a Frankie Full Send versus Goofy Llama as well, the winner of which will be going to losers round 7. We are so close now to the finals, and $1,500 being given away today by Method. Jumping into this fight, the third match, 1-1 in a best of 3. Looks like both players are doing a mage fight, freezing each other halfway across the map. So a bit of a Farcast magician battle, just back and forth. RNG is the main game here, but the second they're unfrozen, be interested to see what they opt for, if they go for a crossbow at the right time and catch each other. Looks like Zeman does catch her opponent off prayer. 26 into the barrage straight away. Gets claws. It's on the run.
Almost gets KO'd right there by that claw, though. Really close from being taken out very early into the fight. Does go for that AGS spec, only hitting a 16. Yet again, that AGS not being proven to be too strong with the specs, but has done her good with the works.
Yeah, the whacks have been really nice for her, but last fight she didn't use them as much. Nice claw spec coming in there, but unfortunately getting caught on prayer and on tank. Time locking it down beautifully with a return of a 38 bolt 2 to relinquish Never Wins last special attack.
AGS, but has cancelled it last tick there. Seemed like she realized that her opponent, it was a bit too obvious for her opponent, so she's saving it to get another attempt later maybe. Still, looks like they're both just exchanging damage right now, not dealing too much, but still getting some decent hits every here and there. Gosu, you're hitting a 0 crossbow right there. Time opting for the bolt, hitting a 3, gets an opal bolt proc for a 10. Fortunately, still just dealing small increments of damage, kind of chipping away at their opponent's food. Gets the first big hit there with a 35 barrage, the max barrage that you can get in this gear, followed by a 34 whip, really getting some nice damage, and a 24 staff bash, some really lucky RNG from Zeman.
Yeah, Zeman's RNG right now is really going for the roof once again. Last fight, she didn't have the same RNG as in the third, but this one's doing well. 34 AGS spec there. Not too bad. I mean, she'll take that one. It's her second special attack as well. Now, Never Win. Gosu can not have to worry too much about the melee prayer as much as he had before. A nice bolt proc coming in, 23 for Gosu. I think it's looking pretty neck and neck right now, to be honest. Pretty even trades, although right now Gosu does have the DD advantage. Looks like, once again, Zeman Time trying to opt for those AGS whacks to try and hope for the 50s to really, allow us to get in the lead. 44 whip from Gosu there, almost a max
one
hit
away from
gear.
the max hit right there. Yeah, maybe Zeman Time can get some decent AGS whacks off and pull it back, but right now it seems like they have evened out the fight again. Really nice whip there from Zeman Time though, getting a 24 into the opal bolt proc for a 30, really getting some good RNG that she so desperately needs right now. Gets hit at 23 though on the ropes. AGS whacks a 45 right there at the end, really putting herself back into the fight. Like I said, those AGS whacks really can pay off sometimes.
Yeah, really beautifully done. It's nice to see them actually finally working out for her, because she's gone from a lot and hit a lot of zeros recently. In the last fight before this, the first fight they did, she hit like 30 with it. So I guess she used up a lot of the RNG there, but it's finally recharged itself. We have a third special attack coming into play any second now. So if players are going to be having to opt to pray melee a little bit more. And currently, Never Win Gosu having the DD advantage and getting quite a lot of free hits whenever he does. Back to back, which are going to add up for the end of the fight. There's another free hit there once again. Zeman Time, a third free hit on Zeman Time. 4 free hit. Unfortunately, though, all of them have been pretty trash combos. And Zeman Time not getting punished there
really
either.
Not really adding up to a lot of damage and immediately getting 50 damage with that barrage into the whip.
Claw spec coming in right now.
Going for that claw spec, not really hitting too much though, only getting about 22 damage from it right now. Zeman Time sitting fairly low HP, not entirely sure if she's out. No, she has eaten up to just about the equal amount of HP that Gosu has right now. Seems like it's gonna come down to RNG between the two. Opt for the AGS whack. Didn't really hit too much though, both of them hitting zeros right there. Zeman Time yet again, just getting those hits without being able to hit back.
Yeah, she's
Seems like Gosu has gotten a decent amount of free hits right now. Zeman Time opting for the barrages here, getting a 13 barrage into the AGS back, hitting a 0, going for the DD yet again.
Yeah, currently, I think it seems pretty even, but to be honest, Gosu is definitely outplaying his opponent right now. A very nice AGS spec, chancing
56
Gosu.
Chancing her opponent right there.
Wow.
That AGS actually paying off for once, and it looks like Gosu is out of food. Zeman Time just needs to hit above a 10 right now to take her opponent out. Does opt for the Blood Blitz and does hit it with that 13 Blood Blitz through the Prey Mage. I do believe that is a bit of an RNG win though. I'm not entirely sure, but Zeman Time definitely yet again. I mean, I'm just gonna keep betting for, like, if I bet on 10-13 to win, I'm sure he'll lose.
I'm really surprised by that fight, to be honest, that outcome. I really expected Never Win to win there, but to be honest, I guess he lives up to the name. Every single time he went for the DD mechanics, at one point he got like 4 or 5 free hits in a row, which is really surprising. And despite that, it didn't even go down to the wire. I think that his opponent, Zeman Time, she had quite a bit of food left in her inventory at the end, and took her time to make sure she caught that freeze, so her opponent couldn't get those back-to-back redemptions, because that would have been pretty unfortunate for her. But that does mean that, unfortunately for Gosu, he's knocked out of the competition in losers round 6, and Zeman Time does go ahead through to the semi-finals of the losers bracket. Unfortunately for Goofy Llama
was a no-show.
Yeah, Goofy Llama did not turn up. We've had so many players not turning up so close to the end, which is so surprising. He has guaranteed himself a place in the finals 2 weeks from now, so he's going to be able to have another chance to be able to win some prize money. You okay there, Casper? But That'll happen in 2 weeks' time.
1 sec, my Pringles can just got knocked over.
You mean your crisp can of an unidentified source. So anyway, Goofy Llama gets pushed out because he's not available. Frankie, full send, goes through to the next round to fight Time in this next matchup. The winner of that will go up against either Sanctified or 1013. We literally have 1, 2, 3, 4 matches left before $1,500 worth of prize money is given out to these contestants. So, West Ham has unfortunately tripped over some crisps on the floor, I believe. So it's just you and I at Twitch chats. Gosu versus Frankie Full Send coming up very shortly. Looking through Full Send's previous history in this tournament. He got the bye just a second ago because Goofy Llama did not attend. He actually ended up going all the way through to... Oh, wow. He got through to round 4 just before the semi-finals. So he was almost getting through to the final in the winner's bracket. Wait, what?
Hello?
Wow.
What?
That is so surprising. Okay,
What?
we have really big news. So, although we just saw Time actually win there against Gosu, Time forgot to record her perspective, her point of view, and as a result, she broke the rules and has said to give Gosu the win. Unsure if these two are friends or in the same clan. But, of course, rules are rules. That is so unfortunate. So close to the finals. She was 2 matches away of being able to get some prize money. Oh, she must be kicking herself for not recording then. Very, very unlucky. And from my perspective, too, it didn't look like she was using anything notorious either. But, hey, man, that's the rules. And respect to her for really abiding by them. Of course, they're put in place to make sure we've got a clean competition. And as a result, Gosu, rather than Time, does go through to the next round. Amazing sportsmanship we've seen this weekend from so many players, Time included there. Good luck in 2 weeks' time. You are welcome back to the World Championship for a further $3,000 prize pool. Very unfortunate to hear that you forgot to record, but to be fair, at the same time, Gosu did win every single tracker and just got kind of RNG'd a little bit too much here. So equally, I guess he does equally deserve, a chance in the next round too. Bit of a letdown for many people who are probably rooting on the last girl gamer in this competition. But regardless, Gosu going up against Frankie Full Send next. Frankie Full Send actually lost to Sanctified in round 4, and Sanctified looking at one of the favorites in this tournament today, who's going up against 1013 to God very soon. And yes, as Method Ben has said in the Twitch chat, she is still joining us for the World Championship in 2 weeks' time. So she'll still be back, and you guys can root her on when she does. But yeah, Frankie having an amazing competition, actually beating Sanctified as well. Before Sanctified, he 2-0'd Minza, he 2-0'd Ayasu, and he also 2-0'd Abyss, one of the favorites as well in this competition, and he 2-0'd AJ Theo. So he's actually not lost any fights until he got dropped down by Sanctified. So Frankie Full Send, going to be a scary competitor for Gosu to take on right now. Do you know either of these players very well?
No, I have seen Full Send compete in tournaments before, though, like I said yesterday, and I do think he is a very good player.
Okay.
He has the potential to win here, but both of these players are really good, so it should be neck and neck between the two.
Yeah, sweet. We've only actually got 4 players left in the competition, all fighting over that $1,500 worth of prize money. So this match right here, about to watch, Gosu versus Frankie, is going to be a $150 matchup for the 3rd place guaranteed prize. Be interesting to see who takes this one. If you guys would like to, we do have a prediction underway, so feel free to gamble your channel points if you've been watching all weekend. A lot of players in the chat opting for Gosu. Interesting. I've not seen Full Send since yesterday, and from what I remember at least, he was a really scary competitor. As you said before, he has gone very far in other previous tournaments that you've witnessed too. Should be an exciting one. Best of 3, of course, and this loses round 7.
Yeah, we're currently just waiting for our opponents here to go in. I do believe that they are preparing for the battle that is coming up shortly. But until then, what do you think about the 1013 and Sanctified fight? Who do you reckon is going to win?
Dude, that is a huge one that I cannot wait for. Of course, Sanctified I've known for a couple years now. He's been a high-leveled member in the clan Blazers that I've played with numerous times since like 2015 Deadman Mode days. So he's one of their best and probably their best NA player they've got as well. If anyone can take on 10-13, he's definitely up there as being able to perform really well. And obviously, another thing about these tournaments we keep talking about is just how RNG based they are. Of course, that's the game. It's rock, paper, scissors. Sometimes you pick your opponents right. Sometimes you get caught in the wrong gear. Sometimes you just get unlucky and get those bolt procs or those massive claw specs. So it could definitely go either way. And that's what makes this tournament so interesting as well. But we're jumping in to the losers round 7, the losers semi-finals right now. Money is on the line, $150 for whoever takes this win in this best of 3. Full Send versus Never Win.
Yeah, so I do believe whoever wins after this fight, we will be watching Sanctified and 10-13. It looks like Full Send has Staff Spec straight away, though, wasting his entire special bar. And Never Win, already having dumped 1 spec, can kind of just sit and chill here right now. Doesn't really need to bother with dumping one of the claw specs since he's already began regenerating. So by the time he's got the second claw spec, Full Send's Staff Spec will have gone away, and he should be able to get some decent claws off.
Yeah, really interesting. He's now claiming a DC after misclicking the Staff Spec. I don't know about that one, brother. We'll have to wait and see what the judges say based on the tracker. He should be recording right now.
Yeah,
it could be the case that he's misclicked and using DC as an excuse. We shouldn't jump to that conclusion because, to be fair, if you do DC and misclick, fair enough. We'll have to wait and see respectfully. Currently, Frankie... sorry, not Frankie. Gosu is waiting patiently to see what happens. These guys have to record, as we just saw a competitor being taken out of the competition for failing to abide by the rules. So as long as Full Send is recorded, I'm sure we'll be able to tell if he actually was lagging or if this was a smart play of him misclicking and trying to get a free rematch. Looks like Frankie doesn't care. He's going in for the claw spec. He says, "Screw you."
Taking him out right there.
Oh, man. I mean, we're going to have to wait and see in a second.
I will say, if he actually has faked a DC, I almost think that should be a disqualification.
That's disrespectful, man.
Yeah, we will see what's going to happen here, but if he has his point of view of him DCing, then obviously we could just be wrong. But
yeah,
we should claim DC right after that Staff Spec.
It's a bit sus, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
It's really disappointing too, because obviously Frankie Full Send, we've hyped him up now as being one of those guys that's potentially a favorite to really go through and win this competition. You've seen him perform in different tournaments as well. He managed to beat Sanctified once and hadn't lost any fights to anyone else since then. It's a very competitive matchup. I guess in the end, Gosu got bored of waiting and thought, nah, you're trying to fool me out of my free win here, and spec'd him out for a 66. I guess we have to wait a second to figure out exactly what's going on. So bear with us, Twitch chat. For the most part, this weekend has been, every contender's been really lovely, very patient, very prompt, on time. Everyone giving some good sportsmanship. But hey, sometimes this happens. We're just waiting to see if he's going to give the recording, to see if he actually did DC. And if he doesn't, hey man, that's a free win to Gosu. If I was Frankie right there and I misclicked, I would have kept playing. The 2 claw specs are definitely huge in these fights when they can potentially do 150 damage together. But at the same time, it's not over until it's over. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't risk getting disqualified over that, though, just in case he actually did not DC there. Because unless he can prove it, I'd hope that there is some form of punishment for that.
Yeah, I mean, if he has DC'd as well in general, obviously we're on a schedule right now. He knew when he had to be here, so if he sits around for too long, potentially we might have to just give Gosu the win anyway. And for $150 as well, this fight, it's a big fight, man. So there's a lot on the line right now, the potential to make, much more than that.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, right now, we still haven't heard anything from him. He might just be completely disconnected, so...
Well, actually, I'm wrong. We're not behind schedule. We're ahead of schedule because we had a few people that were disqualified / didn't turn up earlier. So we can sit back, relax, be patient. Although
we can do a Pringles review.
No, we don't. No brands.
Oh yeah, the stack of unbranded crisps that I do have here. This is pulled pork burger flavor. I'm gonna give it my probably 20th taste.
You know what? I might actually join you. I've got some paprika flavor over there. We can have a fight off of who has the better
texture definitely flavor. Being on top. I'd say the flavor is a bit weird. I'm not entirely sure Like, I feel like a lot of these crisp brands kind of just throw whatever flavor they want, and they don't really care. Like, it doesn't take, like, what? How is anyone gonna know what pulled pork burger tastes like?
Dude, this is why I opted for paprika, because you get what you're looking for. You actually get that.
Yeah,
flavor
that is true.
In and
The
around your
paprika
mouth.
flavor really does complement
bangs,
what
man.
it actually is. I will say though, not a big fan of it. As for this one, it is good. I have no idea what pulled pork burger is supposed to taste like. I kind of feel like this is a bit taking a piss with the flavoring. But either way, it's good nonetheless. And I mean, the crispiness of this crisp, as you can see, like if we look at it right here, break that, very, very clean. I will say I'm a big fan of it.
What are you doing, man? What are we doing? Anyway, guys, if you were just joining with us, if you're wondering what the hell's going on right now, as we're kind of trying to buy some time, one of our contenders claimed a DC after accidentally hitting the Star for the Light special. So we're just waiting for a recording and see what happens next.
I am gonna run for a drink real quick, and I will do a quick review.
Oh God, you've left me.
As well. No.
Okay, it's just me right now. You and I Twitch chat. So, in terms of the fights we got to see today, I guess I'll just run over the competition and what we've seen so far as we're buying time currently. After this battle, depending who wins, depending if our opponent comes back, we're going to be watching Sanctified versus 1013 De God. This is a very anticipated matchup, of course. 1013 needing no introduction, let's be real now. He's been around for many years, considered as one of the youngest and the most experienced. How do I put that together? Youngest and most experienced. That's quite a mismatch. Contenders in this tournament. Of course, Sanctified going way back as well, representing Blazers currently. So that's going to be one to watch. If anyone can take 1013 down, Sanctified definitely has a chance, especially in this RNG game. Looking at the losers bracket, depending obviously who falls there versus Sanctified and 1013, they'll be having to go up against Gosu or Frankie Full Send, and that will be a big fight as well. So I guess we're just...
He hasn't lied. We will see. We are currently waiting for him to come back. That is kind of why we're stalling time right now. But I do have my drink right here, so... Can I coat the taste notes right
gamers. Now? Don't forget to be drinking.
Yeah, make sure to hydrate. Don't hydrate with what I'm hydrating with, though. I am currently drinking what is currently known as battery acid. Not the best, but it does keep me going whenever we are casting this late. I will say Ian's commentary so far has been amazing. I do appreciate you taking over.
What do you mean, mate? You've been going a million miles an hour with your casting. It's been fantastic. I really enjoyed casting with you actually the last couple of times. So I only casted the EU and this tournament weekend. You've casted literally every weekend, 15 hours a week, haven't you, for the past month, right?
Yeah, I will say it's been fun. It's also really good to get the experience for sure. I've been wanting to do this type of stuff, preparing because I want to do just small tournaments over here and there myself.
Yeah.
So it's been fun getting the experience, and it's preparing me for the future for sure. I do think Method have a lot of stuff planned in the future, so I do look forward to that. Hopefully we'll also see some diversity soon. I kind of hope Jagex is going to come in and shortly do something.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, we've been given the... okay, before I do actually say this, I would love to also get involved with that too, and I think Method do have a lot of brand new tournaments coming up soon. As I said before, we've got the PvP ones that are happening right now with the first tournament, which is the Method Mayhem one, with every weekend up until that World Championship in a couple of weeks. Not only that, I think they've got some potential PVM ideas in the pipeline, some skilling competitions too for players out there. Obviously, we've got DMM in the summer as well, so I imagine Method might do something interesting there. Got some fun tournaments too. I'd love to see an All-Stars, for example, that Jagex ran a couple of years ago, where we had all the content creators going at it. Just as a fun competition. Maybe like put up some prize money to the content creators. Charity of choice, for example, could be a really nice way to do that and get some extra content for you viewers at home to look forward to too. If you guys have any ideas for any tournaments in the future, if you enjoy this kind of stuff and what Method's bringing to the table in terms of their broadcast team, really high quality. Very impressed personally by how smoothly these shows have run. So shout out to Lyndon and Ben and the crew for doing such a fantastic job lately. But if you guys have got any ideas, I very much recommend you checking out Method Mildly on Twitter. I'm actually going to give him a plug in the Twitch chat, because
I don't think you can post links.
well, his at is at Method. I'll type it at least. Method Mildly. Feel free to give him a follow and DM him. He's got his DMs open, or you could chuck him a little tweet if you've enjoyed the tournament. I'm sure he'd really appreciate it. It's the first one he's ran himself as being the manager of the old school RuneScape scene, and you'll probably see his face a lot more with the Q&As coming up soon as well. With that being said, though, guys.
Oh, sorry.
No, jump in.
Now, I was going to say, I am really excited for the PVM tournaments and stuff. Whatever we do have planned for the PVM stuff, it will be interesting to see. I do hope that we're going to be able to come up with some interesting concepts. I know we've got a lot of elite tier PVMers on the Method team, actually. So I do believe that we can get some interesting suggestions from that and be able to base it off of that. And
yeah, man.
To see what we can do with that will be a really interesting one. I think it hasn't really been given the attention it deserves. People will say PVM's boring, but there's equally as much skill to PVM sometimes as there is to PK, and I'd say there's a lot of mechanics in PVM. I mean, look at that cold one, for example.
Yeah, we're all running on this. The whole game is made up of obviously the 0.6 second tick system. It's all the same thing. That's how I managed to like translate from being a PvPer into a into more of a PVM with my Iron Man and that kind of stuff. But in terms of the roster that the OSRS Method team is made up of, we have, we got Sync, who, without saying, has got thousands of raid KCs, very experienced, has written many guides, and really helped a lot of players jump into end game content. We got players such as Lake, who is an end game Iron Man that has, oh my god, so many thousands of KC and Nightmare and raids and all that kind of stuff too, and doing the first No Pillar Inferno in the game, I think, as well. Players like Puggin, who, again, sick and disgusting at raids and a very humble man as well. It's lovely to talk to, and will always give you advice if you need it. Other really good PVMers, Latius. How can I forget about Latius? Latius is like probably the king of PVM, one of the nicest guys, and probably in my opinion, one of the most underrated and best PVMers that are out there in the entire game. With that being said, I think we've stalled enough. I think we're going to go for a short break, my friends, to give us just a breather and to double check what is going on right now. So we'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Please don't go anywhere. We are so close now, only 2 or 3 matches away from giving away prize money in the final. 2 matches
away, including the final, of course, and then we will be giving away all the prize monies. But we are going on a break, just waiting for the contestant who DC to come back. So hopefully he'll come back by then.
Yeah, bear with us, guys. We'll catch you very shortly. Please do be patient with us, and we appreciate you sticking around. We'll catch you soon.
Can I get it before?
I know why I let you go. There's something strange between us. Show you what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. That sound, something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. You need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice.
I'm holding on, if almost gone. Someday I know I'll finally make it through the gates. Just have to wait. You whisper to me, there's no maybe. There's only time for dreams even greater. I hear the call, and I close my eyes to see even clearer. I see it all. I know that we can go higher if we keep our faith, if we keep our faith. Sometimes I'm like a whisper in a riot, but I grow stronger, keep believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. Still holding tight through every fight, 'cause sometimes I can see through the echo of every day, always the same, until you take a step and let go. You told me that the shade's turning brighter, I don't know how. You showed me every heart is a fighter, time is now. I know that we can go higher if we keep our faith, if we keep our faith. Sometimes I'm like a whisper in a riot, but I grow stronger, keep believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me.
There it is, a beautiful double point. 2-0 for West Ham, progressing through to the next round.
Auto block, camping that tank very well, not taking too much damage. Lemon Lime just took a bolt off prayer.
Look at this, he's completely taking control of it. The third. There's another redemption from I'm So Happy. He still has 3 doses of restore as well. He can still keep this in. Goes for the claw, 25 damage coming in. Both players use a redemption, and I'm So Happy's gonna take it at the end.
Very good here for Morrow. This is a... Wow, look at this! In 3 hits! 40, 30, 30!
Welcome back, gamers, to day 2, the finals of the Method Mayhem OSRS US West PvP circuit. We've already seen our top 8 contenders representing US West, which are going to be going into the grand final, or rather, sorry, the World Championship in 2 weeks' time for a further $3,000. We are moments away now of giving away $1,500 prize pool to the top 3 contenders who have made it this far. We only have around 4 matches or so left to witness, with the final being a best of 7. So it's going to be really exciting ahead. If you just left us on the break right there, a quick explanation to what just happened. So we just saw in the losers round 7, just before the losers final bracket, Gosu versus Frankie full send going in for their first fight of the best of 3. Unfortunately for Frankie, he either misclicked or he DC'd on his Star for the Light spec, and as a result afterwards he claimed a DC, and we had to basically deliberate on it, check the clip, all that kind of stuff. In the end, because we missed out a part of the clip and it wasn't very clear whether he had DC'd or not, Frankie full send, he took the L very respectfully as well and said, fair enough, It happens sometimes. I can't 100% prove that I've DC'd. He took the loss, which means that Gosu gets the 1-0 lead right now in this best of 3. So we're jumping into the next fight momentarily with Gosu versus Frankie full send. A little bit disappointing to see, as we did have high expectations of Frankie in terms of him going far and being potentially the favorite to win in this transition. He's not out yet, though. It is a best of 3. He could still win back-to-back fights, 2 in a row, and close this one up.
There was a question that was asked just earlier before we went on break as well. Someone did ask about the setup and why we have chosen the setup that we currently are using. It was mostly me and Mangt that we were kind of discussing about the setup, and we decided to opt for 4 ways but with a shield switch instead of an occult. I did see someone that mentioned the occult switch, and the reason we have gone for a shield switch over an occult is because the shield does really add a lot more skill to the fight. Having an occult switch does add the skill of the 4-way, but a lot of people can choose not to use the occult, whilst it's extremely difficult to not use the shield or the book here, since they are such a significant bonus. If you're really just camping the book, you're going to lose out on a lot of defense, and if you're camping the D-square shield, you're going to lose out on a lot of what's it called?
Definitely a balanced decision. I completely agree with that one as well. We're jumping into this next fight. Like I said before, Frankie unfortunately lost that first one after a little bit of lag, but did take the L like a champ. He does believe he can win 2 back in a row to take this win. Going for the first claw spec on the Prey melee. 19 spec, unfortunately for him, and then catching another win in his robes as well, being traded for 20 for a 5. Looks like it's pretty even right now in this battle. We're getting so close, like I said before, to the finals and getting to see 10-13 ramp it up once again. Looks like off the bat, though, Neverwin still does have some special attack left, so I have to see it.
Yeah, he
when
can
frozen, how he's utilizing it.
But we'd just like to add as well, the setup that we have is chosen because we want to minimize the RNG as much as we can here, making it as skill-based as we possibly can, and this was the chosen setup for that. And so far in this tournament, it looks like it's paid off. A lot of people, the more skillful player does usually win in these. I will say Monkeys did go on a really good streak of being down on the tracker, but still winning on the fights. But right now, between Gosu and Frankie, both of them aren't really dealing a lot of damage. This fight has gone kind of stale, not really a lot happening here. Gosu getting the first bit of damage, but having it straight away dealt back to him. Both of them dealing equal amounts of damage, seeming to be out of range distance right now. Not really hitting a lot on each other, unfortunately.
Yeah, currently just a bit of a mage battle. Another player being able to get in close enough to start to utilize the Triber and start to use their special attacks. Looks like Full Send does get stopped in his tracks. Neverwin's second claw spec coming in on the Prayer, on the tank. Interesting decision there. And getting hit a 32 back from Full Send. Right now getting his prayers up, predicting things very nicely, but still not very much damage being interchanged between these two players. Full Send catching his opponent off prayer once or twice, getting caught once or twice as well, but just a constant 0. There we go, something happening. Neverwin getting
seeing some damage with the Opal Bolt proc as well, hitting a 20 right there, followed by the 13 barrage. Seems like Gosu's actually getting some decent damage for once. We are finally seeing some hits being exchanged, and it seems like Gosu has actually tanked that hit on the robes, getting hit a 0. Very lucky. Unlucky for Full Send though, who's now taking the time that he has with this freeze to eat up, make sure he's repodded and getting straight back into the fight, but still, he's not really getting any damage input. All he's doing right now is taking damage, not really dealing any back, and I would say that's mostly coming down to RNG. He's getting a bit on the unlucky side for sure.
Wow, the prayer flick there as well, the smite flick from Neverwin right there. Getting hit a 34 bolt back though, and then dealing a 31 overbolt spec through the prayer, and a 19 whip to follow as well. Neverwin Gosu's RNG is a little bit favorable compared to Full Send right now. He's doing a lot right, but just can't seem to translate it into the numbers that he's looking for. Getting frozen in place potentially right now, going for a blitz and a brew up as well, but being stopped as he was brewed down by Neverwin, who double up with the barrage, not hitting too much, and getting a bolt off prayer as well there on the tank, not hitting anything again, but getting the DD2 to make it into a 3-hit advantage. In the robes right now, Neverwin cannot seem to catch a freeze as much as he's trying to, and again, a lot of zeros right now. Both players doing a fantastic job of really catching each other.
Yeah, it seems like we are in for a long one right now, probably looking at about 100 hits being exchanged. We have seen one of those before, but it hasn't really happened all that much this tourney. It definitely happened a lot more in the EU one. We saw a lot of those happen where people would be dealing about 100 hits each before actually finishing each other off. Ow. But as I say that, we are finally seeing some hit. Full Send still going strong with these bolts. Getting a 41 into a 35 right there. Gosu definitely being on the receiving end right now. Hasn't really dealt much damage back. Really needing some RNG right now. Does hit that 20 barrage followed by the 2 bolt. giving him that upper hand on that exchange, but still being down from the one just previous to that.
Yeah, catching his opponent there was really nicely done, but then unfortunately for him, full send, Frankie did catch that freeze beautifully, hitting a couple whips in there as well and getting a barrage nicely, but still the RNG from both these players just not really the best. There's a claw spec, the third one from Neverwin, hitting not that much, but a nice whip to follow actually, which does make up for it. Another claw spec coming in, 38 there, off prayer by full send, and a 19 whip too. Pretty even transition, to be honest, from both players, neither being really that much up top. We might even see a fourth claw spec coming into this fight, since it is just so slow paced and the RNG really isn't there for either player. We see a bolt proc coming in, and even then it's only hitting a 7 right now currently.
Yeah, some very small hits. Another bolt proc going off though for that 23 right there. Still, Gosu looks like he's actually taking more damage than he's dealing right now. A big change from the start of the fight at least, but still both of them hitting so small, it's not really dealing all that much damage to their food. Finally, full send's getting some RNG here, getting a 15 into the 29 bolt. Gosu might actually be out of food here. It doesn't look like he's eating up. Still, he's going strong on those bolts, trying to get a couple in before he goes down here.
He is out of food. He's starting to do the redemption, gets the first redemption up. Full send sitting on 100 HP though, and needs to win this fight to stay in the competition. It's best of 3. 1-0 lead for Neverwin right now. He needs to catch this freeze desperately and flick the redemptions. He does catch the freeze and doesn't get caught back. He's now DD'd underneath. He might have a fourth spec at some point coming out of actually.
Yeah, I mean, full send's trying his very best right now to calculate what his opponent is going to do and make sure that he gets as many free hits as he possibly can right now, because he is currently on the edge of dying. Might go down to that bolt even, running off screen there, trying to confuse his opponent. Not really dealing too much damage, but still hitting something. Does go down to that 19 barrage though. Full send might have been out there, but still, right now, it is 1-1 between the two. Gosu haven't actually won one. He got a 1-0 default because of what we saw earlier before the break. But regardless, the next fight will determine the winner, and the winner will be going on to fight the winner between Sanctified and 1013.
Yeah, really close matchup there. I mean, obviously the RNG just wasn't really there for either player. I do feel like full send Frankie did play that a little bit better, and despite losing that first matchup to a potential DC there, accepting it nonetheless. You know, he's now tied it up for 1-1. So next win does go through to the finals of the loser bracket, and of course that does guarantee them $150 for third place prize too. So it's all to play for in this next battle. Looking at the PvP tracker right now, do you want to take us through it? It's very even, West Ham. My God.
Yeah, only 10 deserved damage difference right now between the two, with 90 hits to 89 right there. Neverwin getting 43% praise right to full send, 44% praise, but full send having one less hit. Deserved damage being extremely close between the two. Major RNG also only being 0.3% difference right there. That is about as even as it's ever going to get between the two, honestly. Even a major RNG being so close. Definitely just coming down to RNG there towards the end.
Yeah, we knew that both players had a bit of bad luck, but to be fair, full send did come back near the end and kind of evened up his tracker nicely. About 70% mage RNG was that from both players as well, just not be able to catch those freezes. Here we go. Here we are. 1-1, best of 3, Neverwin versus full send. The winner goes into the final of the losers round bracket. This is a $150 matchup right here. A lot of money to play for, with potential of making that into $350 or $1,000. So here we go. Neverwin getting caught in his stride, but catching full send back again beautifully. But right now, I hope we don't have another result of last time where we were just seeing zeros flying constantly. He had 20 coming in there, nice bolt from Neverwin as well, and he's turning up the pace a little bit, catching a few hits off prayer. Nice 10 from him onto full send as well. Currently leading the fight with around 30, maybe 40 HP lead. Neither playing using their claw specs just yet, but I'm sure we'll see them incoming in any second now. Nice little bolt actually as well from Gosu on the run onto full send. Full send puts up the prey melee anticipation of the claw spec, but does catch the freeze perfectly.
28 though. Really punishing right there. Gosu definitely getting some decent RNG right now, doing a good bit of damage towards full send. Seems like full send is going to be on frozen first though. Might be able to get some DD advantage or get a claw spec off. Right now, Gosu just exchanging hits with full send, getting a claw off prey for one on prey, and somehow Gosu getting the one off prey actually doesn't win that exchange, and somehow it hits a 0. Very unlucky for him, but still, both of them having one left.
Yeah, catching that freeze right there was really integral for him, to be honest. And a 35 ball as well. Gosu coming back into the mix right now, really keeping up the pressure despite losing that claw exchange. Both players have one spec left too, which is why Full Send Frankie is praying melee predominantly while his opponent is unfrozen, kind of being forced to pray melee the entire time. Neverwin getting a few bolts off prayer there as well. Currently both players outside each other's range zone, never mind, coming in with the freeze. Neverwin gets the DD advantage and a few bolts on Robes too, really chipping away at Full Send supplies right now. Getting frozen in place though, it does stop that attack. Although saying that, he's still doing quite a bit while Full Send's on the back burner, just trying to eat back up again and stay in this fight. Both players have one more spec remaining. Be interested to see how they utilize it now as Full Send Frankie does manage to catch the freeze on Gosu.
Yeah, I mean, right now, both of them are just exchanging hits, and that's the first Opal Ball proc spec of the fight right there. Only for a 17 off prayer though, not the biggest one, but you definitely take that damage. And Gosu getting a 23 blitz right there, definitely doing some decent damage back to him as he's on the defensive. But it looks like right now, it just depends on who's going to get the bigger hit here to be able to go in the offensive versus the opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. Full Send right now getting a 34 barrage there, I think, and a couple of range hits and two. Nice claw spec coming in from Neverwin. I think that was a 44 or so. Managed to get out of that second claw spec. Full Send still has his claw spec as well, trying to close the distance to be able to do it, but Neverwin just running marathons away from Full Send to stop him from being able to utilize it as best as possible. Gets the free hit bolt 2 on the mage robes and gets a little bit of nice RNG. Yeah, he's stepping underneath at least, getting some free hits will definitely add up. Full Send unable to catch
on the
freeze.
robes as well. Yeah. Unfortunately, not for very big damage, as both of them are just exchanging hits, not hitting too much on each other, but still, it's a lot faster paced than the first fight for once. But still, there is Neverwin getting bolted on the robes, not getting punished yet again. He's hitting zeros, and that claw spec for what I do believe was off prey, only to getting 29 damage out of that. So far, the claw specs have been kind of underwhelming. Not really seen too much damage come out of them. Neverwin having the advantage right now, though. He's DDing, eating up to full, taking a sidestep there, getting an extra free hit, which do really add up on the tracker as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Gosu right now, I think, looking as the favorable contestant in this matchup between these two absolute titans of players. Looks like a few nice hits from Full Send, though, coming back into the fight. Neverwin getting the third claw spec, unable to utilize it. Full Send does catch the freeze perfectly against him. Now being able to keep the pressure and DD once again. RNG of this fight, just like the last one, wasn't the best. Both players using claw specs. What an exchange.
Really good exchange there. Finally, Gosu gets some decent damage out of that claw spec from that exchange that he lost on earlier. But still, Gosu definitely having a decent lead, hitting a 0 on the ropes there, on the run. Really nicely timed whip. But it seems like Full Send is down a significant amount of food right now and definitely needs some good RNG if he's going to be able to pull himself back into this fight. It wouldn't surprise me if he is out of food right now. He does seem to have eaten his last brew there. No, he's still eating, back up to 90 just about.
I say that Neverwin Gosu right now has at least like another 5 or so sharks left inside his inventory. Frankie most likely being almost out of food, using whatever little supplies he has left to eat up as best he can, but Neverwin also eating up to 150 HP to keep that lead. Gets hit at 24 whip on prayer. Full Send is not giving up. This is the final fight. This match is for $150 once again, in a place potentially in the finals for $1,000 first place prize. Both players trying to catch these freezes desperately to see where they can take this fight. Neverwin luckily catching it there to hopefully finish this one up for himself. A nice 30 ball there off prayer. Full Send sitting on very low HP, having to redemption flick as best he can right now, whereas Gosu is eating up and just trying to enforce the victory that he feels like he deserves.
Full Send sitting on about 20 HP right now, so if Neverwin can actually do some decent barrages, he should be opting for the mage in order to not trigger the redemption. But as I say that, he does trigger the redemption with a barrage, but a 10 will take Full Send out of the tournament right now. Full Send needing to do about 50 damage back to his opponent, but it doesn't really look like that's going to happen. Full Send Neverwin is predicting his opponent really well, and Full Send is currently camping that redemption.
I know,
not really flicking his protection prayers too well, and he does go down to that 27 barrage, and that means Gosu will be fighting the winner between Sanctified and 1013, I do believe.
It really did come down to the wire there at the end. I mean, Full Send really hung on right till the end and actually almost brought it back. I think actually Gosu, I thought he had more food remaining, but I think he was out of supplies as well, sitting on about 40, 50 HP. And those last few hits that he chained together, just constant zeros. I still do believe he deserved to win that battle. I think we'll probably get a PvP tracker momentarily to see if he did deserve to win it. Frankie full send. Unfortunately, the DC for him in the first fight put him at such a disadvantage that Ghosty only had to win one back again. Regardless, Frankie did come back swinging. He was a very respectful contender and, was very, very agreeable when we made the decision that he was going to start at a 1-0 loss as a result of that transition. But yeah, Gosu goes through to losers round 8, guaranteeing himself a spot in the top 3, $150 guaranteed. Frankie, unfortunately, being sent home today, but will be returning in 2 weeks' time for the World Championship with double the money on the line for that tournament, $3,000. Guess what's happening now? Before we jump into the next part, actually, you should probably go over the PvP tracker, as I know you love to check them out.
Do we have the PvP tracker on screen? No, we do not, but I can go over it anyway. We do have Never Win with 90 hits to full send. No, wait, no, that is the previous tracker. Actually, we do not have a tracker for this fight. So
fair enough. My apologies. In which case,
we don't have one.
Well, we can get back to hyping up the next battle. We only have 1, 2, 3 fights remaining tonight with $1,500 given away any second now, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. We have 10-13 to God coming up momentarily. Before I keep hyping this up, go on, West Ham. Get to the PvP
looking
tracker.
at the tracker there, Goshi definitely deserving to win that, outperforming Full Send by a massive amount, getting 63% prayers compared to Full Send's 37% right there, and 7 free hits, along with 117 extra deserved damage. So definitely a really nice win for Gosu. Very deserved as well. But my best congratulations to him. He has guaranteed himself some prize money. So we are going to be looking at Sanctified versus 10-13. I do believe the winner is guaranteed a second place prize at least.
Between these two players? No.
Actually, no. They do have to fight in the loser bracket
so depending who wins this fight is going to be going against Gosu, and whoever wins that fight then goes once again into the finals. So potentially what we could see here is Sanctified versus 10-13. The loser goes down to the losers bracket, but then clutches the losers bracket win, and we see a rematch in the finals again. So we could potentially see Sanctified versus 10-13 twice now. This is probably the most anticipated fight of the tournament so far. Both these guys are absolute demons, highly respected in their own fields in the NH scene. Sanctified representing Blazers, a clan known by many in Deadman mode, storming the tournaments, having manked Win Many as well as Bellis as well, another big name. Sanctified is probably one of their most well-recognized NA hybrids, as it's mostly a European clan. And then 10-13 doesn't really need an introduction. I think everyone knows who this mastermind is. The man with the fakies that's able to one-tick everything and just destroy his opponents. He's a league ahead of everyone else, is what people say.
Looking at the bets,
it's going to be a tough fight.
Just looking at the bets, we have 73k stacked against Sanctified, who's only got 2,000 channel points betted on him right now. So, I mean, betting on Sanctified, despite him being the underdog here, might be a good decision. You have a massive return rate on that. And,
absolutely.
Even if 10-13 does do better on the tracker, Sanctified could actually win this regardless.
A lot of it's RNG anyway. Like, if anyone can keep up with 10-13 that we've seen this weekend, this tournament, Sanctified is definitely up there as one of the better hybrids left remaining. So, I'm very hyped. I can imagine right now the Blazers Discord or TeamSpeak is going crazy with everyone screaming, "Go on, Sanctified! Bring it home for us!" They're all good friends, of course. Any Blazers members in the Twitch chat or anyone rooting for 10-13? Good luck to these two behemoths. This is the semi-finals of the winner's bracket, and this is a huge battle. This is a difference of $150 and $350, and just in general, the bragging rights of not losing a fight for 10-13 as well.
So far, Sanctified is starting off strong, having a little bit of a lead on 10-13 right now, being up about 40 damage so far. Not really as significant as you'd hope from the 3 hits that he got there, but regardless, looks like 10-13 is even at the lead already, and Sanctified is doing his best to get some hits in, making sure that 10-13 isn't getting any free hits. 10-13 going for a whip there on the tank, hitting a 38. Not the best of Sanctified. He does try to get a blitz, and he does catch it with that 7 right there. So still, Sanctified getting back the DD advantage right now. 10-13 going for a really nice claw anti there. Not hitting too much though, only hitting 2 damage, unfortunately. But Sanctified did stay in his tank.
Yeah, a really nice little claw spec there, actually. Number 38 there from Sanctified. Both players having 1 special attack left now, and looks like both zipping around the map as best as possible. I reckon that claw spec probably evened it out quite well for Sanctified. Nice little bolt on the nice tank. It's 19, not too bad, not the best. And beautiful prediction there for the Prey melee too. Sanctified's doing a great job right now of keeping up with 1013, who, you know, as we said before, is recognized widely as one of the best hybrids in the game, of course. Claw Spec coming in. Oh, beautiful movement there from 1013, just zipping out of the distance.
Just trying to anti him there, but actually Sanctified predicting that second claw really well, and Sanctified going in for the second claw, doing some decent damage with that. Yeah, Sanctified does have a quite significant lead on 1013 right now. Although 1013 being the fan favorite, people are definitely expecting him to win, but Sanctified's not going down without putting up a fight first. He's really out-damaging 1013 right now.
Yeah, the 18 bolt spec as well through the Preb. I mean, you take those regardless, don't you? 1013's getting a couple of free hits in here and there, more so than Sanctified is right now. But yeah, like you said, Sanctified is definitely up food. And obviously, they might have to fight each other again in the finals if these guys both go into the finals again. But the winner of the winner's bracket does get a 1-0 lead, which does mean a lot in these fights that can be kind of RNG-based in a first to 4, best of 7 battle. Both players zipping back and forth, trying to catch each other. And Sanctified isn't caught here, able to still move around, just get caught there by 1013 and can't catch the freeze back again, unfortunately for him. 1013 does get the upper hand now, having the DD mechanics, and again, getting quite a lot of free hits in here against Sanctified.
Doing his best to get the hits in as well, but it's not really working out all that well for him. 1013, yeah, again, you're skating around the arena, really showing off that movement, but Sanctified still putting up a good fight. Seems to have been bolted a 30 into a 35 there. Not the best for Sanctified right now, but he is trying his best to keep on the fight, and it doesn't really look like neither of them are catching many freezes right now. Both you're splashing, running around the arena, not really hitting all that much. 1013 yet again catching another freeze on Sanctified. Sanctified really having some unlucky major RNG, I must say. Hasn't caught a freeze in about a minute right now.
Yeah, he started off really strong. He was up quite a bit of HP, but now that 1013, 32 bolt as well. He's really steamrolling Sanctified right now. 25 bolt 2, getting a lot of free hits. Sanctified kind of running the wrong way there for a moment. Needs to catch this freeze. Finally catches it, but unfortunately for him, it's stopped in his tracks by 1013, who's keeping the pressure up really wonderfully right now. I'm predicting a lot of Sanctified's damage splats. It's looking like Sanctified is no longer in the lead. I'd say 1013's up by quite a bit of HP. Both players have a claw spec coming up any second now. Be interested to see how they use that. Zaza again, 1013, the 33 barrage, the 18 barrage, non-stop.
Yeah, really getting the momentum right now, and Sanctified is trying his very hardest right now to keep up, but it is just not looking very hot for him. For the past 2 minutes, he has just been on the receiving end, not really getting any damage back onto 1013, and 1013 is just steamrolling Sanctified by the looks of things right now. And I must say, Sanctified definitely not doing the greatest compared to 1013. He's still getting unlucky, not really getting that many hits in.
Yeah, it's a combination, I think, where 1013 is slightly outplaying him, but equally, Sanctified isn't getting the best RNG to catch those freezes and really monopolize and turn them into something better. He's getting a few hits off prayer, but being stuck in his tracks right there once again by 1013. This is the scary part. When 1013 has 3 different switches he can switch between, he just fakies everything constantly, goes between range, mage, and melee. You just don't know what he's going to use. Look at him go. It's actually wild. Catches the 29 barrage, steps underneath, gets a free hit bolt as well.
Sanctified is being out of food right now, while 1013 still has 10 food in his inventory, unfortunately, and it looks like Sanctified is going to need a comeback of a century if he's actually going to be able to win this. But still, he is trying his hardest to keep staying alive, trying to get those redemptions off, but I don't think Sanctified has enough.
Yeah, I think it's too little too late right now, being on like 5 HP and 1013 being on almost max hit points. It's a difficult one, and yeah, props to our cameraman especially, for keeping up with this fight. These guys are just running around in circles just constantly. I was saying that 1013 might finish him up right now. Sanctified down to such low hit points, going for the DD, trying his best. I don't know how he stayed alive for so long on 5 hit points. It might be all over in the next hit though. Has he come back enough HP? Most likely not. 1013 just needs one more freeze right now to close this first fight up in its best of 3. This is the semi-finals. There it is.
No, he is still alive. Sanctified still living on the edge, but does go down to that too. Still a really nice comeback from Sanctified. 1013 having 4 anglers left there with about 50 HP. So Sanctified did need to do about 150 damage in order to win that still. So despite that comeback, despite that comeback, 1013 really had a massive lead on him.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a 1-0 victory for 1013. And right now, once again, I need to mention this. 1013 is undefeated in this tournament this weekend. He's beaten 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 different players 2-0, and this is now a 1-0 advantage he's got against Sanctified. Will Sanctified be able to beat the man at least once and bring it back a little bit? I mean, to be fair, 150 damage difference is quite a lot. It's not come that close, that fight. I think at the same time, Sanctified has such a nice lead, but just couldn't really keep it up, unfortunately. And as we can see from the PvP tracker here, no surprise, 1013 having 63% of his hits off prayer compared to Sanctified having 34% of his hits. Not only that, but he also got an extra 15 hits, 1013, onto Sanctified.
Yeah, really interesting as well. 1013 actually casted more than half of his hits being barrages. So he was really staying strong with those barrages, not really giving up on them.
I'm surprised to see
way more barrages than what we've seen ever before.
I'm surprised to see only 16 out of 49 barrages catching 265%. Is that RNG with the mage? Just really not very lucky. But regardless, he had 700 deserved damage and still did 573 compared to his opponent Sanctified, who, as we mentioned before, did get some pretty bad RNG as well and wasn't really able to catch the freezes as much as he'd have liked to. But that's a 1-0 victory for 1013 in this best of 3 semi-final matchup. This fight, once again, is worth a difference of $200. Both these guys have claimed 3rd place, guaranteed, but 2nd place is $350.
Yeah,
so here we go, jumping into
the first hit there. Both of them being frozen right now, just exchanging hits by the looks of things. They're not really going to be able to do much here. Just stay true to those barrages or bolts. And it seems like 1013's barrages are coming out on top right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, 1013, the wizard of the switches. I'd say that Sanctified still somewhat keeping up, but there we go. 1013 on Frozen. Still a 28 barrage returned as well. Claw specs coming in for Sanctified, but 1013 just getting out of his grasp and catching him on the ropes too, not being penalized for it though. Sanctified takes a 0 there, sits on full HP, and once again, 1013's very heavy with his barrages, as we saw from the last fight. Over half of his hits in the last fight being barrage, just relentlessly constant combos. Nice claw spec off the prayer.
Off the prayer right there for a 36. That is the first claw spec being dumped from 1013 right there. Tries to go for the second one, but Sanctified stops him in his tracks and does get a claw off prayer there, but unfortunately for Sanctified, not dealing any damage. Both of them trading the second claw spec, both hitting 0s. So Sanctified definitely didn't get any RNG from those claws, but 1013 not having the best RNG either. Just getting 36 damage from those 2 claws.
Yeah, Sanctified's definitely keeping up right now. He's hitting a 29 bolt there as well. If he gets frozen upon here, though, it's going to be kind of punishing for him. And once again, 1013 very heavy with the barrages, hitting that 19 to freeze him, going again for a fakey into the barrage, getting a free hit barrage too. Not easy to do when you're also having to switch your gear, hit the barrage at the same time to get a free hit from. Looks like Sanctified trying to get that whip hit back. No faking it to the crossbow, not doing any damage though. Currently 1013 in the lead and just spinning around the arena. 23 opal bolt spec.
23 opal bolt as well. Not the highest, but definitely damage that you will take. Yet again, 1013 opting for those barrages. It seems like he is kind of mage camping his opponent right now, and it seems to be paying off well for him.
Yeah, currently 1013 once again though having that DD advantage, being able to step underneath, get some free hits. What a switch there. Steps away, goes for the 1-tick barrage 4-way, but being stopped in his tracks by Sanctified, who then gets the 24 and then DDs too. Gets a bolt off, doesn't do too much damage, and 1013 quite rightly stops him in his tracks again. 33 into the 15. The mage RNG right now from 1013 is going in. That's 3 back-to-back big hits. I'll take the 13 through prayer any day right there as well, getting a whip free hit off. Another bolt free hit
still
off.
Being nearly full food here. Sanctified just being on the defensive non-stop, not really able to fight back. He truly does need a miracle if he's going to be able to come back here. He's down quite a lot of food right now compared to 1013. And it just seems like 1013's doing a better job, but still the exchanges just aren't really in Sanctified's favor either. Both of them whipping each other off prey there, and 1013 getting a 30, Sanctified getting a 0, both on the same gear, same prayer.
Yeah, well, here we go. The next freeze is going to be really important for Sanctified to try and bring this fight back up into the mix. I believe both players have enough special attack coming up very shortly, so got to be aware of that, which is why I believe Sanctified's been playing melee. 41 whip there from the boy 1013, getting so many free hits, DDing underneath, just effortlessly running around the arena. 24 whip again there. Sanctified just can't keep up currently, unfortunately for him. Just can't seem to catch those freezes that would really bring him back into the fight. And look at this bolt RNG from 1013 too, hitting a few 20s left and right, one ticking the barrage switch to catch his opponent once again. Oh, and a claw spec coming in, hitting a 0.
Yeah, truly not looking good for Sanctified right now. 1013 still sitting on just about the same food as before, and Sanctified might be out of food very shortly here. He's not really winning a lot here. It honestly seems like 10-13 just has a massive lead, and for Sanctified to be able to come back right now, I truly do think he needs a miracle. He does catch that freeze though, might be able to use the DD advantage to get a couple free hits, but it doesn't really seem like 10-13 is going to allow that. Sanctified attempting to fake him there with the claw, but 10-13 did not fall for it, still played range. Honestly, Sanctified still is not dealing enough damage. It's not looking good for him.
Yeah, currently 10-13 catching the freeze once again to get a free barrage hit, hitting a 31. Not bad RNG whatsoever, and he's gone so top heavy with the mage switches once again, as he's noticed his opponent really praying range quite a lot more than often. Getting the whip hit as well.
Again with the movement, just really stalling those hits and then going back in for the whip. Seems to be faking out Sanctified a decent bit. Sanctified might be out of food here even. It might be
I would not be
clean
surprised.
2-0 sweep for 10-13 again.
Yeah, of course, and then picking up himself $200 extra prize money for guaranteeing second place. Of course, first place will be $1,000 prize though, although it's not over just yet, but it's going to take a very big miracle for Sanctified to come back, being on only about 20 HP.
I mean, even if Sanctified does lose this, he does still have a chance in the losers bracket if he beats, I do believe it's Gosu, and manages to fight 10-13 again, so he does get a second chance, but right now, I'm interested to see the tracker, but it does look like 10-13 is winning massively, and Sanctified does go down to that 22 Opal Bolt right there.
Yeah, I think that's no surprise. Unfortunately, Sanctified does go down in that 2-0 battle in the semi-finals winner bracket. He put up a good fight, but clearly 10-13 just too good for everyone currently. 10-13 in this tournament is undefeated. He has won 10 fights in a row, if I'm not mistaken, and is now guaranteeing himself a place in the final matchup. Sanctified gets dropped down to the losers round 8, which means he's going to go up against Gosu next. And after Gosu, we actually have whoever wins that fight against 10-13 again. So we could very well see, like you said before, Sanctified versus 10-13 going in for a rematch, best of 7 momentarily. We have a PvP tracker right up now if you want to check that out.
Looking at that tracker, Sanctified did do a bit better this time than on the first fight, but 10-13 yet again just getting the, I mean, just outperforming his opponent, unfortunately, for Sanctified. 10-13 with 63% praise correct to Sanctified's 42%. With 93 hits to 72 hits. So getting 21 free hits there. That's a lot of free hits with 217 deserved damage extra on top of Sanctified, with 10-13 having a little bit worse mage RNG, but definitely not enough to make a difference. But unfortunately for Sanctified, he did learn a little bit, he did improve, but it wasn't enough. He needs to improve massively if he's going to be able to take 10-13 there.
Yeah, 10-13 really is an insane demon, man. Like, he comes back at all these competitions. There's a lot of haters, a lot of deniers that don't think he's as good as he is, but time and time again, he shows that he is the superior hybrid, one of the most superior hybrids in the entire game. Very few people that have beaten him before. That means Sanctified, like we said before, is being pushed down to the losers round 8 bracket. 2 fights left of this weekend's competition. Sanctified versus Gosu, both playing for second place and a chance to take on 10-13 in the final round. This is a difference between $150 and $350 once again. So before we jump into that bad boy though, before we get into the Sanctified versus Gosu fight, I would like to address your attention to a few little bit of information. If you guys type !community into the Twitch chat, you can sign up to become a member of the community team, which offers all kinds of perks such as access to exclusive content opportunities and giveaways. Method also provide help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. So check it out, !community, get a raid from your favorite streamer, get a Twitter shout out from Method themselves, or just in general, you know, find a community and some other content creators to really speak to about things and enjoy yourself. Not only that, but if you type !merch in the chat, you can support the organization with some Method merch. Check out the hoodies especially. I do love them. Very comfy, very high quality products. Yeah, you pay for really excellent quality here. If you want to support the organization with more tournaments such as this one, then yeah, !merch. Last but not least, !socials in the Twitch chat. Keep up to date with all the exciting content that have been going on. Of course, every weekend, $1,500 worth of prizes to be given away. And in 2 weeks' time, the World Championship, where the top 8 from each of the circuits are placed into a 32-man bracket. And that tournament will have $3,000 prize pool. So Method's doing a lot right now, and I've got a lot more to come as well, not just PvP tournaments. So make sure you do follow all of the different areas that you tune into, whether that's Twitter, YouTube, or Twitch, as well as Instagram and Facebook, for example. Make sure you drop those follows. And currently, we are just waiting for these guys to get set up. I imagine that our man Sanctified probably just needs a quick moment to breathe after the intense battle he had with 1013. We have 2 fights left to go in this tournament. We'll be jumping into the next one very shortly.
Yeah, so I mean, Sanctified does have a second opportunity here to fight 1013 if he does win against Gosu.
Yeah, Gosu versus Sanctified. I think my money will have to be on Sanctified for this matchup from everyone. It's a best of 3 in this losers final.
I am rooting for my boy Sanctified, so I will say that Gosu probably is going to win. Just leaving that curse there.
Oh yeah, consistently doing that. But saying that, I mean, Never Win is getting the DD advantage right now and keeping the pressure onto Sanctified as we open up this fight. $150 versus $350 first and second place difference these guys are fighting out for currently. And a chance to rematch 1013 potentially in the finals for Sanctified. Here we go, jumping across the map right now. Gosu creating some
like
distance.
Both of them are just running around right now. Gosu getting that freeze though, putting Sanctified in a disadvantage, getting a free hit with that bolt right before the DD. Sanctified getting an Opal Bolt spec though for only a 12, not the biggest of Opal Bolt specs that we've seen, but gets a 29 barrage shortly after, really keeping up with Gosu, doing a good job here. Getting a 11 claw spec followed shortly by goes for another bolt, hitting a 33. Sanctified getting some decent damage in right here. And a 30, really up in his lead on Gosu right now.
He's trying to send that final spec that he's got, but was frozen his tracks just beforehand. Never Win chucking his last spec out too, hitting a 32 through the prayer. 37 whip to follow as well. That's definitely evened up the playing field. These guys both on similar food, and beautiful movement there from Never Win as well. Gosu just like hopping out to the side and doing that 1-tick barrage. Oh, that's a beautiful claw spec from Sanctified though. Looks like Gosu may have...
No, okay, no.
It was just brain lag. A second, or maybe something.
It might have been that Sanctified just ran out of his range there, and he had to zoom out in order to get the hit in. But still, it looks like Gosu has the freeze advantage yet again, but Sanctified doing a good job keeping up with him, making sure that he is at least hitting back. Both of them just trading hits right now. Sanctified getting a bit better RNG between the two. But it seems like Sanctified just splashing away, trying to get that freeze, just like what we saw when he was fighting 1013. Not really getting the freeze RNG that he needs. Hopefully, he catches the freezer and gets the DD advantage, and he has. But it looks like Gosu has frozen him back right before Sanctified could actually DD under, bolting him on his robes there, hitting a 0 off prey as well. Very disappointing for Sanctified.
Yeah, looking pretty even at the same time, this exchange at the moment. Both players, both on Frozen, a few steps away from each other on Frozen. Similar kind of times. Never Win goes to on Frozen first. He goes for the whip hit, doesn't get anything. I think it's a 30-something bolt there from Sanctified as well, who's trying to catch Never Win. He managed to do so with a blitz there. Really clutch freeze. But I think just got frozen right back again by another blitz too. That means Gosu will be unfrozen first in this little transition. And Sanctified tried to misclick there on the forfeit door a bit too early. There we go. Never Win is unfrozen, but any second now Sanctified will be unfrozen as well. So we can't make too much of that. He realizes it and gets some distance straight off the bat. Interesting.
It seems like between the two right now, it's hard to tell who is in the lead. Sanctified getting about 10 damage there from those 2 free hits that he got. Still not really getting that much damage. Neither of them having a massive lead over the other. Sanctified finally getting a nice bolt there with that 29, followed by this 17 whip shortly after, followed by another 0. Sanctified staying true to that whip and just continuing to whip him.
Wow.
Not really dealing that much damage, and does get frozen by the Mystic top tank barrage.
Yeah, really unlucky there, actually. His, a claw spec coming in. Only hitting a 20 damage on the prey melee in the tank there. 34 barrage from Sanctified to stop that one out. He used 5 whip hits in a row there, most of which were off prayer. Hitting another claw spec. Oh, it was on prayer. That's kind of unfortunate, only hitting a 6. But a bad time to go for it, I guess. Evens it out.
Sanctified does get open bolted for a 33 right there. Definitely not what he needs right now. He's not eating up, though. So, he has eaten up. I was just about to say there's no way he's out of food already. But Sanctified still might be in the lead here. I'm not entirely sure. It's kind of hard to tell because they've both been dealing small increments of damage. We haven't really seen that many big hits between the two so far. Sanctified trying to catch the freeze yet again, but being on the receiving end. Seems like he's getting DD'd on again.
Yeah, currently, Gosu really turning up the intensity right now. Oh my god, the 45. Huge bolt right there. Sanctified on the back burner once again. Desmond trying to catch this freeze, but not able to do so. Had some pretty bad RNG, to be honest. And again, losing a free hit there. Trying to go for the whip hit on the robes, but hitting nothing once again. Sanctified RNG just completely drained currently. Looks like Gosu's going to go for that freeze, go for the DD as well to really finish this one up nice and quickly for himself. Best of 3 right now. This is the losers bracket final.
Both of them is splashing away, and Gosu getting another opal bolt, but Sanctified does actually pull it back with that bolt as well. Sanctified's not eating at the moment though, so he might be completely out of food here. Really needing these freezes, but both of them having splashed 7 times on each other already. Really, no one's getting the freezes that they so desperately need here.
No, neither player just splash, splash, splash constantly like a magic carp out of water right now. Neverwin does manage to catch the freeze finally, but never mind. 44 is actually unfrozen. My mistake there. Finally gets caught.
Sanctified gets caught again, being on the receiver. He's just been getting DD'd upon almost the entire fight. I think I've seen one time where he actually managed to get the freeze and get a DD, but Sanctified definitely getting unlucky with those barrages, that's for sure.
Yeah, currently looks like Sanctified is completely out of supplies, whereas Gosu is sitting quite healthily and happily on 100+ hit points at the moment. It's going to take a bit of a miracle for Sanctified to come back. He's not even flicking his redemption right now.
He does catch a freeze, but Gosu catches him right back. Sanctified definitely needs some redemptions right now if he's going to survive, but it does look like he is about to go down. He's sitting on about 1 HP right now. He might be able to pull it back, though. He's getting some RNG here right towards the end. Is it going to be enough for Sanctified to win, though? Any hit from Gosu will take Sanctified down, and he does go down to that 7 barrage right there.
Yeah, unfortunate actually as well that Sanctified did not decide to start using the redemptions till the last second there. He had 2 opportunities. There's one when his opponent hit a 9 on him, and there was one before that as well where he just didn't put the redemption flick up at the right time and could have easily stayed in the fight for a little bit longer. Gosu must have been very close to being out there as well after Sanctified got a bit of a comeback towards the end. Yeah, but throughout the fight, Gosu's RNG was better, and he does take that first win 1-0 in the losers bracket final.
To see the tracker on that one, because I believe both of their major RNG was absolute dog ass, and Sanctified as well, not having... I think he had a bit worse major RNG, but honestly, both of them were splashing so much between the two. Oh my god. Looking between the two, Sanctified actually seemed to have... Oh no, he did not win that on deserved damage actually. Sanctified just won on the praise with 38% versus 36%, so neither of them having very high prayer percentage. Neverwin getting 9 free hits on him though. Probably that is what made a difference between the deserved damage, because Gosu
look at
having
Sanctified's major RNG.
Yes, Gosu having plus 36 deserved damage, but with 91% freeze RNG to Sanctified's 51%, so that is definitely very unlucky for Sanctified. I do hope that he's going to get a little bit better freeze RNG. I think that's what made a difference here, because Gosu got a lot of free hits on him, which kind of added up on the tracker for sure.
Yeah, probably made the difference actually, and just in general, like obviously when you got those hits that you just can't get the freeze, you can't flip around the fight and start to create that momentum gap for yourself. It's just so difficult to really come back as well. Regardless though, Sanctified does have the opportunity here still to bring this one back in a best of 3. Gosu currently leads. We're jumping into the mix with Sanctified opening with a bolt, not hitting anything, and Neverwin. Gosu getting that first freeze and a free hit as well, starting off quite nicely. Both players have to be very careful here about the claw specs.
Yeah, Sanctified taking a decent bit of damage, but it's definitely not anything deal-breaking. He's down about 40 damage so far. Seems like Gosu has gotten 3 or 4 free hits right there. Right now, Sanctified trying to catch that freeze yet again, but splashing, and it seems like Gosu has caught his one. Sanctified catching him, luckily for him, but with a 1 barrage right there into Gosu's 42 bolt on Sanctified. He is not having a good day right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, currently Sanctified down by quite a lot of hit points at the moment. Catching that freeze was really huge for him, but getting to the 40 bolt is kind of frustrating too. Still, the RNG really in favor of Gosu. That's a nice claw spec on the run. Both players exchanging, not hitting too much damage to be fair, with Gosu's hitting an absolute 0, and Sanctified's doing a little bit more damage. Once again, Gosu does catch that clutch freeze as Sanctified was trying to go for some hits, and those free hits are just adding up as we saw in the last fight. It really did make the difference too. There's another free hit, and potentially another one here as he gets caught by the freeze.
Sanctified splashing again. Still trying to catch those freezes, but he is just not catching them. Honestly, at this point, I would just give up on him. Sanctified does get a 23 into a 44 claw though, so he has gotten some damage there. Has he caught a free? No, he has not. He is still splashing. It gets caught by 24 blitz, dealing a free barrage back to Gosu. Still, Sanctified just taking damage, being on the defensive. Gosu keeping on the offensive right now, not really having to worry, since he can kind of just skate around the arena without having to worry about Sanctified's freeze RNG for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Gosu still has a claw spec left as well here. He goes for it. 60 claw spec off prayer. Beautifully played. The second he was unfrozen, and Sanctified did not see that coming, did not predict the prey melee. That has just increased Gosu's lead by quite a large nominee. Is that 25 as well? I just saw there afterwards. So he's really ramping up the pace right now. And getting some pretty lucky RNG. Sanctified needs to get that freeze and get that DD advantage that he's not had the entire fight. Gosu really controlling the pace throughout. Saying that though, Sanctified does get a 24 bolt there, another 24 to match, and steps away from Gosu, who's not able to whip. He does get the whip hit off, but it's on prayer. And now another bolt coming in from Sanctified. The next freeze going to really decide the direction of this battle. Sanctified finally catches the freeze, but instantly is frozen once again by Gosu. He's just unable to get on top of Gosu and start to dominate his opponent. Nice 32 though. I believe that Sanctified's RNG right now is starting to catch up a little bit, but it might be too late. There we go. Gosu just denying it with a 26 straight away.
Like Gosu has the advantage here. He's still just sticking with the damage, and honestly, it doesn't seem like Sanctified is going to be able to win this one. He really needs some good RNG here to change it up, and he does get frozen again. Still, I don't think we've seen a single time where Sanctified has the DD advantage.
Yeah, neither of high actually. I think every single time he goes for it, he unfortunately gets frozen in place just before managing to do so. Anyway, he has frozen a few steps away, and it looks like he might be able to get unfrozen momentarily, and Gosu won't be able to make much of this freeze RNG. Although saying that, he manages to catch a freeze finally.
Oh no, he got frozen back again.
Of course,
and they are still just trading hits. Sanctified definitely dealing a little bit more damage this time around though, getting it 223 barrages followed by an 8 bolt as well, followed by 12 right now. Gosu not dealing any damage back. Hoping it can stay this way for Sanctified to maybe even it out and at least make the fight even between the two. Sanctified tries to go for the claw there, but misses it just about. Seems like that has gone... Sorry, come down to PID, unfortunately for Sank. Still, Gosu having the DD advantage again. Sanctified really needing some redemptions right now. He should be flicking that any second here.
I don't think Sanctified's been able to really catch that freeze, and that's what's really done it for him. Unfortunately, down to like 5 HP, not flicking the redemptions whatsoever either, not really a playstyle he goes for. And there is Gosu
Sanctified
wins.
Does go down to that 18. And Gosu will be fighting 10-13, both of them being frontline apparently.
Wow, well, the matchup was between $150 and $50. So, you know, Sanctified can hold his head up high for his Blazers clan and take home some money today. He obviously as well is guaranteed a place in the World Championship in two weeks' time for even more prize money. He put up a good fight, but I think right in those battles against Gosu is a fantastic hybrid too, of course. Nothing against him, but he just couldn't catch the freezes there and just couldn't really change the pace of the fight in his direction, unfortunately. On the plus side, though, he doesn't have to rematch 10-13 after being knocked out of the winners final. He does get to bring some money home once again.
Yeah, so it will be frontline versus frontline in the finals, like we saw in the East Coast tournament as well, with, I do believe it was Kevin that took that one home against KKC in the final. But luckily for Sanctified, he is at least guaranteed third place prize. Looking at the tracker for that one, though, we have Neverwin with 46% prayers right versus Sanctified's 41%. Neverwin having 8 free hits on him, though, with 70 extra deserved damage. Neverwin dealing a significant amount over his deserved damage. Sanctified also dealing a little bit more than what he deserved, but not as much as Gosu. Definitely being a close fight between the two. Sanctified's freeze RNG being 123%. I'm not entirely sure. That must have just meant that Sanctified caught the freezes, but just not when it mattered. Yeah, so exactly. He really didn't get those refreezes when he needed to, but was actually getting some good barrage RNG during the time when both of them were frozen. So that is very unfortunate for Sanctified, but definitely still some better RNG than the first one.
Yeah, so actually what's interesting right now as well, apparently, before we jump into this, a little bit of backstory between these two players. Of course, 10-13 we'll be watching momentarily as well, up against Gosu, Neverwin, both belonging to Frontline Clan. 10-13 hasn't lost a single match once again in this tournament. He's won 10 in a row against all of his competitors. He's now moving on to the best of 7 final. And as for Gosu, actually Gosu lost to some guy called 7.62, but he was given a free win because 7.62 did not record the fight. So this dude has literally gone from technically being knocked out to the grand finals of the fight. Gosu's had such an insane comeback, and that's what really makes it quite interesting in these tournaments. What's quite cool as well, actually, the fact that he got knocked out, Gosu, by 10-13 the last time they fought. So he does get the rematch. It was round 4 that 10-13 knocked him out, and now they face each other again in this best of 7 final. Of course, 10-13 winning all of his fights through the winner's bracket does result in him having a 1-0 lead up on Gosu. So first to 4, that's quite a big advantage.
I will have to
as well.
say, I do think 10-13 is going to get an easy sweep here.
Yeah.
For what we've seen in this tournament so far, I don't think 10-13 is going to lose a single one of these, him only needing to win 3 in a row. And if he does, that means he's going to be winning 13 matches in a row and come out on top. So I'm going to bet my money on 10-13 if I'm completely honest. And I don't think, although Gosu is good, isn't as good as 10-13.
Well, if I had points to bet, I'd be putting them on 10-13 as well. But unfortunately, I don't have any more left, West Ham, because he keeps having me to vote for the wrong person. But good luck to both contestants regardless. Like we said before, they're both in frontline, both representing the same team. I'm sure they're very good friends. So, you know, whatever happens here, they'll be happy. But I imagine they are playing for keeps in terms of the prize money. And it's a difference between $350 and $1,000 grand prize. Now, West Ham reckons this is a free little 1K for 10-13. But I guess we're going to see. Here we are, the finals. This is a massive match. We've all been waiting this entire weekend for this to happen. 10-13 to God versus Gosu. The people's champions right now going in, starting with a barrage a few steps away from each other. Should be quite the exciting fight indeed.
Yeah, it should be somewhat of an easy win for 10-13. Gosu definitely being good, but honestly, it seems like 10-13 being the better opponent here should be able to take this home. But then again, it is RuneScape that we're playing.
Yep.
And maybe if Gosu just plays it right, he can completely switch up his style and maybe take 10-13 out or get a lucky win by RNG.
Well, these guys have probably fought each other quite a lot in the past, right? Being in the same clan, they most likely practice with each other, you know, share tips and secrets and all that kind of stuff. Currently, not much damage already being exchanged between these two titans at the moment. So if 10-13 actually wins these rounds, he will be undefeated, the only contestant to win all the rounds across all the regions over the last month that we've seen. Currently spinning around in circles, getting hit, actually not. That was on prayer, actually. Never mind. I thought maybe Gosu call off prayer. Only a 24 claw bet. Can't be too mad about that. Looks like, again, the freeze RNG from 10-13 is nuclear.
Skating around the arena and still sticking to those barrages. I mean, last fight we saw him do over 49 barrages with the 96 hits that he had, leaving him at more than 50% of his fight. He was actually barraging his opponent. Going in for the second claw spec there off prayer, hitting zeros. His first claw spec being on prayer actually did more damage. But Gosu going in for his first claw spec as well, not hitting a lot of damage, unfortunately, for him. Still 10-13 having a significant lead on Gosu right now.
Yeah, 10-13 having that DD advantage as well, getting a free hit whip off there too. Gosu not giving up though, trying to catch that freeze, manages to do so, and now will be able to have an opportunity to really swing it in his favor. Although saying that, getting hit twice with bolts off prayer, 38 and an 8. Getting a free hit off on 10-13 as 10-13's trying to catch this freeze desperately and catches it the second that Gosu steps out again. Just the timing of his freezes are just so perfect.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 10-13 definitely being on the upper hand, and it seems like Gosu having Staff Bash there. Takes a whip on the ropes, luckily for him, only hitting a 0. But right now, Gosu still taking loads of damage by those barrages. 10-13, you're sticking to him, really doing nicely on those Bontek 4-ways, faking out his opponent non-stop. It's interesting to see the tracker whenever 10-13 fights, because he usually actually still being so good on the offensive is also really nice at predicting his opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, actually, Gosu is managing to get the DD advantage and hit some okay hits, but my god, he's so quick with the clicks. 10-13 doing that 4-way 1-tick barrage to hit some nice 30s in there too. And now he's unfrozen. He's very dangerous when he can zip around the map the way he does. His movement is just unparalleled to really many other players in the game currently. Predicting that whip hit as well on the run, and the mage hit too, but still getting frozen. And Gosu doing a great job of getting underneath him there and getting a free hit with the range too. Hitting him off prayer a couple times, not doing the most amount of damage, but still he's coming out on top of this transition. Hopefully that translates to some bigger numbers for him soon. Looks like 10-15 is going to grab that freeze, managed to catch it at 13, getting hit at 31 back though. I think right now in this little transition, Gosu's up a tiny bit, but he's still down a lot from the entire fight.
Yeah, definitely. And 10-13 still having the upper hand here, being in the lead. I don't think he needs to worry too much, honestly. He's doing really a good job of predicting Gosu and not letting him get any free hits. Fails that claw spec though, which could have been a KO, but he still gets a 45 bolt shortly after, catches his opponent. Gosu having his triple E, eats up really fast there. 10-13 getting a 30 claw off the prayer into the 0 whip on the robes. Very unfortunate for 10-13, but his damage still staying strong. Definitely out DPSing Gosu by a lot right now.
Yeah, currently 10-13 really showing his stuff, spinning around the map, doing constant one-tick switches in between all three attack styles right now. Absolute magician at work currently. Gosu getting hit 25 bolt, kind of missing a hit there as well. And 10-13 just about almost getting away from that whip hit too. And there it is, the 34
Gosu
whip
does go down to that 34, and 10-13 only needing to win an extra 2 fights right now. Seems like this might be a undefeated person in the entire tourney.
Yeah, 10-13 currently won 11 fights straight now, not a single loss. Winning that first one puts him up at 2-0 versus Gosu. For those wondering why it's 1-0 currently after this first fight, that's because 10-13 to God, as we said before, hasn't lost a single fight, and he went right through to the winners bracket. As a benefit of going to the finals via the winners bracket, you do start with a 1-0 lead up in this best of 7, first to 4. So currently 10-13 needs 2 more fights to win, and wow, that PvP tracker is ridiculous.
Yeah, 10-13 having 210 deserved damage with the Bodhi number as his prayer percentage right there. To never wins 48%. But yeah, 10-13 definitely deserving to win that one yet again.
Yeah, I mean, getting that extra 15 hits as well, 25% extra damage. And as we saw before, actually not as many mage hits as we saw last time from Mr. Zaza Zips. He kind of mixed up his strategy a little bit, I suppose, assuming that Gosu might see those mage hits coming in a little bit more. Does win the first fight, first to 4, of course. We're jumping straight into the third match. Appreciate the contestants for being nice and quick about this to keep the pace up. Looks like Gosu doesn't catch the first freeze, goes for it, gets hit in his wrong gear there, getting hit in the D square. So 10-13 does start the fight off with a slight advantage, but deciding not to utilize it and actually getting frozen a few squares towards the east as opposed to staying on top of his opponent. Getting caught off prayer there, but only being hit by a 4 as well. Looks like it's pretty even, but there's a 34. 10-13 jumping back in.
His prayer there, yeah, getting punished for it straight away as well with that 34. Goes for a double claw, one of them being on prey, one off prey. The one on the prey actually hitting more than the one off prey. 10-13 goes for a really nice claw right there. Seems to be going for a double as well, getting about 70 damage from those 2 claws, followed up by 12 barrage.
Wow, and the 33 whip as well. 10-13 is definitely turning up the heat quite consistently here, getting a lot of hits off prayer, actually. Gosu struggling to really stay in this fight at the moment and deal damage back again. 31 whip once again. 10-13 just doing absolute bits right now. A 30 barrage again. Can he catch his opponent before he gets underneath him? Gosu does get underneath, gives him a moment to just breathe, to get his HP back up to a respectable number so he's not in KO potential. I think that, yeah, both players have used up their special attack right now, so we have to wait a little bit before we see any more KO potential coming in. But that movement from 10-13 there, getting both those claw specs off and trying to, catch his opponent off guard, really beautifully done. He gets the DD after getting hit at 29, gets a hit of a whip off prayer, but doesn't take any damage for it. Takes a moment to heal back up again, and now 10-13 will begin the pressure once more.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 10-13 still being in the lead, having a swift 2-0 on his opponent. It doesn't seem like he's stopping anytime soon, and honestly, if Gosu can just get 1 win at least, he will take the undefeated title away from 10-13, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon. 10-13 putting up the smite there, kind of flexing on his opponent a little bit, getting a 0 whip followed by a 0 bolt though. But his RNG still staying strong, whipping a 7 on the robes. And 10-13 doing yet again a very nice fakie there. He really knows the movement required for that whip. He does step away the exact amount of steps before he can turn back and one-tick that whip. So I must say the movement is insane from him.
Credit where credit's due. Like, just how smooth he is with all of his clicks. We see the legend 9rain in the chat agreeing with us, saying, how is he so clean? Just the constant the one-tick switches in between all these different attack styles, keeping his opponents on the back burner, just not knowing exactly what to pray. And here we go again. He's unfrozen, stepping back and forth, getting a whip hit in, and getting the DD free hit, and another hit as well. Although getting frozen in place potentially by Neverwin. Gosu now, desperate trying to get underneath. Eve, and he does manage to do so. Gets a free hit off as well as 1013 tries to whip him. But I think at the moment, 1013's up so much HP, it might be a whitewash, to be honest. Currently leading 2-0 in this first of 4 best of 7 series. Gosu steps away, understanding his opponent's about to be unfrozen. Both players getting frozen next to each other. No, sorry, 1013 is unfrozen, steps underneath, and now we see the power of 1013 once again able to utilize the mechanics of his movement. Step underneath, gets some free hits.
He does do a staff bash right there and a barrage in the K-top, kind of failing that free tick, but still, not the free tick, the freeway. But still, 1013 staying strong in the fight. Gosu did pull out his claws there, letting 1013 know that he does have a third special attack coming up very shortly. Probably a bit of a mistake, but it seems like 1013 is also going to have his third spec very soon. So it will be interesting to see if they can catch each other off prey and maybe get some big damage out of those.
Yeah, that's why you see both players trying to prey melee a little bit faster. 1013 definitely being aware of that and going for some nice 26 blitz there. The claw spec comes in from him, hitting a 34 or so through the prayer. Not too bad. Gosu currently trying to desperately catch this freeze. He has a claw spec too. He goes for it. He fakies it. Goes for it again, but 1013 is not fooled. Only a 30 through the prayer. Can't be too mad about doing that through the prayer, but he was hoping for much more to really bring this fight back again. Currently, 1013 undefeated. Looks like he's going to win his second fight against Gosu, which will put him one fight away from winning $1,000 today. That's a nice whip chance right there as well.
Whip on the ropes there. Looks like Gosu is completely out of food, and 1013 will be taking another win without having a single loss so far. Absolutely insane scenes from 1013 right now. Still really outplaying his opponent, running towards the edge there, making sure that Gosu isn't getting any free hits at all, and he's keeping his opponent on the edge. And Gosu sitting on about 30 HP, make that 20, and it looks like any hit from 1013 right now for some decent damage will take Gosu out.
I can imagine Gosu's going to try and flick the redemption as best he can right now, but against someone like 1013, he managed to get it off once, to be fair, but I think he's going to have to do so much damage to come back here, and every single hit that 1013 hits on him is going to be a chance if it's off prayer.
Yeah,
so
1013 currently has 5 anglers left, actually, so 1013 definitely has a significant lead on Gosu right now.
Yeah, currently looking real strong as well. Gosu does have the DD advantage, steps away, could have got a free hit there, got chanced again though as a result of that whip hit by 1013, who might try to go for the mage here, could kill him here, could end it up nice and quickly. Gosu steps underneath again, both players doing very little damage currently, and every single hit, like I said before, that 1013 goes for is a chance, unless it's on the right prayer, and then obviously Gosu goes for those redemption flicks equally too. He's got a claw spec he's trying to desperately utilize.
The fourth one of the fight right there as well, if he can get it off. I don't think it matters though. 1013 is up about 200 HP on Gosu right now, so he definitely needs a lot of RNG if he's going to be able to win this. 1013 claw scratching right there. Seems like he's going to go for it anyway.
Zero.
Hitting all the zeros, unfortunately. Gosu not getting any better RNG, hitting a 2.
What's going on? They've hit nothing but zeros for the past 20 hits. Can we finish it, please? The staff bash. Don't disrespect him. Just slay him already. We've been watching this fight for so long. It's been the longest one of the tournament. Looks like Gosu is not giving up, though. He's staying in this.
Gosu's probably going to run out of restores fairly soon.
He's going to have run energy as well from the fact that these guys have been running around the whole map for the last 5 minutes straight. How is he still alive right now? Could that be the KO? No!
No, he is still alive.
So many times too. Oh, he finally starts to put redemption.
Though, leaving 1013 at a 3-0. 1013 needing to win one more fight before he actually wins the entire thing. And if he does win this last fight, he will be completely undefeated in this tournament, not having lost a single one so far.
Yep, that's a 3-0 victory for 1013 to go on this best of 7 versus Gosu, one of the clan members for Frontline as well. These guys are good friends, I imagine, so they're just playing for fun, really. It's actually insane how much better 1013 is, but equally, I don't know, Gosu's not really looking as strong as he was in previous matchups. Not too sure what's going on there.
Yeah, it looks like Gosu is kind of choking, but it could just be that he's fighting against a better opponent, honestly. It seems like 1013 might just be too good for Gosu to keep up with, and that is why he's underperforming compared to his previous fights.
Yeah, I mean, it is late right now. We've been broadcasting for 6+ hours, and these guys have had a lot of fights to go through. Fighting someone like 1013 as well is kind of nerve-wracking, I can imagine, too. Being against a Titan as himself, who's, you know, well regarded as being one of the best NH hybrids in the game. If we look at the PvP tracker now.
Tracker, though, we have 1013 with 102 hits, 57 prayers correct, getting 10 free hits on Neverwin right there, and Neverwin having 43% prayers with 1013 being up 147 damage on the tracker. And definitely having some little bad luck on the freeze RNG, but it's still being fairly even between the two.
Yeah, man, he uses his freezes so much. Once again, 40 hits out of his 100 being mage-based. I'm wondering the reason for that. I'm guessing just because even despite people knowing that 1013's a wizard, they just don't expect those one-tick barrages, and he manages to fake his opponents out really nicely as well. Ghost, who's starting this fight off with a bolt, trying to come back. He needs to win at least one fight to stop 1013's tyranny of being an undefeated champion in this NA West circuit. This is potentially the final fight of the tournament this weekend, with $350 for second place and $1,000 for first place up for grabs. It's definitely getting close. Nice claw spec off prayer.
Yeah, actually getting some decent damage right now. Gosu getting about 70 or 75 damage from that claw spec, followed up by the barrage. 1013 being down a little bit, but like we saw in the previous fights, I don't think it's going to matter. 1013 truly has showcased himself as the better player here. And as I say that though, he claw scratches, makes a few mistakes, but still 1013 stepping out with that really lovely one-tick barrage. Seems like he's not getting any free hits actually. Gosu's doing a good job keeping up with him, not letting 1013 get any free hits. Still 1013 having the upper hand, catching his opponent off prey a lot more than what Gosu is.
Yeah, Gosu definitely stepping up the heat a little bit compared to previous fights that he's had. Gotten warmed up now, had an opportunity to really see how 1013 fights and get back into the mix. Gets the DD, gets a free hit out as well. The 34 return from Whip though from 1013, and the freeze catch too. 28 brings him straight back into this fight and really, asserting his dominance once again. 1013 as being potentially the superior hybrid in this situation. Gosu now being frozen upon, getting hit by a whip free hit. 1013 really running circles around him. Can't even get a hit off right now. Gosu unable to freeze his opponent. Going for a whip hit as 1013 just gets out of rhythm there. Gets a whip hit in as well. And currently Gosu unfrozen. How is he going to perform now? Is he going to go for the freeze back again? He might get frozen in place once again. He has been frozen instantly and can't even fight back at the moment. 1013 just getting free hit after
finally
free
getting
hit.
some free hits after Gosu was able to keep up in the beginning, but doesn't seem to be doing it any longer. Still though, he is getting some damage in. It's just not enough to put 1013 on the defensive.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 34 barrage from Gosu, though, that brings it back a little bit, and the 19 to follow too, but hit for hit, 1013 is trading and, coming back a little bit, even though his hits are slightly worse. And again, that DD advantage, 1013 is just all over his opponent right now, being able to get a few free hits in here and there, and just in general, like having the control of the fight to be able to, pace himself strongly. It's really smart right now. Looks like the whip hit on the robes coming in from 1013, doing no damage, and 1013 actually getting frozen there, but freezing back straight away. My gosh, the ability to really do those four-way one-tick barrages whilst your opponent's underneath you and knowing exactly when to utilize it is really impressive, and goes to show why 1013 is one of the best hybrids in the game right now. Hitting the 24 barrage.
Sure. Still sticking to those barrages though, like we saw before. 1013 definitely barrages more than any opponent we have ever seen in this tournament, but still, it's paying off for him, and it seems to work, so maybe people should try copy that. Right now, though, 1013 does a nice job dodging those claws right there, but regardless, it seems like both of them are frozen. Gosu getting a nice barrage there for a 35, though. Kind of just camping that prey range, letting 1013 barrage him off prey, focusing on his offensive rather than defensive.
Well, currently, he's trying to go for those freezes once again. And Gosu attempting his best to stay in the fight, getting actually a hit off a tank there. And once again, 1013 is missing his hits, going for some claw specs as well, hitting 0 for 0, but pretty terrible exchange there for both players, unfortunately for them. But goes to show, to the haters out there that 1013 is not a robot, he makes mistakes occasionally too. But he's going for it. He's going for the DD right now, trying to keep on top of his opponent. And Gosu trying to bring it back into this fight currently. He must be like a little bit of food left at the moment. I don't know, this fight's gone on for so long. The RNG from both players not be the best. Saying that though, Gosu does get a nice 37 into the 21 as well, picking up the pace, potentially opting for a KO, but then misclicking several times, and the momentum stopped.
Seems like 1013 actually sitting fairly low HP right now. Might be going down. Not entirely sure what his food situation is. 1013 having 5 anglers actually, so he's not entirely out of food just yet. He's sitting low HP, making sure that he's getting the correct prayers on, taking that risk in order to continue the momentum that he's got. This might be the fight where we see 1013 lose one.
Yeah, man. I mean, I mean, at this rate, the RNG has been so terrible for both players that it really could go either way. But I still think that 1013 is up a little bit of food currently. Gosu definitely improved since the last fight, though, and trying to win one back again against 1013. I don't know what 1013 is doing right now, but he's just giving so many free hits for the first time. I'm really surprised by his performance compared to what else we've seen in this tournament from 1013. He's just burgering his clicks, just giving away 4 or 5
actually is getting
hits.
some free hits on 1013 right now, though. But 1013 tanking that whip on the robes with the correct prayer on and not getting hit any damage, and nicely freezes Gosu back. Seems to be dealing a decent bit of damage right here. Opts for the barrage splashes. Gosu might be completely out of food, sitting about 50 HP right now, and I'm pretty sure they're about to have another claw spec. Gosu sitting about 12 HP. Just any decent hit from 1013 will take Gosu out.
We're right at the end. There is
and he does take him out. 1013, the undefeated champion right there, with 13 wins in a row, not losing a single fight throughout the entire tournament. Big congratulations to 1013. I do believe both of them are frontline, so congratulations to frontline. Congratulations to Sanctified representing Kanini, Blazers, and Fruitcakes as well on winning 3rd place. But it looks like frontline has taken 1st and 2nd right there.
Yeah, $1,000 for first place prize. 1013, the undisputed champion, winning 14 fights in a row this weekend, not being defeated. Of course, 2nd place being $350 to Gosu, his clan member. I'm sure Frontline will be very happy about that and winning that tournament, pretty much taking almost all the money up for grabs today. Of course, in 2 weeks' time, the top 8 players from this tournament that we saw today are going to be going through to the World Championship with a further $3,000 on the line. Next weekend, you guys have the Oceania brackets to look forward to. We have players such as, I'm assuming, Skill Specs, Perp. I'm not too familiar with a lot of the Oceania hybrids because I'm not an Australian player myself. But
I do
there's
think
a lot of
the
stick guys in
to
there.
look out for in Oceania will probably be Didabida, Panic, and a guy called Drew. Drew from GSG also winning the last Jagex tournament for the Oceania bracket. So I do think those are 3 Titans to look out for, and I'm going to have a really nice time watching that. But looking at the tracker for that fight before we do close here, we have 1013 with 65% praise right versus Never Wins 56%, with 1013 having 5 free hits on Never Win. But actually somewhat of an even fight this time, a lot more close than what it was before, with 1013 only having plus 44 deserved damage, but still rightfully winning.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's honestly wild. I think everyone expected 1013 to really come out swinging and win this entire competition this weekend, but you know, man really does impress us all, regardless of his movement and his clicks. I think towards the end, maybe he let up a little bit, and I guess he just felt like he didn't need to try his absolute hardest. But regardless, yeah, great competition all round. Before we do close up with a few more statements, can I bring your guys' attention to a few things, such as !community in the Twitch chat. If you guys would like to, check out the Method community by typing !community in the chat. Signing up and becoming a member of the community team offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. Method also provides aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. For example, you can claim a raid from another Method streamer, or get a Twitter shout-out as well. Not only that, but if you guys would like to check out !merch in the chat one more time for us, then you can get yourself some of the hottest clothes. You're going to hang out with the hottest dudes, wear the I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Check out the merch, guys. It's really comfortable. It's been a long broadcast. If you've enjoyed the show and you want to keep seeing Method doing these, then please do, support the team, the organization, and check them out. !socials in the chat one more time as well to see things next weekend. Oceania next weekend, another bracket, $1,500 giveaway once again. In 2 weeks' time, $3,000. So every weekend, guys, make sure you're tuned in. !socials in the chat. Check out the Twitter, YouTube. Follow the live stream, obviously, most importantly. Method, go check us out. West Ham, any closing statements you have before we end the stream?
I mean, I just must say 1013 definitely performed really nicely in the tournament. Way better than what I actually expected. To go undefeated is truly an achievement, but other than that, I don't really have much to say, unfortunately. So I'm pleased to be here. It's been a great show so far. It's been great fun. I've been casting 3 of these, and I will be casting the World Championship as well, so I look forward to that. But other than that, I'm getting a week off finally to look at the Oceania bracket, so that's going to be a very fun time.
Yeah, good luck to Deerbeer in the chat right now and all the other players that are going to be there next weekend. Lastly, but not leastly, I want to say a massive thank you to the entire broadcast team. Ben for organizing this as the OSRS manager, Lyndon for being here, doing a fantastic job as always, helping us out, and everyone else that's involved. Much love to you guys too, the audience at home, for tuning in once again, making this possible, supporting where you can. Don't forget to drop a follow one last time. And yeah, we'll see you next time, guys. See you next weekend for the Oceanas, and in 2 weeks' time for the World Championship. Make sure you're there. Thank you everyone so much again. I've been Pure Spam with West Ham. Take it easy, everyone.
Take care, lads.
Bye.
Good. Good.
What happened to us? What happened to